CJ's putting his foot down on that this weekend. So CJ will be practicing and qualifying. Now keep this in mind. Most of the guys out there are just going to be running a green, white checkered for the practice and qualifying. CJ, that's what, 3 laps? Green, white. Yeah.
You're the mathematician.
Let's say 4 laps. Everyone, for the most part, is getting 4 laps of practice and qualifying. CJ's getting 12.
Right.
So you think he's going to know this track by the time they go racing?
Yeah. Will he be tired after the day is over? Yes.
There's Jared Johnson just a moment ago. One of the climbing boys.
Yeah, we say one of the climbers because one's in, one's out. They rotate during the weekend.
There's Randy Eller. He's back behind the wheel this weekend. His son Cody drove at Bark River. That's a live shot of the Pro Lights back at the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line area. Getting ready to come out here. There's Bobby Runyon Jr. out of Northern California.
Yeah, I heard he got a ticket as well.
Yep. Yeah, you guys, man.
That's bad when they're the first 4 people you talk to when you come to the track. Or you know.
Well, you were Facebooking it, taking pictures as you were pulled over. That's the best part.
Well, hey, I'm pulled over. What am I going to do? But that's bad when you get to the track and the first few people you talk to all got speeding tickets. I mean, you're going to a race, of course, but still, they need to open up the speed limits here in Wisconsin.
Actually, as you look on the screen right now, the number 43 Sleeko entry, Mr. Sleegers has stepped aside after Bark River, and you've got a new driver in Pro Light.
If he's looking for new drivers, I might need to hop in for a lap or 2.
The goofball, Nick Baumgartner.
Oh, yeah. The
snowboard behind the wheel.
Snowboard cross.
Yep. And,
yeah, snowboard cross Olympian, as well as I covered him, actually, World Cup snowboard events in the snow cross.
So he's behind the Sleeko entry.
Your buddy that we may see later on today in the sportsman class, Larry Pegram, the one you were calling Squirrel.
Had a chance to talk to him, and he's goofy in the morning. He's goofy last night. Oh, man.
But his nickname's Worm. He wants to go ahead and he had his own TV show, I believe, on Speed when it was around. But, yeah, he's known as Worm around the world. And we're not going to go into why.
Well, race fans, the official oil of the TORC series, whether you drive off-road, on-road, on the trail, or on the water, AMSOIL is for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. And as you look around the racetrack, you're going to see a whole lot of this logo on the track this weekend, and it's CAT. Do you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes? If so, they'll do what the TORC does. Rent or buy dependable CAT equipment and generators from from CAT. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today at a price you can afford. And don't forget about Cooper Tire. Cooper Tire is the official series partner of the TORC Off-Road Championship. Stop by the Cooper Tire display where you can win free T-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You also win a set of Cooper Tires by following all of the live updates on Twitter at Team Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road. Come on, let's go. And one of the coolest companies to jump into off-road that you never would have dreamed did it just a few years ago, and that's Husqvarna. They are the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn, garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. And they're located right behind the Flannery Memorial Grandstands, just inside of Turn 1. So stop down and see their display. So, so cool to have Husqvarna part of this series, as well as being the title sponsor for the Johnson boys in Pro Light and in Pro 2.
All right, so as we look at this, Scott, throughout the day, I think they're a little bit behind as far as their schedule is concerned. Sportsman practice, pro qualifying have already finished by now, but the opening ceremonies set to kick off here very shortly. Have everything from 1600 light buggies, some 4x4s, a Country Hearth Super Truck today for the Sportsman. Short course carts, more super buggies, Pro Lights, Pro 2, Pro 4s as well.
We got some new sponsors jumped on board here at the racetrack.
Holy moly, our track map has changed.
Yeah, Tina, you're trying to kill us here with some of the entitlements for some of the positions on the racetrack. Obviously, everybody knows about the Forest County Potawatomi Community starting line. Then we have the Forest County Potawatomi Turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
We'll never get that wrong, without a doubt.
Yep.
Something new this year, though, is Ponzi North America Turn 2, which is down by the barn. And here's the tongue twister. This is the one you like.
Oh, yeah, the Walker Evans Enterprises and Lincoln Electric Welder Skybox straightaway. That one, it just rolls right off the tongue.
That's the backstretch. In fact, you see the
I want to be able to
in the
see it, but we're inside a building. It is hard for us, so we'll be calling stuff. Again, there may be races on the track that you see that we cannot see, but we'll be just trying to give it to you from what we do see on the video board.
And then we go to the old, what used to be known as the gravel pit turn. If you look off in that area, you see the red billboard that says Razor on it. That is the Polaris gravel pit turn.
So it was an old gravel pit, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
And the Traxxas RC launch zone, so that would be area 5. That's straight in front of us.
Yeah.
Not a steep face on that, but something tells me they're hauling boutte when they hit it.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah,
they're probably still accelerating and trying to get some traction as they hit that thing. But the record there is held by one of the Flannery boys. I believe it's Jed Flannery holds the distance record off that jump. I think the numbers actually faded. 153 feet. Yeah, but Jed Flannery set that quite a few years ago, and I don't think that's ever going to be touched.
Why you say that? Why you say that?
Well, they're not quite flying as far. I think they shaved it down a little bit because of what I mean. When Jed set that record, he launched that thing not only out but up.
Yeah.
And I was
he was
here
high
that
but
weekend.
had a lot of carry.
I think you felt the ground move from the hill when he landed. It shook the whole area that bad. I mean, he hit really, really hard, and you knew that he
was like a
set the
monster
record.
truck landing. Huh?
Well, I think he was intentionally trying because he went way, way deep into the gravel pit turn to get a run at the Traxxas launch zone, and yeah, he set it pretty easily. They were going to have the Parsons Chevrolet wide open off-camber chicane, which is just around the old Parsons Pond, and then of course the Amsoil finish line, which is what everybody's aiming for. Well, it looks like we have Pro Light coming on the track. And Face Nesney's actually right down here in front of us, in front of the crowd here, throwing the green flag. So instead of taking off one at a time from the traditional starting line, they're accelerating here at the green flag, and the clock will start when they cross the Amsoil finish line for lap number 1. It's Doug Matag in the COD entry coming across the Amsoil finish line. He'll trip the clock right there. CJ Grease right behind him. Ha! How about that? Top 3 guys with points, the first 3 on the track for practice and qualifying.
Yeah, and you know why? They know that they're both all probably about the same speed. They can put a little separation. They don't have to worry about guys. And they're the first one to get into lappers, but they want to go ahead and set that pace and turn the fast laps.
Yeah, then you have Joey Sylvester, Luke Johnson, and again, until we see him on the screen, it's hard to tell who's where. There they are, right at that tight left-hand hairpin turn by the traditional starting line. That's Doug Matag. He's the first truck out of the track. And I believe that's CJ Greaves coming. He's running in the second spot. Sean Morse in the blue pack, number 27. Now, running rear quarter panels is optional in practice and qualifying. They don't have to run rear quarters. Some choose to, some not. That's the chicane, Parsons Chevrolet chicane area. Another shot at that tight left-hand 180. A lot happens on this corner. I'm going to really like this camera angle because we miss a lot of action in that turn. And now that we have cameras down there, we'll be able to catch every bit of it. So that's going to be real nice.
We have 3 cameras for the web stuff, and they'll have more for the television show. Again, to remind everybody of the Throwdown in the UP, Part 1 for Bark River will air on May 1st, but that July 3rd date, man, to go see the Throwdown in the UP, as well as the Big House Crawl from here in Crandon, Wisconsin, and the Sprint Cup, which will be the race here as well. That'll be on July 13th. We'll get you the times throughout the day.
I believe that's Brian Osborne right there. that black Rhino entry. Now he may be back in the pack, but he's got clean track in front of him, so should be kicking off some good lap times. It's a very cool story about Osborne, and I don't want to call it struggling, but man, he's working 24/7 to make it to each race.
It was there. Oh man, love the first days here at the TORC events. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a long day. Hope you packed a sack lunch here at TORC the Off-Road Championship. If you didn't, there's going to be plenty of vendors. Yeah, I asked you earlier what was the food. You know, what's the go-to food thing? You said there was nothing really special, although the hot wings or chicken wings.
Yeah, I mean, every track seems to be known for one particular thing. I remember some racetrack in Iowa was known for a pork chop on a stick. You know, it was great. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Tony Bakovic could probably tell us which track it was.
But the wings here at Crandon and the deep fried cheese curds, everything deep fried is fantastic.
I still haven't had a cheese curd, so I'll have to try it out. Again, out there on the track right now, this is the Pro Light qualifying. It is just that. It's a time qualifier. They don't get paid for qualifying, but it does set the field a little bit later on in the day. So,
boy, Jared Brooks is trying to find clean track. Those three trucks have been glued together from the first time they threw the green flag. CJ Greaves and Jared Brooks. I want to say that was Brad Lovell along with them.
See that inside line there as they made their way into that left-hand turn. Nobody wanted to touch that portion of the track. Why get the truck muddy when you know that's not the fast line?
So as they head down past the Walker Evans, Shoxley and Wilders back straightaway into the Polaris gravel pit turn. Brooks goes inside, trying to find clean track on CJ Greaves, still not able to get past. Kincaid now, they're just struggling to get some clean track, but there's a checkered flag from a tag. So their qualifying is now done as they cross the line.
Well, they knew they only had so much time. That's why they took off first and tried throwing down. Literally, that first, second lap might be your fastest one. So you got to do it while you can.
And that's the scary part, because you don't know what shape the track is in, where it's wet, where it's dry.
It couldn't be good. No, not the first lap. You wouldn't think. It really kind of had burned itself in.
Travis Dinsmore crosses the line in the Sleeko number 42.
Again, we talked about this being televised on the NBC Sports Network.
Cam Ramers cross line at 21. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I can't hear you. I can hear you slightly through my head, but you know, I hear voices in my head, and it has nothing to do with you.
I'll be haunting you by the end of the weekend.
There's Doug Matag in the 81.
So that will conclude qualifying for Pro Light. Once again, I'm Scott Rain along with Robbie Floyd, and I'm still anxious. You haven't shown the enthusiasm. Not the enthusiasm.
What do you mean?
I haven't seen the look I'm waiting for until racing, when you're going to see Pro 2, Pro 4s coming around turn 1.
It's time qualifying. I'm not supposed to be just crazy nuts on guys turning laps out there.
I'm going to have more fun watching you.
No, it's good.
Than I am probably the racing.
I can already tell the second I pulled up, because you see it on TV, and I've watched it many times, and you watch it on YouTube and stuff. But when you show up and you pull up the road and you look and go, okay, now I can see the enormity of the facility, the breadth. I mean, it's big track, big parking lot. It reminds me of amateur motocross. You see part right there where the Land Rush start is, but there's motor homes and trailers all throughout there, and the fall race, or the one later on in the summer, is going to be even bigger. But the enormity of this facility, I mean, it's awesome. It's nice. This is what I wanted to see. That's just the pit area.
The camping where the race fans are behind the camera.
Right. No, but I'm saying, when you pull up to the big barn up there and you see what this place is all about, you see the track. I like Bark River. I like this place. I like the more outdoor scope. But on that same note, I also like the bull ring races as well. But I'm ready to see these guys going 100 miles an hour door-to-door banging and not have a problem with it.
And you're still going to see that here, because that's what the sport's all about. And the thing is, what I really like about Crandon is they start together. The midpoint of the race, they kind of separate. But then again, and there he goes. CJ Greaves is starting his record-setting, history-making weekend out of the light into the 2.
Yeah, that's better drink a lot of. He might need to drink some of that Monster water, because he's going to be dehydrated if he doesn't throughout the day.
I had a chance to talk to him a little bit this morning, and he wasn't all wound up, wasn't giddy, wasn't nervous, wasn't jumpy. And he was just really, really, really laid back, really laid back.
But physically, your body, if you don't do it and you don't do it a lot, your body goes through, changes, throughout the day. And if you start getting into racing mode, I don't need anything to drink, I don't need anything to drink, towards the end of the day, if you're going to be in a Pro 4, which you don't race, by the way, the one, it actually ends the day in a Pro 2, right, for this weekend. Normally we end in Pro 4s.
Today will be the 4s, but tomorrow will be a whole different story.
Okay, so tomorrow, especially on your second day in a truck that you're not used to racing, you have basically run 6 classes to that point when it comes to that Crandon Cup or for the spring race, the Spring Cup they call it.
It'll be his own fault if he's not in shape, because his mom has been like a workout frenzy maniac the last 6 months or so. So if he can keep up with her, I think he'll be just fine. I think his mother has set the bar as far as being in shape. So once again, we're getting ready now for Pro 2 practice and qualifying. And this is that in the Argonne corner? No, I believe that's just before the tight left-hand hairpin down by the starting line.
Someone with some overheating issues, it looks like.
Is that Lou? No, is that Jared Johnson?
Not telling it. It
Hard
either
to tell by
looked
the
like
fires. It's either Johnson or
Luke Johnson or
Luke Johnson or
it's
Jared.
either. No, I don't know. Now it doesn't look as blue. I think he just had blue gear on. I was to say, is that the Peak truck or the Husqvarna? But it's neither. It's a black truck that we cannot. Is that Bowser?
Oh, Bowser. Is that Chris Bowser? Yeah, the 84. Boy, that doesn't look good. The blue tinted smoke coming out of the engine compartment, that's not a good sign at all. Hopefully he was able to shut that down in time before he did too much damage.
If I remember right, he was having problems at Bark River as well.
Yeah, he was a little bit off the pace, but he's been working on that thing to get it on the track now for quite a while. I really like the social medias in the sense that the guys now are able to kind of keep everybody up to date almost on a daily basis of where they are with their race program and how they're keeping their trucks going during the off season. There's a quick shot of Jarrett Johnson, Chad Horde, CJ Greaves there on the inside to the left of the screen. Now you're a racer. What's going through your mind at the point like this when it's just qualifying, but yet qualifying is so important here?
On qualifying, I think it depends on where you are in that line, for one thing. Yeah, there's CJ Greaves and Chad Horde, the 2 points leaders. Just what is it, a few points? It says 1 point separating these two, but as a racer, you want to see where you are on that line. If you're one of the first guys, I'm trying to just go flat out right off the bat, separate myself. If I close into guys, if I'm deeper, I want to back up a tad. Somewhere in that run, I've got to back up because I don't want to be all up in the back end of the driver in front of me. So I think it's really jogging for position. You see it at a lot of tracks when you see multiple vehicles on the track. You have to give yourself the opportunity to turn the fast lap because if you're in somebody else's tracks and they're slowing down you can't. So right now you're kind of playing a chess game if you're CJ. This is a guy who has the advantage because he just saw, like you talked about, he saw where the fast lines were for the Pro Light.
And there's no watering, no grooming going on at all.
Yeah, it's the exact track he just pulled off of.
And the thing is, too, in qualifying, you race the track, you don't race the trucks. You're racing the track, so you got to remember that. Don't worry about where Chad Horde is in front of you or behind you. Just worry about where the fast lines are on that track. And just another Saturday morning drive for CJ Greaves. Yeah, there's a shot from high above, just outside of the Argonne corner, I believe.
Just another day in the park.
Look at the blue skies. You don't have those in Texas.
Yeah, no, well, I brought the rain. Yeah. My kid's been playing in baseball tournaments all week. Actually, he signed up for a baseball tournament, but it turned into a rainout every day. So, yeah, the rain that we got here last night, I've dealt with in Texas the past week.
Well, race fans, if you ever wanted to enjoy your GoPro footage on the biggest screen in the house, well, now you can with a WD-TV media player. You can stream from your GoPro, USB drive, or any computer on your network and instantly enjoy all your videos and photos on your TV. WD, absolutely. And don't forget about MagnaFlow. They're proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of the TORC Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, they are dedicated to building the durable, quality products Manufactured in the USA with cutting-edge technology and premium components, they produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great whatever you drive. Join Team Magnaflow on Facebook and on Twitter. And also Maxxis Tires. They are trusted by TORC champions because their products take drivers to the podium year after year. Be sure to visit the new Maxxis.com and MaxxisRacing.com and stop by the Maxxis support truck to learn more about Maxxis tire products, including the ultra high performance passenger, truck, and trailer tire. And don't forget about the SUV tires. Oh, walking around this morning, happened to see we got some Nitto tire girls walking around. Fueling TORC this weekend is Nitto Tire. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. And it looks like the green is going to be coming out as they cross the Amsoil finish line. CJ Greaves is the first truck on the track in Pro 2 practice and qualifying. Chad Horde, currently second in points, is the second truck on the track. And it takes a whole different environment when Pro 2s and that 900 horsepower hit this racetrack. Heading down the walk for Evans Racing, Lincoln Welder's back straightaway.
Hey,
Jared Johnson
like
going through the...
Just roll right off your tongue like that.
Well, I'm reading the billboard. I don't have it memorized yet. But Johnson's getting really, really close, I think, to his first podium. Actually, it would be his second podium, I'm sorry. He was at Redbud, I believe, was his first podium last year.
I want to remind everyone that everything we say is officially unofficial, and we do not have the timing and scoring where we would try and get you those times. As soon as we do, we will be able to relay those to you. So I know you're probably griping at us right now.
Ari Lyondike crossing the line and tripping the clock for his first lap qualifying. Here comes Barlow and that cat.
Some smoke too out of Ari's truck.
Oh man, it didn't take long. You called it.
Is that motor or rubbing?
I just saw the smoke. I didn't see anything else past that as far as where it was coming from. Or
of course, it could be transmission fluid.
Oh,
as well.
Mikey Van Nuvel. First time on the track this year. And that red number 77 looks like he's ready to start his qualifying lap, and right away has some sort of problem. He's slowing, and Ari Lyondike pulling up the track. The gunk number 25 of Ari Lyondike Jr. is pulling off the track very early.
Maybe he had some of that engine cleaner on it and it was just burning off. Maybe that's what the smoke was.
No. Yeah, that stuff works pretty good.
Oh, it does. I use it all the time.
Wow, Chad Horde is screaming on this racetrack right now. Have that truck in the air, pitched sideways through the Parsons Chevrolet chicane. Jeff Kincaid completing lap number 2. Boy, I wish we had the live timing and scoring right now. Mike Jenkins in that track, number 47, crossing the line. He's been looking real aggressive this year.
Yeah, we'll see if Mike and Mark both can build off that momentum from last week. Mark was the quicker. Definitely on that second day, taking the win in the Pro 4s.
Now, I don't know if you saw any footage from last year, but there used to be 3 Traxxas trucks per race out there in Pro 2 and Pro 4 with Rob McCachran running with the Jenkins boys. I think I would have to bet that after last year's race in Pro 4 that they have to have a life-size poster or something, one of the boys, in their office, because you had Traxxas 1, 2, and 3 wide coming out of turn 1 for the whole shot. That was a cool picture.
Right. Maybe also speaking of that, yesterday they were doing a photo shoot with Mike Jenkins. His fiance was down there, as well as his soon-to-be sister-in-law Taylor. I said, this is not the kind of photo shoot I was looking forward to when I hear Taylor and Kelly were involved. But they were taking pictures of Mike behind the truck there, and I was like, it's just not near as pretty.
Looks like the white flag is out there on their last lap of qualifying. Track is in almost perfect condition right now. So I can tell you, I'm not sure we're going to see anything coming out before Pro 4 qualifying.
Seeing a little dust in that long shot that we were seeing there. It looked like a uphill kind of straightaway with almost a double that you can't make in Pro 2s.
Yeah, that's actually right here in front of us. The
I was
Parsons
looking for the
Chevrolet
dust.
chicane.
Looking for the dust, but I could not find it in front of me. Steve Barlow.
There's Keith Steele, the all-black number 29. His first race here in 2014, so it's good to see Keith back on the track out of Madison, Wisconsin area. There's Keith right there on the screen going by. CJ Greaves now cooling down. He just took the checkered flag. So in a moment, we'll have the results of Pro Light and Pro 2. We'll probably get them out at the same time after Pro 4 qualifying. So here's that long straightaway going into that tight left-hand 180.
Okay, it looks like we have a lost parent, because you never have lost kids. We have a lost parent or a guardian of Safira Lewis. So Safira is going to be over at the TORC trailer, right?
The USAC trailer.
The USAC trailer.
Right across from where the Cooper Tire trailer is at the main entrance. You actually walk right past it, I believe.
So if you're a parent or guardian of Safira Lewis, you are lost. We know where your kid is.
Now here's where the drama starts. For the first time ever, CJ will be crawling out of the Pro 2 and getting into a Pro 4.
Dude, he's going to get a leg workout just from doing that.
No big hurry, just another day at the racetrack.
Oh, watch out now. Don't get one of them boots, which you shouldn't. Nothing like having slippery pedals.
No, I believe the story is he's running the same engine, the same power plant as his dad's Pro 4, but running a manual transmission.
I just like to have the money. So
I'm sorry, automatic transmission.
Just a regular automatic instead of the
yeah,
the manual
look at that.
sequential.
That's the first time I've seen him excited all day, man. Do you see that?
He knows what he's getting ready to hop into.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the big boys now.
That's cool. Make sure you save that in Elvis back there in the truck, because that is kind of cool, because this is the first time he's done it at a race that we know of. Or if he's even tested in back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know he's out here last week testing for the first time in that Pro 4. And I didn't hear what the laps were like. But, yeah, I think he's now starting to get the chills of what he's about to do. He may have not showed it earlier this morning in the pits, but I think he's feeling it now.
No, he definitely is. And one thing to look for with him is you talked about the difference between the Pro Light, the track, and then going into the Pro 2. The track was pretty much the same, but you're hopping in a totally different beast right now than what he was in there in the Pro Light. This truck will handle different than even the Pro 2 did, where maybe it's not as much difference between the Pro Light and the Pro 2. You're seeing a big difference now with the Pro 4. He should be able to grab lower lines with all four wheels turning than he would in the 2 and the Light.
Well, it's really interesting. For the first time in his racing career, he can actually run a Pro 2 race, get in a Pro 4 truck, run a Pro 4 race, and tell his dad, hey, Dad, I know where to go. Follow me.
I don't think Dad's going to be listening. I'm just telling you right now.
Oh, and they scraped the sticker off,
I just saw that.
off the top of the door.
Yeah, you saw the adhesive still on there. No Johnny name on there.
It just says Greaves. In fact, the big joke was they posted on Facebook, instead of saying CJ Greaves, right above the door panel said any Greaves, A-N-Y. So looks like somebody pulled the decal off of that and just says Greaves now. So you see CJ buckling in. There's Ross Hook. Mark Kwame, the number 5. Number 7 of Scott Douglas, the 47. Mike Jenkins. And they'll be getting ready for...
Mike coming off that second at Bark River. Also had a second back in Charlotte. Still looking for that first win this season.
Yeah, they were real... the Jenkins boys were real happy after Bark River, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Speaking of that, also... the track says, where's the permanent track? You told me there's a permanent RC track here as well.
Directly behind us. There's probably the premier RC track in the country. I don't know of any other track, indoors or outdoors, that has a waterfalls.
Oh, that's nice. I saw a kid, or I heard a kid with a 2-stroke, nitro one, I guess, burning gas. He was over there near where the Land Rush start is yesterday. I heard it, man. It sounded like a KX60 out there. Just awesome.
There's Mark Jenkins and Johnny Greaves. Oh, I just thought of something. If you can't see the number plate, is there going to be a way to tell the two trucks apart?
Ooh, that's a good guess. Well, let's see. I think we just had red background on his, right? So that would be points leader?
Yeah.
So yeah, but you're saying if we can't see the number plate, just actually see the number. But if we see red on that number plate, we know that that's Johnny.
Just watching the eyes at a moment like now inside the helmet when they're getting ready before they flip the visor down. Whether I don't care if it's Indy 500, the Daytona 500.
The thing with Johnny is he's probably got that bad taste in his mouth too, because Bark River did not go the way that he wanted in that second Pro 4 race. To be so dominant on that first day and come back and he just didn't have it. He wasn't as fast, but then he had a flat that cost him too. But he just did not look like the same driver, or the machine didn't look the same. The result was nowhere near what it was that first day. So does he have that bad taste in his mouth? Trying to look for a little redemption today.
Well, I don't know if it's a redemption like you say, but then what you talked about earlier is what's past is past. You don't race what's behind you, you race what's in front of you, and Johnny's probably one of the best at that. He doesn't forget, but he doesn't dwell on it either. And there's another shot at CJ. I guess that's probably the only way we'll be able to tell the two trucks apart possibly is one is Greaves, one is Johnny Greaves.
Yeah, both. One's black background on CJ's, red background on Johnny's.
You know, you talk to a lot of drivers that have run both classes, and every single one will tell you the same thing. It's a very hard transition to make, to go from, okay, yeah, I started my career in Pro 2, moved up to Pro 4, and then they bounce back to Pro 2. It's such a hard thing to do. And sounds like Johnny's coming his way into Forest County Podium Return 1. Mark Jenkins underway. There's our current points leader in front of the crowd right now, heading into turn number 2.
And his motor just sounds so much different than everybody else's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got that awesome whine to it. And this is a smaller class, but we've had awesome racing throughout the year, but they can kind of spread themselves out a little bit better than the other classes.
Well, that's one thing. It simply amazes me. You take 10 trucks or less, and Pro 4 consistently has been one of the best races of the weekend, and that so surprises me. And the thing is, any one of those 9 or 10 can win the race. We've seen it. They've all have run up front at one time or another.
So look at CJ going to take off, and he didn't hit it quick, but I guess did Dad already come around and he didn't want to try and catch up to him? I mean, what was happening there?
Well, it's Ross Hook. Doesn't look like he's quite up to speed. There's CJ right now in front of the crowd up towards the barn jump. I kind of think he's just getting the feel of it. He's not going to turn it up a notch until he crosses the Amstel finish line to trip that clock. Just watching how that truck handles, man. He just nose high under acceleration. Hits the brakes going into the Polaris gravel pit turn, and look how that truck sits so high in the front when he's accelerating. I can't help but think that's pulling some of the load off the front tires and their traction. As we're watching Mike Jenkins right now, there's CJ right there. Just look how high that front end is sitting.
You thinking that may be something intentional? I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, you unweight the front. It's not going to grab as much, which is something that he'd be more used to.
Yeah.
That's like me, a rental car in the winter. I don't like four-wheel drives in rental cars. I like to know that thing, I can drift it around because it has a totally different feel when you're used to a two-wheel drive compared to a four-wheel drive. I like the aspect that it'll be able to pull better, but I don't like the way it steers.
You know, CJ didn't take that corner kind of like I expected him to. He went into the corner, I believe, like it was a Pro 2, went really wide and made a smooth corner out of it instead of like going to the corner, stabbing it, and turn and stab. Yeah.
As always said, with the front wheels turning up, grabbing traction, you can go lower in areas that you wouldn't be able to do in the other two classes that he'll be driving. So that'll be something to watch.
I believe that's Mark Kwame tripping the clock, completing another lap. Known as the bootlegger, the Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey number 5 going by. Mike Jenkins has looked very, very strong in that number 47. The entire summer, he's been running very, very well. Easily having his best year of his career, or best year in his career. And again, there's CJ, and I'm kind of thinking they may be off just a little bit in the setup, but then what the heck do I know?
So they need to do, if they know he's going to race more Pro 4s, they need to have one with a white roof with a green monster and one with a black roof with a green monster, honestly, to set them apart. That's the way when I covered IndyCar, you would see the guys with the different end plates and stuff with
yeah, now look
Scott
at the difference. Okay, that's CJ right there, I'm sorry. Yeah,
but if they change one color pattern, you know, just the roof even, or the hood, give it something a little bit different.
Another shot of Mark Kwame right there going into the Polaris gravel pit turn. There's Scott Douglas coming around, taking the AMSOIL finish line and the white flag. One more lap for him. Right behind him, another shot of CJ. Yeah, look how that truck dives. Yeah, he's taking a pretty wide corner for a Pro 4, I believe.
We'll really be able to figure it out when they go side by side and we see his lines, when he's in front or behind for that matter.
Here's the other thing to think about. Could they be using one of the trucks as an experimental truck, trying things to see if it works or not, and adapting it then to Johnny's primary?
It's possible. We'll have to ask him after.
I believe that's Ross Hook going by down that long straightaway. Yep, there's Ross Hook out of Holland, Michigan on Nitto tires. Here comes Johnny. You know that truck right away.
Yeah, the attitude of his looks different.
Oh, boy, was I off.
The attitude of his does look like it's squatted in the rear in comparison. Checker flag is coming out for the Pro 4, so their qualifying is done. The guys finishing up their last laps here at Crandon for qualifying. So the next time we see them will be the race. And in this class, only 16 points separating Johnny Greaves and Mark Jenkins. Adrian Chinney only 2 points behind that. And Mike Jenkins just 1 point behind Chinney. So for second, third, and fourth, only 3 points separate those three drivers. And we will be seeing shortly that land rush start for all of our classes today, whether it be sportsmen or the pros. I'd like to welcome everybody out here in Crandon, Wisconsin, and those watching around the world. This is the Big House Brawl, stop 7 and 8 on TORC the Off-Road Championship. I'm Robbie Floyd. Scott Rain is to my right. We'll see Taylor and Kelly Snyder later on in the day. This will be televised on the NBC Sports Network, where I believe Tess Sewell's making a trip from X-Fighters in Germany or in Spain up here. He'll be making the play-by-play duties, as well as Ricky Johnson will be doing the color call again, and Tony Bachhoven be down in the pits. Not sure if Christy Lee's with us this weekend. It's a nice day. It's a little overcast. You see some clouds in the sky, possibly a little rain, and hopefully that rain will hold off. I think there's chances both today and tomorrow.
Trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day, and pretty proud of it.
Racers, the fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back here to Crandon, Wisconsin. It's the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's the Brawl at the Big House in the North Woods of Wisconsin. Rounds 3 and 4 of the Sportsman Series and 7 and 8 of the Pro Series. So we're right in the middle of the season, man.
Yep, yes we are, and get to see some sportsman action fire up here in just a little bit. And I have no idea why we're seeing more trucks out on the track, but that is the case. We're here in Crandon, Wisconsin. It's the first day of 2. It'll be televised on NBC Sports Network. A little bit later on in July 13th, we'll see both the Big House Brawl as well as the Spring Cup. A lot of green grass, a lot of rain here this week, and I'm not sure why, but Mike Jenkins is able to hit the track one more time, and he's doing a little reconnaissance lap out there. Maybe they cut his one short, because I saw there were some questions with the checkered flag just a moment. Hi, everybody. Robbie Floyd and Scott. Things are ready to go down. I mean, this Big House Brawl, they're about to take off the gloves here in a moment.
And just a moment ago, we saw some live footage back at the staging area and in the stock truck division, and there's 18 entries in that class. And that's just, yeah, that is probably the big dog class, I'd have to say, of the sports of the Moore organization.
Of the stock truck. So
stock trucks.
Am I going to see a Cutlass Supreme in the stock truck again?
No, not in that one, no.
I don't know. That's what I saw. When I showed up to Bark River, I saw a Cutlass Supreme racing a Ford Bronco, and I said, Daddy's home. Daddy's home.
Texas boy speaking out on you. But no, this is, without a doubt, this is on the bucket list. You can see some of the CAT equipment come out on the track right now to get it ready for the first race of the afternoon. Yeah, almost afternoon, still in the morning. We'll have opening ceremonies in a few moments. Fantastic weather here this weekend so far. For now. We're prepared for the worst to happen tomorrow. I don't know what it is about the spring race at Crandon here. One of the days has always just got diluted with huge rains, and every single year that happens. And somehow they've got it figured out. Cliff and the guys have got it figured out. Let it rain. We'll sit it out for exactly 2.5 hours.
Saves on the water truck.
And we sit it. We don't touch the track. They're not even allowed to walk on the track. And just let it sit, kick back in the barn, have a couple cups of coffee, and sure enough, in about 3 hours or so, whatever they decide, track is perfect.
The track looks really, really good. I'm not talking about a shower. I'm not talking about a thunderstorm. I'm talking full on, get out the arc kind of rain last night. It was pouring here. And through the practices, we just finished time qualifying. In case you're just joining us, we just finished time qualifying, and the track looks in really, really good shape. And the areas that haven't been touched much, maybe the stronger line later on in the day, because they're really going to hold in that water. Those might be the areas that they're going to want to touch as the day progresses, as we saw in Bark River. When the inside lines start getting dry, the guys started going farther and farther out. And it gets to a point where you're going, I'm traveling too far. I've got to find a more inside line.
Well, what's ironic, I'm going to talk about the Polaris gravel pit turn in particular. That has a tendency to create, like you say, that dry blue groove on the inside. All of a sudden, what is a 1 or 2 line track or corner, by the end of the day, is now 4, sometimes 5 wide. And they use every single one of them, which now creates another strategy to be had at the Traxxas launch zone, because you got that added speed from going deep into the corner and flying through the air, which sets you up even differently now for the final corner before the Amsoil finish line. So as the day goes on, the sun, the wind dries the track out, the sun ducks behind the clouds, all of a sudden the track is in perfect conditions. Everything changes within like minute by minute here. And you're going to see a lot of that all day long, and you're going to be able to know what's going on the track by the lines that these guys are taking.
So we've yet to had our opening ceremonies here, and again, we just saw, for some reason, Mike Jenkins hit the track just a moment, or you might not have seen, but we saw out on the track, and it looks like they gave him 1 lap. The CAT crew is out there working diligently. All of our CAT equipment, one of the sponsors who TORC the Off-Road Championship, doing a great job. And since practice started, and since time qualifying started, actually, this is the first time that equipment has went out on the track. They were to make it through 3 pro sessions without any coursework. So now's the time that they rip it up, tear it up, and prepare it for the rest of the day, which will have periodic stops throughout the day. Maybe not do it quite as much because the sportsman's class they're going to do as much damage as the pros.
Well, you might be surprised. I mean, with the numbers as compared to some of you're going to see probably that way. But as far as the tire sizes are different. The stock class have a tendency to run the tires that are available off the store shelf, so they're going to be a little bit smaller. The Pro 2s and Pro 4s obviously run the bigger tires, the project tires, and they have a tendency to tear up the track a little bit more. So you're going to see a lot of work. Like we said earlier, that the track crew here, Cliff and the guys, they have a tendency to almost overdo it, to stay in front of it. We talked about the Spark River. They stay on top of the track or in front of it from trying to lose it. They might overwater it to stay on top of it. If they lose the track and it gets dry, you can't get it back. Yeah.
Hey, we want to remind everybody, if you want to ride along, you can ride in the Pro 2 truck. You'll see the pace truck that runs around here today. If you want to ride along, you see on the video board there, text TORC. That's TORC to 56938. 56938, that's the number you text to, and text the word TORC, T-O-R-C, if you want to ride around this track. I want to do it. I'm about to do it right now. I'm going to text TORC to 56938. 56938, and maybe you can do it as well.
I've been doing that GoPro thing all season, and I've still yet to
get one.
Get one, yeah.
Yeah, somebody's going to get a GoPro as well, and it's a nice promotion as well. And somebody's going to be labeled Miss TORC, because we had the Miss TORC model search. You can show us why you should be Miss TORC. You can, log on to torqueseries.com/Miss TORC, or you can find Scott Rain and myself on Instagram or Facebook and send us pictures. Just kidding. Don't send them to us. But a grand prize is $2,500. I'm going to get to be a judge. BJ already told me. torqueseries.com/Miss TORC, MISSTORC. And maybe you could be the 2015 Miss TORC. Maybe some of those monster ladies there put in their entries. I have to see what their pictures look like and, how they present themselves.
I'll just applaud you and your judging.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing to do with it.
It's all
Other
good.
than that.
I'm more than capable, more than willing to judge the Miss TORC event. BJ Burtwell, the CEO, said I could. He already gave me the thumbs up.
Well, I got to give a call out to the guys from CAT once again. We have Jason and Kristen here from CAT for the weekend, and it's Kristen's first time here, and I believe this is not the first time for Jason, so we'll find out. But once again, if you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes, if you do, well, do what TORC does. Rent or buy dependable CAT equipment and generators from your local CAT dealer. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today, and at a price you can afford. So make sure to check it out. Caterpillar equipment, you're going to see them just burning up a whole lot of diesel fuel here this weekend.
No, they don't, because they're so efficient. They don't even have to. See that? That's how you did. You talked about all the laser leveling stuff and things, and that's just a big old bucket right there. That's all that is. And he scoops, he rolls over, and he does it very well.
Well, the technology is having a chance to talk to Kristen a little bit. Instead of having two joysticks, call it that back in the day, or two levers that kind of in and out, back and forth, side to side, now they have one single joystick and a bunch of buttons. So if you can play video games,
you're on it.
You could probably at least get a start.
You probably feel like a fighter pilot inside that thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, I looked at them and I told both Jason and Kristen that I can't even tap my head and rub my stomach at the same time, to say nothing of doing a joystick and multiple buttons. And these guys make it look so darn easy.
I can't tap my head and reach my stomach.
AMSOIL, the official oil of the TORC series. Whether you drive off-road, on-road, on the trail, or on the water, AMSOIL is for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Also, you got to stop by the Cooper Tire display area. They are the official series partner of the TORC Off-Road Championship. Stop by their display area where you can win free T-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You can also win a set of Cooper tires by following all of the live updates on Twitter at Team Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road. Come on, let's go. And Husqvarna is the world's largest producer of outdoor power equipment. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden products for your homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by their display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. You know, we've been getting a lot of comments via the social medias about our live streaming and the TV quality of the product. And with that being said, I know there's a few different military bases across the globe that are tuned in right now. I know of one, a couple of guys on a Marine base in Okinawa, Japan, and also I believe on the Philippine Islands, there's a group that are watching us. So we want to thank all of our military people for serving our country and allowing us to do what we want to do and when we want to do it. So, you know what? Thank you so much to all of our service people, and hope you guys stay tuned in, guys and gals, stay tuned in to what I think is the most incredible form of motorsports. And I hope to be able to say one day it is no longer the best kept secret in racing. You know, I haven't had a chance to crawl inside one of the front end loaders like that.
He'll let you sit in his lap. I saw him. Oh, never mind.
You think it's like carpeted and air conditioned and
dude,
surround sound?
It's not. It's no carpet. I mean, he's got the lazy boy in there with like that, you know, the jet fighter stick you were talking about. I promise you that he's in comfort sitting in that thing. He's got suspension. He's got probably 5 inches of travel on his seat suspension, I bet you.
Not just the bouncy airbag thing, huh?
No. Reworking the track there, smoothing it out, and you saw, like, you could see a little moisture on that inside line. Nobody really wanted to take that very inside line. A little slippery because the race line's, you know, farther to that outside. But as it dries up during the day, that could be a passing point, because you take that inside line if you know there's grip. You know, once it starts developing later in the day, you can take that inside line there and maybe get underneath somebody, but not able to take it necessarily qualifying, because that is not the race line or the fastest way around the track right now.
You know, we got to talk about some of the races that are coming up in 2014, and at this point, I'm really starting to look forward to our first ever trip to Sturgis, yeah. I've been hearing a lot of cool things about that racetrack that Jeff Nordstrom and the guys have been working on. It
ought to be cool, especially up around all those bikers. You know, I can't wait to take pictures at Sturgis, but also you can take pictures here. Give us your best shot. You can tweet or Instagram your pictures to #TORC. I was hashtagging TORC yesterday. My best picture from the Chinese food place, yes, as well as the policeman that pulled me over and gave me a ticket yesterday. But give us your best shot. Tweet or Instagram your pictures to #TORC. And throw in anything. Take a picture. It might be of your friends or fans or kids or something like that. It might be your favorite driver, your favorite truck, or, you know, a guy jumping. You know, just send us all your pictures and throw in the #TORC. Make it popular. Hopefully we can trend out there. There's a lot of pictures to be had, and here's a few of them for Bark River. Looks like a CJ Greaves fan. Looks like she stalked him on 3 occasions. Right there, it looks like on the right. A Detroit Tigers fan, I think.
The whole key to this thing is hashtag, the pound sign.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. You got a pound sign.
Oh, there's us in the, yeah, we're getting the rabbit ears from the Traxxas.
I had no idea that was going on.
Yeah. Looks good. Mark Jenkins with his win, and the little man-child down there with the Traxxas girls. There's the man-child up on his shoulder. River was his middle name.
Yeah, that was neat. He was one happy dad that day.
Yeah, it's cool to be here, a father and son event. Wish my dad could be up here watching it. He appreciates high horsepower in racing. It's hammer time. For those two ladies at least. And these are some of the pictures from Bark River.
So once again, take pictures all weekend long, starting right now. Tonight, back in the campground, don't matter. #TORC. Go to the TORC Facebook page. Like us on Facebook. Follow us all season long. Yeah, I really liked your #TORC picture of those really cool flashing lights in your rearview mirror.
I didn't like it at all. That picture cost me $200.50. And evidently I must have been going the same speed as Bobby Runyon, because he said he had a $200.50 ticket as well. Bobby, if you can hear us out there, I think we need to get you up in the booth. Tell us what the track conditions are like, and what the road conditions will be like, and where to watch out for the popo a little bit later on during the day. BJ Birdwell as well. You can come out here as well. We're done with qualifying. They're doing some track prep. We'll have opening ceremonies when we return here at the Big House Brawl for Crandon, Wisconsin, round 7 and 8 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges, to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Welcome back here at Crandon, Wisconsin. We're at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and it's the brawl at the Big House.
Big House Brawl, they call it.
Either way, man, it's going to be fun.
We're at
Call
the
it
Big
a
House.
brawl.
We're going to be fighting here in a minute if we
We
don't
are?
get some racing going. Because
Oh.
I've been pumped up. I woke up early. I set my alarm early, and I woke up earlier than my alarm. I wanted to see this. What's this place? What's this Crandon all about? I haven't got a taste yet. I just got like a little, you know, it's almost.
It's really been quiet, to be honest with you. One of the coolest things I saw this morning wasn't even in the pro practice or qualifying. It was actually in the Sportsman Series. And it was a brand new truck out there for Gatlin Keener.
Is that a 50s model? I couldn't, maybe early 50s model.
I couldn't tell you
something?
what it is, but Gatlin Keener, let's just put it this.
46.
46 what? Chevy? Yeah,
It's a 46.
It looks like Mater.
Hey, back in 46, Chevys and the Fords look pretty much the same.
But the most beautiful thing about that, it's rusty and they didn't paint it, so it looks like Mater, you know, the tow truck from Cars. And I think I don't know if they're going to mind it or not, but it looks like Mater, the off-road truck. And he was fast. Brand new, basically, everything out of the box, ready to hit the track for the first time here this weekend. And Gatlin looked really fast. I'm anxious to find out what.
You said rust is your favorite color.
Well, it has to be in this state. Yeah.
Hey, I thought you told me no Cutlass Supremes were in here. I think is that a Monte Carlo, or is that a Cutlass Supreme? I thought you said there were no Cutlass Supremes.
Oh, no, this is Crandon. We got to have the classics division. So we got 6 entries in that class. We got stock truck coming out. Let's see. So yeah, I believe we're going to have 2, maybe 3 combined races or classes in the first race.
Nothing like that.
We'll have to
Talking
find
about
out.
people we have absolutely no idea who they are, what they're driving, and let's just say that their numbers are not as large, and because these are not the pros. These are your weekend warriors about to take off. So
yeah, these are the guys that live and die, live and breathe and eat and sleep off-road racing, and as well as their crews and their wives and girlfriends. And
it looks like it's a.
The Shermake Classics and Parsons Stock Truck Division.
So
yeah,
this is to Shermake. What do they make? Shermake.
Sausage.
Sausage?
Uh-huh.
Dude, I've never heard of Shermake. I'm from Texas. You looked at me like, come on now.
Yeah, there you see the lineup. Yep.
I need to test some out.
Yeah. Well, talk to Jay Schaefer. He'll set you up.
I need to test some. MidwestOffRoadRacing.com, the website. For we have some more racing here this weekend.
Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay Schaefer. He's up here in the booth, totally ignoring me. Jay.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
We got a guy right here that's never had any Shermake sausage.
I've never heard of
life.
Shermake, and I want to try some. I'm Texas.
I told him you were the guy. Uh-huh.
Oh, gotcha. So Shermack was the guy's original name. So nice. So I'll have to try out some the Shermack.
Ah, the wieners. He likes the natural casing wieners. The end result is he's never tried the Shermake sausage. He's never heard of it. So.
Oh, okay.
Huh? Oh, there's a difference between a wiener and a hot dog. Only Jay would know that.
Only that's a Wisconsin thing. We don't even talk about that
he
stuff.
set
in
himself
Texas.
up for that one. Once again, we're just moments away from opening ceremonies with our national anthem, as well as opening invocation. In respect to our
the
military.
water spritzer. They got the water spritzer going. That's the first time we've seen water being put on the track.
Yeah, I'm still not used to looking at a water truck and not seeing Cliff himself doing it. He's up there just horsing that hose around for so many years.
Technology.
Where is he when racing's going on now during race day, Jay? Where does Cliff hide? It don't matter. Wherever he wants. He's on the track somewhere. Yeah, Cliff is Geppetto, pulling all the strings and all the puppets down the track, just running around getting her done. Bobby Runyon Jr. makes his way up into Mr. Health Guy. Oh, Bobby Runyon Jr. is up here with deep fried cheese curds and chicken wings. There you go.
Hey, Bobby. I've never had a cheese curd. Those look like tater tots to me. All right.
Let's get him set up here.
All right, yeah. Welcome to
Pull up a
Wisconsin.
stool, man.
Right here. This is. I'm about to test some of of these bad boys, and
he's got a workout regimen like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
and last night we went out to dinner, and he ordered chicken. He wanted chicken because he thought it was healthy. It comes out deep fried, looking like this.
Yeah.
And he almost like, I can't do that. But he ate it all. But he
I
probably
sat there
drank
and
like
peeled the
3
skin
gallons
off
of
it.
water. Yeah. He had like 3 gallons of water, thinking that was going to help.
Hey, Bobby Runyon, you're about to hit the track for the first time here. Didn't have the best result back in Bark River. Are you ready to kind of get that nasty taste out of your mouth and get to action?
I didn't even write a press release for it. I was so embarrassed about it. Oh yeah, no, we got that truck fixed now. So it's balanced, it's square, it goes fast in a straight line, and we're gonna kick some butt.
Well,
this weekend.
you came into the season very enthusiastic. Have never raced off-road before. Have you lost any of that yet? You're not having the results you've been looking forward to. But are you still excited about this whole thing and really wanting to get on the track and tear it up?
Oh yeah, I love the sport. I love this series. I love this kind of racing. This is what all I'm about. So I mean, right now, you give me that car, you get it dialed, and I'm gonna kick some butt in it. I mean, bottom line, and that's all it takes is some time. And as soon as I'm used to everything and how to get the car to turn in the air, articulate it, which I'm definitely starting to get a hang of here in these fast tracks, or something I've always liked is fast tracks. So, I mean, coming around here for this, the corner before the Argonne, you got to get that thing in the air, turned in the air before you get to that Argonne corner around this chicane, and you're hauling butt, you just stand on the gas, and the thing just rolls right around it. So, I mean, it's kind of it's a different deal, but I love it. I absolutely
Well, you were
love
here
it.
last week for testing. I think you probably did a lot more parking than testing last week with the rain. But first off, let's let the fans know, who are you? Where'd you come from? I mean, this is your first time at Crandon under race conditions. What's your history?
I came from NASCAR. I mean, NASCAR was a lot of fun. It was a good experience for me to get into racing. I've always wanted to be a professional race car driver, but NASCAR is just it's expensive, and it's hard for fans to reach out to it like you can here in this sport. I mean, this place is crawling with people, and they love this sport, and it's so much easier for them to come and see us as drivers. They can come see the cars, they can come see you guys. I mean, I would have in NASCAR, I would walk through 6 flight security just to come see you guys.
Right.
I just walked right up here with chicken wings.
Nobody's afraid. Nobody's afraid to sign autographs. You've got hero cards, whatever. I saw you passing out T-shirts when we were in Charlotte. Bobby driving the number 9 in the pro light class, and from California.
With a speeding ticket in Wisconsin.
The California kid coming to Wisconsin, it's got to be a different world for you. I know, even being from Texas, I mean, we're way the heck up here. It's a different world, but these people love their off-road racing. There's no question.
You're from Texas?
Yeah, I'm from Texas.
Oh, I was in Austin for X Games. Did you go to X Games?
No, I didn't. Where was I? I was covering fishing, I think, in Alabama. But it was how did that go, by the way?
It was awesome, other than landing on my head.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
How did that go, by the way?
It was really good.
He had a big Hoonigan sticker on his belly pan.
We need to get Nick up here so we can talk about how I took away my gold medal. I don't know if he's listening or not. But I just give him a hard time for it. But anyways, coming to this small town, it's pretty cool. You got to talk to everybody here, and they all say, they're like, "Oh yeah, so you're here now? What are you doing, racing? Oh, cool, I'll be out there this weekend." Every single person has said that, and about 80% of them are volunteers. They all work on this track. It's it's just a giant community, and it's all focused around this track. It's literally like Daytona.
Think of all the tax dollars that they make from this event, and from the tickets alone from the police that drive around here. 2 out of the 3 people that are on this video screen have gotten tickets in Crandon, Wisconsin.
You should have seen him last night. He was going to be next. He was hauling butt to dinner.
I don't know what it is, but they like keeping their speed limits low here in Wisconsin. For you being out in the middle of nowhere, they keep it 55. And I was wondering why earlier that day I was wanting to pass everyone. Now I know why they were driving 55. Because it's a speed limit.
Yeah.
Because they know where the police sit.
Yeah.
And
right around this track.
You know what? You got an interesting looking truck. The graphics are different, almost a camel kind of look to it. But you do something with the military, and it's kind of cool. Yeah,
we partnered with somebody recently this year, actually in Prim. It was the very first race, and it's called Wishes for Warriors. It's kind of like the Make-A-Wish Foundation for wounded veterans. We take them out hunting and fishing and stuff. Guys have lost their legs, lost their arms. They just don't know how to function coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq and all these places where they served our country so well, and they come back and they just want to be welcomed. They just want to be helped to get back to do something. They were active people before they left. That's why they joined, and they wanted to go do things. And now they just they need help to get back to that point, you know, without limbs and stuff like that. So it's a great opportunity, you know, to help our troops. I'm a strong supporter of our military. I love it. I know a lot of people in this series are, especially, and that's really great. We have a couple troops actually coming down. We found some buddies that actually live in Crandon. Ironically, we had no idea we had friends and relatives up here, but they do serve, and they're coming up here.
Extended family member of the Crandon area. Huh?
I am apparently. Apparently, somehow my roots have come all the way back to Crandon, so here I am.
You got Crandon kinfolk.
So have a deep fried chicken wing before the race.
Hey,
I had one cheese curd on the way up here, and it's still sitting on.
Let me try this for the very first time. Never had a cheese curd in my life.
Well, you have to have.
They squeak. They squeak. It's weird.
Tastes like it's like a, I don't know what it is. It's like a tater tot filled with cheese.
Well,
it's all fried though. Well, I was talking with Scott earlier. You know, bodybuilding.com is one of your sponsors as well. When I was talking to him about what CJ Greaves is going to be dealing with, the body. He's got to make sure to drink water, especially if it gets hot throughout the day. What do you think he's having to deal with physically, not only today, but tomorrow when he's in that, you know, Pro 4 and having to race all 3 classes? Because you always see a guy that's never raced a go-kart before, and which you came from, by the way, has never raced karting before and get out in a cart and they're just beat up. Their body hurts that next day. Do you think he's going to feel it a little bit more today than he would have any other day, having to race 3 classes, qualifying and all throughout?
You know, I can't speak for CJ, so I don't know. And it depends on how good a shape he is and what he's got as far as willpower and endurance for that sort of thing. But adding another class on top of that, when I raced go-karts, I used to race 4 classes in a day.
Right.
I mean, 4 different carts, 4 different engines, and that was kind of what we did, and you got used to it eventually. Throwing another one on top of that might be pretty easy. Pro 4, it's 4-wheel drive, so I'm not sure actually how hard it is to drive. I've actually heard it's easier than the Pro 2.
But
so
his mindset has to be different, though.
His mindset. That's where he'll have to be strong, and that's something I've been taught since I was young in racing. It's not even about physical strength as much. Sometimes a lot of endurance, but it's the mental strength. It's that mental strength that you need to get going. So,
all right, Bobby, thank you for joining us up here. Thank you for the wares. I'm about to test these out and see what Wisconsin's really all about as far as their food choices. I came to Wisconsin and I had Chinese last night for dinner, so thank you for bringing this to us.
Well, enjoy some Wisconsin food.
Right, well, good luck this afternoon and good luck this weekend. And thanks again for coming up here, Bobby Running Jr. You're going to find him out here in the Pro Light. First time ever here at Crandon. It's going to be fun to see some of these new guys running out here in this racetrack. We're just moments away from opening ceremonies. As we see in the line right now, the Midwest Off-Road Racing, the Sportsman Series trucks getting ready. So now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's race weekend here. It's the brawl at the Big House here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceways. We see some of our trucks getting ready, back in staging. If we can get everybody's attention now for opening ceremonies, it is now that time. We really need to recognize some of the people, some of our family members, our best friends, our neighbors that aren't here with us here this weekend. They made the choice to put themselves in harm's way to serve our country. They made that choice to put themselves in harm's way to protect our freedoms. So we can come to the Big House, so we can go to Park River, so we can go to Sturgis, watch racing, hang out with our friends, barbecue, grill, whatever it may be. They made the choice so we could do it. They put themselves in harm's way so our children don't have to. Crandon, please, as race fans, as a community, as the off-road nation, please, a big, huge round of applause and thank you to all of our service people serving our country, no matter where they are across this globe. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you probably the quietest guy behind the scenes. He does a lot of stuff for this racetrack, does a lot of stuff for the community, and for whatever organization that he may be affiliated with, Jay Schaefer with today's opening invocation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, let's give thanks to our Heavenly Father for this beautiful weather, this beautiful day. Heavenly Father, thank you so much, Lord, for blessing us here in Crandon, Wisconsin with the Big House of off-road speed and with these wonderful fans that are able to make the track. Thank you for the prosperity that has brought everybody here this weekend, Lord, and we just ask your blessing and your protection on our drivers, on our crews, on our fans, and especially on our volunteers. Keep us all safe, Lord, and please let everybody remember that at the end of the day, it's all about fun, but it's also all about all the people that have pulled together so hard to put this event on. In your name we pray, Lord. Amen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand the microphone over to a little friend of mine. This is Josie Bocek. She's a local here in Crandon, Wisconsin. She is the show director of our local water ski club, and she is going to sing the national anthem for us live a cappella. Here you go, Josie.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
There we go. Now, don't run off on me there, Josie. Wonderful job. Is your heart pounding there, sweetheart? Team are the people who volunteer and staff the cotton candy stand, as well as the little ice cream trailer this weekend. There's some of the volunteers that your money gets donated back to for an organization in the community. So say hi to the kids in the cotton candy stand, and make sure to ask Josie for an autograph if you see her here this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, you did a great job, Josie. Okay, Scott, back to you. I hear we're going to go racing.
Thanks a lot, Jay, and once again, congratulations. Josie, great job, and thank you for coming up here and for opening ceremonies. And ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready now for round 3 of the Shermate Classics Division and Parsons Chevrolet Stock Truck Division. Once again, this is actually going to be your first time to try and call one of these races, as you were a race fan back a few weeks ago at Park River for this class.
Yeah. I'm going to sit up here with you for a little bit and watch some of these guys. These are the true warriors of the sport. These are the guys that, they're not making a ton of money if they win the class, but they're out there giving it their all nonetheless.
Now look at closely. You see on the right side of the screen, you see one of the Crandon officials. That's Cowboy. He's been doing exactly this every single weekend of racing here for so many years. He'll run down the front of each car and give a final thumbs up. He'll point at them, and they'll give him a thumbs up in return. He'll run down every line of car.
How did Cowboy get his name?
It's the hat, man.
Oh,
And the starting line is really rutted from years and years and years of starting. At that line, he's never tripped. That amazes me. He's never tripped, never done a face plant.
Cowboy is on it right now, you could tell. So, all right, here we go. The first race of the day, the Shermate Classics, as well as the Parsons Chevrolet Stock Trucks Division.
It'll be a land rush start. We've got Jeremy Dake in the 696, Mike Mitchell in the 687, Dale Chestnut in the 613, Kenneth Platten in the 612, Scott Mueller in the 631, and Galen Gee in the 655. That's just the classics. We're also going to be running the Parsons Chevrolet Stock Truck Division. Here come the classics. It's a staggered start. Here's our lineup in stock truck. It's Charlie Wilson, the 512. Lon Jaskey in the 573, Brandon Rouse in the 511, Brian Fox in the 599, Glenn Shannick in the 593, Corey Marquardt in the 690, our current points leader, Austin Stesney in the 536, Caitlin Weersma in the 517, L.B. Boniface in the 546, and Dylan Sharkey in the 541. Here are the classics as they make their way through turn 2. Headed down the Walker Evans Racing back straightaway, it is Chestnut with the lead, our current points leader, running up front as he's already pulled away about 20 car lengths from the rest of the field. And here come the stock truck division. Pulling the whole shot, looks like the 573 of Lon Jaskey. Jaskey running up front in that blue Ford as they make that barn turn.
And boy, they're a tight pack as they make it into that second turn as well. In the stock trucks, it looked like just a moment ago in the classics, behind Chestnut was Mishler and Androwski, or it looks like, Dake.
Man, let's see if we can see some numbers on these sedans. I'll call them the classics. Looks like the 87 of Mishler running in second right now.
Just now getting our cameras back as well.
That's our classics division right there. That was our current points leader, Dale Chestnut. Right here, he is coming into the screen now into that tight left-hand 180. And that's actually, let's see, he's got a big push going to the corner, comes out a little bit wide. Now keep in mind, well, was a perfect track conditions just a moment ago, and now it's a little greasy because they put down water. Again, our track crew doing a great job.
Our track
yeah,
crew.
no kidding, huh? Say that fast 3 times. But they have to throw water down. It's got to be greasy right now, so they stay on top of it to keep it from drying out. Otherwise, after this race, if they didn't water it, it would be incredibly dusty and dry. And our leader, it looks like, in the stock truck, I think that's Jasky pulled up the track right here in front of us, I believe. It was a blue truck leading.
Yeah, it is Jasky for sure. 573.
Okay. Yeah, he pulled the whole shot. Tough break for him.
Good race there between the 593 around the back to Glenn Shannon.
The 612 of Kenneth Platt pulling off the track. Looks like he's not even going to the half. It looks like he's pulling completely off the track, so his day's done. He can't even turn. Looks like tire rod in the left front, so he can't even make the turn, trying to get off the track.
Yeah.
So Platten, his very quick day for him.
Steer by throttle.
Man, there's a shot at how much of a lead that Chestnut has. See if we can tell who's running in second. It's hard to tell on the screenshot. There it is.
Earlier,
once again,
it was Mishler in the 687 on that first lap.
I'm telling you, Chestnut has been so strong for so many years in that truck. Oh, did I see? No, maybe it's just a reflection of the mud flap, but I thought I saw smoke. Coming into Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. Oh, new second place car,
yeah,
Scott Mueller. Mueller now running in second. Yeah. He was very fast in 2013. And kind of surprised he's that far back from our leader, Chestnut. To be honest with you, he was that fast.
Dude, that's awesome. I wonder what possesses you to run that particular car. I mean, if you think off-road, you think off-road trucks. I don't think off-road cars. But that's cool to me. I like that.
Probably sitting out back in somebody's barn and probably got it for nothing.
I can do something with that.
Yeah, it looks like Mueller's catching our leader, Chestnut, and that's the Classics division.
What is that? Is that on Mueller's on the top of his hood? Is that a guard for the exhaust pipe? Does he have like straight up exhaust?
Oh, those are shock hoops.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they're all the way through.
So it's a big. So he's able to run more travel.
Right.
Extend a hoop welded to the chassis. Yeah, there you go.
I was like, is he running straight exhaust? Because you don't see that on some of the others. You know, they have just as much available hood space.
Yeah, he's definitely catching Chestnut in the Classics division, without a doubt.
Chestnut's the rabbit right now, too. He's just in front of him. I mean, that's like the perfect distance to really close in.
Yeah, you can gauge what your leader's doing. You can watch what he's doing so easily. And I believe our leader, let's see.
Is the 599 leading over there?
Brian Fuchs. I want to say it's Marquardt.
Oh, Shannock was up there as well. He's making that right.
A little bit of smoke coming out. I think that Blaze Orange Chevrolet is our leader in the stock truck.
Yeah, it has to be. You would think. The 590 of Marquardt.
I believe that's Marquardt, yeah. Going by right here.
Yeah.
And the 512 was pulling off the track. Charlie Wilson. Yeah, Glenn Shannock running in second in the Partial Chevrolet stock truck division. And you can see on the screen now, Charlie Wilson pulling off the track in that 512.
Look like LB Boniface in third position, the 546. Seeing smoke out of that one truck in our faraway shot. And again, the track prep not helping these guys near as much too, because not quite the horsepower, the grip, the tires, everything is going against them, so that you will see a lot of push from these trucks halfway.
Oh, Chestnut. Yeah, there's competition yellow just coming out, our pace truck. Is that Richie Kuloff out there in that Ram, black and white Ram?
Yep. All right, I think they're going to get the full lap of cool down and get things kicked off for the second half. So we're halfway through this stock truck as well as classics division, and when we come back, we'll find out who's going to win this thing right after this.
We're back here once again at the Big House Brawl at Crandon, Wisconsin, at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and they didn't quite update the new logo there that is brand new here this weekend. But we're right in the middle of our competition yellow. Should be going green this time by, coming into Forest County turn number 1. And you can see Richie Kuloff out there in that brand new Ram, the official vehicle here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. You see our leader, Dale Chestnut, with Scott Mueller running in second. That's the SureMake Classics division. And in the Parts Chevrolet division, right now I believe it's Corey Marquardt running up front. He's about mid-pack or so of the entire field in that Blaze Orange Chevrolet. So we'll see him in just a moment. As they come into the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1, you'll see our pace truck will pull off to the left side of the racetrack, just going to the outside. And then Faye Stesney is right here in front of the crowd. I'll throw the second jump right before the barn, and he'll be throwing the green flag. If you look closely, there'll be an orange cone on the inside line right by the Traxxas RC truck inflatable. Our leader can accelerate at any point from that orange cone to our starter. He controls that green flag, not the flagman. When he accelerates, that's when our flagman will throw the green flag for the rest of the field. Dale Chestnut has the point, and there's the orange cones, there's the green flag, and we're back underway for the second half of this race.
So was Scott Mueller backing off, or excuse me, was our leader backing off just a moment ago of Dale Chestnut when we saw Mueller closing in? Was he just trying to save the equipment? Oh, second place, dove in way too hard, or did he? He kept that momentum up. Look at it, look at the slingshot coming out of that right hand, coming into that left-hand turn.
I'm telling you, last year Mueller was incredibly strong. We'll see if he can carry that over coming into round 3 here.
Dude, into that first left, he was so much faster going into that turn, but shooting out, he kept all that momentum up. Mueller back in second.
And we have contact right before the Amsoil finish line between the Classics and our second place stock truck, which will shake up the, let's see, running order right now as we speak a lot, as there's 5-6 trucks now battling for 2 podium positions.
I can't even see that. Looks like the 573 or the 593 of Shannock, who was in second earlier, going to get a black flag.
Yeah, he was running in second, and he's getting the black flag.
For rough driving.
Yeah, which is right there.
Is that the 573 or the 590? Yeah, the 573 was down of Jasky, so the 593 of Glenn Shannock in the diesel, I believe.
Here comes our leader once again in the Classics and overall. That's Dale Chestnut. Mueller goes way wide in turn 1, running in second, third place. Well, it looks like Chestnut's found the groove once again and has pulled away a little bit from Scott Mueller running in second.
5'11", having some problems. Brandon Rouse. He's pulling out. He's done. He's under power. He's steering, but his day is done.
Here come our top three right now. Chestnut, Mueller, and I couldn't quite see. I want to say it's Mishler running in third as they come into the screen right now in the Argonne corner. There's 1, 2, and 3. I want to say that third place car is Mishler. There's our lead truck in the stock truck, and it's still Corey Marquardt in that orange. Oh man, look at dynamiting the brakes. Chestnut hard in that left-hand turn. Now coming down that long straightaway into the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1.
A lot of roost. There's that hump heading into that right-hand turn. When you see the Pro 4s, we have so much momentum going into that turn, and even the Pro Lights and Pro 2s for that matter.
You'd better be turned sideways or pitched sideways before you get there.
Or you'll have a long drop if you don't.
Yeah, Mishler's now having issues with that left front part of his hood flopping up in the breeze there a little bit. Doesn't look like it's blocking his vision all that much. But, you know, Chestnut looks like he pulled away a little bit, but man,
that's Mueller's turn, though. That's the one he really seems to close in, though. He's better on that portion of the track.
Man, Mueller just flies off that track, just launch zone jump, and he has made up a ton of ground. He is within 2 car lengths now of Chestnut, our leader.
And as long as these cars, though, 2 car lengths could be 30, 40 feet. I mean, these cars are long. That is
9,000 pounds.
2 laps to go.
No, not 9,000. Just kidding.
Yeah, no. you get our drift. You see these cars that they're dealing with.
Let's just say there's a lot of welding going on in those things.
Get you more grip when they're heavy like that. 546 experiencing some technical difficulties as well. LB Boniface, he was in third earlier, first half of this race.
Tell you, Mueller's not going away. He had a little bit of a bobble right there in that left-hand corner by the starting line. So he's lost a lot of gap back up to the front, but white flag is coming up this time by as there's still a lap and a half to go, so he's got time. But man, is he just on the throttle aggressive. It's kind of contrasting. You got a very smooth leader.
Watch this, though. This is the fast part. Look at the gap.
Yeah, and it's shrinking. It'll shrink big time coming down into the Polaris gravel pit turn. Watch this. Here comes Mueller down that back straightaway. Loses a little bit, but watch him outbreak our leader. Yeah.
He uses the berm, too. He takes it a little higher. He had been and gets a little bit more drive coming out. So look at it. Now he's only about 2 lengths, as you mentioned a moment ago, behind. But that's his last time to go through that, or he's going to get it one more time to go through that section. So that might be a dive bomb move. Look at this. 1 car separates our leader out in front.
How about that? Yeah, white flag is out. Here we go. This is for the Shermate Classics division. So much closer than the last lap. He had to be a good 10 car lengths back, and now it's only 2.
You can't play follow the leader. You can't go in the tracks of the guy in front right now. That guy in front is Dale Chestnut. There goes Mueller to the inside. Looking for a little bit more grip. He's not going to have the exit speed, though, and that may cost him just a little.
Now, here's the corner where he had a bobble last time. Now, keep in mind, he's getting roosted by very wet dirt, so it doesn't, like, hit his visor and fall off.
Chestnut go really inside right there, maybe to guard that inside line?
No, he's drifted way out.
Yeah, he went inside to out.
Yeah, he lost a big gap now back up to the lead again. Chestnut has pulled away, but the same thing happened the last lap. You called it. I think it's going to happen. It's going to have to happen.
It's not going to happen.
In the Polaris gravel pit turn, if it's going to happen at all.
At that distance, it's not. Chestnut definitely fast, but Mueller faster on that one section, but you've got to be close, and it's not going to be close headed that final time. Just a few more turns to go. In the first race today, the Shermate Classics and the stock Parsons Chevrolet stock trucks will be complete.
Heading down that Walker Evans Racing, Lincoln Welders back straightaway. Oh, there's a checkered flag. Coming up for once again, he does it one more time. Taking the win will be Dale Chestnut second. As they come to pull off the inside, it'll be the 631 of Scott Mueller, and I do believe it's going to be Mike Mishler finishing third in the Classics division. There's our leader right now in that Blaze Orange Chevrolet. That's Corey Marquardt running up front.
Uncontested, we might add.
Yeah, I think we've just had a huge fallout of trucks in the stock truck division.
You sure that wasn't Adrian Cheney's truck? I saw an orange truck going. I mean, he was pretty fun.
I think it's Brian Fuchs that is running in second in that silver Ford, which would make the 517 of Caitlin Wiersbell running in third. We don't have timing of scoring up here, so.
And I want to point out too, for those of you watching online, these are the sportsman classes. We will have the pro classes a little bit later in our program. We'll get to hear from the guys up at the top of the podium. Scott's going to make his way over there. Might want to throw on a raincoat, Scott, because the clouds are starting to get a little darker. Hopefully things will stay good today. Nice blue and semi-gray skies. That just keep things cool for us here in Crandon, Wisconsin. We'll come back with just a moment. We'll step away for the guys around the web, and we'll come back with more stuff right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on two wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
you're hearing. It'll be all right. Okay, I was all set to do the classics out of my element. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the first race of the weekend, it's the stock trucks. Look at them up there, bringing us proud in the stock medal. I'm going to start with this young lady because I can see how smiling and nervous she is. I know enough about the background to know that that was your first race. Was it your first time in the truck? Had you had any practice at all?
I had some practice at my house on the field, so.
All right. Was your field anything like the racetrack?
No, not.
Well, you did really, really good. You held all that adrenaline in check. You drove a good, clean, straight race. Jessica, right? No. What's your name, honey? Caitlin. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Caitlin, let's hear it for Caitlin. First time in the truck, and she comes down to the podium. Get those pictures. This is what makes all that work worth it. And I'm sure there's somebody you want to say thank you to.
Yeah, I gotta say thank you to my dad.
Thank you, Dad. I know, it overwhelms you. I've been in your shoes, honey. I did the same thing on my first interview.
It's gonna be just like my dad.
Yeah, just like my dad, crying on the podium is what she said. I think that was a little bit of a shot.
Yeah.
Hey, Caitlin, honey, I'm going to slide over to second and first, and I'm going to come back and let you compose yourself a little bit. Okay, sweetheart? Hey, the old Silver Ghost is running good, isn't it?
It's running great this year. Man, we got to finish 2 races. Wow, that's awesome.
Wonderful, wonderful. So good, steady season. Do you know where that shakes you out in the points?
I'm not sure.
Not sure yet, but it's running good. So for tomorrow, just top off the fluids and run it again, huh?
Nope, I cooked the tranny. She's sitting right where it's sitting.
Uh-oh, so we got a spare?
I'm hoping we'll find one, yeah.
All right, so we're in the market for a spare tranny, 350, turbo 350, no, 400?
It's a Ford.
That's right, that's your Ford. So which one, C6? C4? We need a C4. If anybody out in the crowd has a spare C4 and they're floating around, we need one. Congratulations, a good, strong season. It's just great seeing the old Silver Girl out there again on the track.
Well, it does. It feels good to actually finish a race, and I got to thank a lot of people out there that, if I forget anybody, I'm sorry, but I got to thank Andy. I hear them shocks that I've got on my truck are Farmer John's old shocks, so he made me say that. I got to thank my wife, my brother, Shannon. He built a cage in it. It keeps me safe. My race partner, Brian, helped me work on it. My mom and dad, and Mid-States Hydraulics, J&M Farms.
Okay, now no reading the side of your truck there, Bob. That's getting carried away. He's got a lot of great sponsors. Hey, Corey, you're starting to be regular. They're starting to compare you to the other orange truck that races this weekend. That's got to feel pretty good, man.
Yes, it does. Great to be back at Crandon. Had a great streak here last year, and hopefully we can keep it going. I'd like to thank McGuire Sports Bar and Grill. Got to keep this together. I've been working on that.
Yeah.
But Todd's Custom Paint, Jane's Classic Touch, Jeff Hosking from Hosking Electric. He's also my spotter. Thank you to the crew. Without them, we definitely wouldn't be here. Everybody from Lena. Got to thank my daughter, Kennedy. She built half the motor at 10 years old.
So you got to say, thanking everybody from Lena, basically it's the pride of Lena truck, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We got 3 more guys coming up. Hopefully they have the success I did today. And thank you to Moorboard for everything they do. AMSOIL, everybody that puts this on. Thank you.
Great, Corey. And you're a consistent professional racer, and we love seeing you up here, buddy. You're doing the class proud. I hope there's some more guys give you a little more of a chase tomorrow, but it's great seeing that orange truck fly around there like that. And if you don't mind, I'm going to slide back down by this sweet little gal. Yes. The next generation is coming up here with Caitlin Wurzba. And Caitlin, honey, folks, I got to tell you, you work all weekend long, you get a little bit of sleep, you get in the truck, your adrenaline's at an all-time high, you run those laps, and all the sugar goes out of your bloodstream, and all the sugar goes out of your brain, and all you're left with is emotion. And I think that's what Caitlin has right now, huh, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Yeah. What she wanted to say before, though, is that, I'm going to be just like my dad. And I think that says more than anything else. I think everybody that worked on your crew is so proud of you right now and so proud of the work they put in behind you. So congratulations, honey. Your very first time in the truck. You didn't know what to expect. You're hoping to just do laps, and you got a 3rd place.
Yeah. I didn't actually know what place I was in. No one would tell me, and then so my dad goes on the radio and says you're in 3rd. I'm like, what?
So in a lot of ways, that one goes to the mechanic for giving you such a solid truck, huh?
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, mechanical crew. We got to move along now. We're going to slide these guys off, ladies and gentlemen off, and we're going to bring up our classics guys. And I apologize, folks. I'm a little bit more versed with classics guys because my teammate is the gentleman in third place here. So come on up here, Dale, Mike, Scott. We didn't lose Scott, did we? There he is. So starting off with my teammate in the Cooper Tire Special there. Well, at least we're consistently on the podium, buddy.
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more for these guys today, but we'll go after them tomorrow. A few changes we got to make, but I do got to thank Cooper Tires, and they work great, so I got to thank them guys as usual. Subway of Crandon, Rockin' Robbins, Lauders BP, everybody that helps support our car. Schaefer's IGA, of course. And, yeah, we'll make a few changes for tomorrow. Hopefully we got something for these guys.
Now, you'll notice he said we're making changes and we have something. I can absolutely guarantee you, you won't see Mike on the podium tomorrow because our young gun, his son is going to be racing the truck there. So Dylan, 16 years old, is going to be in that car tomorrow. So let's hope he has at least as good a run as Caitlin just did, or better, hey? I'm going to slide on over here to second place now. Scott, you were trying everything. You went into the gravel pit with more steam than I think I've seen anybody in your class ever go into the gravel pit, but you just couldn't quite set the line out and reel him in, could you?
Dale ran a good race, held his lines, and maybe tomorrow will be a different story.
It's hard to make Dale make a mistake, ain't it?
No, he's the master out here.
Yeah, there's a reason he's the class champion. And anybody you want to thank on the team?
Yeah, I got to thank my crew. We came out here for practice. The clutch was slipping. We went back, pulled the tranny out, and made it back out in time. Broke a motor in Bark River. It was a busy week fixing that. And thank Tetzlaff Brothers Trucking for helping us out, and Baxter Engines, and Mueller Automotive. Thanks.
Okay, now you said that the clutch was slipping during practice, so you practiced this morning. So that little delay in the schedule, that extra half hour was heaven sent for you, wasn't it?
Well, we didn't know we had that extra half hour. We got it done before then.
You guys were thrashing. That's a good crew. You can pull a tranny in what, like an hour there and get her back together. That's impressive. Hats off to those guys. Dale, top of the podium, Dale. Man, that big old Ford is just cruising.
Yeah, they really hooked up for us today. It was good, and I knew I had to keep on it because it's some pretty good guns coming after me, and if I knew I made a mistake or let off a little bit, they were going to be right there. So I just tried to keep and build what I could when I could, and he'd catch me in some areas, and I'd get back some ground in some others, so it worked out good in the end.
So, Dale, what are we going to see from you tomorrow? Repeat, you think?
Well, we're going to certainly try, check over good and make sure everything's good to go, and hopefully we get a good start again tomorrow and get out and battle with these guys again and hopefully end up in the same spot. It'd be nice. So.
Any advice for my race later today?
Yeah, just get out front and go and don't look back.
That's what I'm going to try to do. And hey, don't forget, that big cooler of Sure Make meat is yours, so we'll be over later for broad time.
Yep, that sure was nice of Sure Make to do that for us. It's great to see the people are supporting the classes here, and just people for coming up and enjoying it. And the guy said he just really enjoys being and helping us out, and that's great. So, and I'd like to thank the other people that helped us get here: offroadfraternity.com, Control Solutions, Double D Services, AMSOIL, ATD Transmissions, CVC Incentives, Curie Enterprises, BFG Tires, Pedunk Enterprises, everybody else that I forgot out there. Thanks a lot, and a lot of thanks to my crew because we worked pretty hard to get it here this week.
It takes a long list to support a truck like yours. Well, congratulations, everybody. We got to get our butts going because they're going to be buggy racing in a matter of seconds.
All right, thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at Crandon, Wisconsin at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. We're right in the middle of sportsman racing, and it's the brawl at the big house. We got 5 minutes before the first race, for the next race, and I want to throw out a couple of shout-outs to some of the companies behind the scenes. First and foremost is MagnaFlow is proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of the TORC Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, we are dedicated to building durable, quality products manufactured in the USA with cutting-edge technology and premium components. They produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great whatever you drive. Join Team MagnaFlow on Facebook and Twitter. And fueling this weekend, the TORC Series is Nitto Tire. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. And Peak, the official antifreeze and coolant of the TORC Series. American-owned with more than 65 years of hot and cold protection. Peak is right for your ride and your wallet. Peak, run true. And don't forget about Blue Death, the official diesel exhaust fluid of the TORC Series and the nation's #1 selling DEF brand. Available in over 25,000 retail locations, Blue Death is the only brand to trust in your SCR-equipped diesel car or truck. And Radar Tires is also here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with their Radar Renegade MT. Stop by their booth to get entered to win a set of Radar tires and meet the Renegades, Pro Light drivers Luke Johnson, Cam Ramers, and Ian Harris. Radar Tires is proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar tire purchased. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at radartires.com. Well, we're less than 5 minutes away from our next race, and it is one of the largest fields of the entire weekend. 22 cars in the 16 light buggy starting grid.
The deuce, and different people going to be driving different buggies, or the same buggy on different days. So hopefully they wrote them down right for Saturday and Sunday, but having to share some equipment this week. Everyone from, it looks like Jerry and Glenn going to be in the 112. Hannah and Tyler are going to be in the 192. Stephanie and Craig are going to be in the 144 this week. Kai and Kirk are going to be in the 137. So it's good to, that's how you do it. You just share one vehicle, and you know, it could be friend, it could be family.
Yeah, and what's cool about this class, the light buggy division, it's very reasonably priced, and it's basically, if you want to get into off-road racing but you don't want to or can't spend a lot of money, this is definitely the way to do it. Stock VW components as far as suspension, stock air-cooled VW motor, runs a restrictor plate.
Chassis-wise, what are we looking at? Are they all similar chassis, all hand-built chassis?
All hand-built chassis. It's kind of like you think it, you dream it, you bend it, and weld it. And you have to fall within certain parameters and measurements, but everything is stock VW components. With 22 cars, and I want to say right around 50, 55 horsepower. Not real fast, but man, when you have that many cars bouncing off each other, open wheel besides, it can be very, it can still make you pucker up pretty tight.
I'd do it.
Well, here's our lineup real quick. As you see on the screen right now, Cowboy getting ready to turn these guys loose. It's Barry Wall in the 117, starts in the pole. Stephanie Padels in the 144, she's running today. Todd Lemke in the 109. Hannah Zipperer is racing in the 192, along with Craig Rabe in the 126. Tony Keepers in the 152 starts 6th. Starting 7th is Billy Booth in the 151. Derek Tilkins will start 8th in the 121. Bo Ambos, he won a race just a few weeks ago, starting the 9th spot in the 188. Brian Holcher in the 100, starting 10th. Matt Mullen starts 11th in the 174. And Greg Stingle starts 12th, our current points leader. He's in the 172. Let's see, Jerry Windmuller is running, starting in the 13th and 112. Greg Booth in the 134. We've got Herman Barnum in the 182, start 15th. 16th is Tom Benevenuti, one of our drivers out of Canada, will start 16th and 156. Nick Visser in the 180, starts 17th. Starting 18th is Dylan Marquardt in the 122. There's a green flag, we're underway. We've got Kai Groff in the 137, Anna Rabe in the 124, Logan Kolpak in the 111, and running at the field, Ben Alcock starts 22nd in the 136. Here they come into turn 1. Woo!
Look like a herd of turtles compared to some of the Pro 4s you're going to be seeing this afternoon, but that is awesome. When you got that many open-wheel vehicles going into one narrow turn, that's awesome.
Derek Tilkins pulls a whole shot coming out of Forest County, Potawatomi turn 1, but no, out of turn 2. It's going to be current points leader Greg Stingle already with the lead. Back in Park River 2 weeks ago, Stingle had to start mid-pack or back of the pack and work his way through the field. And at this point, already has the lead. So his day's already pretty much A lot easier than it was a few weeks ago in Bark River.
Looks like the 144 and 109 battling for that third position. Has Lemke and Paddle Lemke in the 109. So good race back there in third as well. I saw the 180 of Nick Visser after that first turn heading the wrong direction. He was backing into that first turn, so that's not a good thing for him. He's got to work his way up through the pack.
That's neat to see Stephanie Paddle running up in that third spot right now, getting a lot of heat from Lemke. She's trying to cut the corner. She's trying to block them.
Is it Stephanie or Craig?
Actually, it's Stephanie. Oh, they're 3 wide. That is neat to see. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Craig. Craig on Saturday. Now, why did they have a line?
I don't know why they put it backwards. I'm just trying to help a brother out.
Yeah, you did.
So something about orange vehicles are running fast right now. They're strong. We got another one out in front.
Yeah, it's Stingle once again. He started in the back of the pack with a rolling start in the back of Park River and was in the top 3 or 4 by the halfway point. Ended up winning the race, but already before they complete one lap, he's worked his way to the front.
Well, look at the body structures between first and second place. I mean, that's a wide body. I get bigger boy in the second place machine.
I'm not going to say. I could get myself in trouble.
But I mean, a totally different looking body structure, so I guess they're held to parameters as well. But
you all got your, as long as they meet specific measurements as far as angles and things like that. I want to say ride heights, particular width, track width. Wheelbase.
Dude, this looks fun.
They can pretty much build any type of cage that they want as long as it falls within certain parameters.
I gotta get in one of these. How much are we talking about when we're talking money for a 1600 light buggy?
You could probably get one, I want to say top 5 or 6 car, turnkey, ready to go with parts, probably for 6,000 or 7,000.
Oh, that's good.
Once again, Tilkins gets a great run going into the Polaris gravel pit turn. Made up a little ground on our leader, Stingle, but still about 5-6 car lengths back. Padel still running in that third spot. Able to hold off Lemke from all the tussle that was going on 1 lap ago.
Little bobble there by the leader for just a moment, Greg Stingle. Out in front of the orange, 172. You know, on your way back, you said they had some cool looking t-shirts. Has everybody gotten their Crandon t-shirts yet this weekend?
Oh, it's a brand new design. Tim and Timmery from Racing Dirty. They came with a brand new Crandon design for the spring race. So you got to stop by and see them from Racing Dirty. They're in their normal spot with all kinds of official Crandon apparel, so stop by and see them.
It's one of those deals of same thing with the TORC trailer. If it's your first time, we know it's at least your last time that you've been here. You need to go ahead and show everybody what a great time you've had at Crandon at TORC the Off-Road Championship. Sportsman class 172, Greg Stingle out in front taking those wide lines, and it's working for him. The Sassy's 172.
Fairly stretched out, kind of goes back and forth, that gap between first and second. Tilkins is able to reel him in a little bit in the gravel pit turns, the tight 180s, but in that straightaway where it takes a little bit more horsepower, it seems like Stingle has it set up a little bit better and is able to pull away.
Now, how did Stingle get the whole shot, or how did he get in front when he started in 12th place? That was the question. How did he make the move?
It's a drag race into turn 1 and you're side by side, so it's whether it was a tire combination.
So did they get gate pick, or as far as lineup pick, or do they start one always starts on the outside or one always starts on the inside? How do they run that typically?
If you're the points leader, okay, if the inversion, you end up with the first guy on the line, you can go any spot you want. Second guy to go out to the line, he can go to any spot he wants. So it's not like, at least that's what it was in the past. What it's like now, I'm not sure.
Okay, five remaining. And a tight race still for the lead. Things closed up just a little bit. Again, we'll have competition yellows at the midway point, so no need to get in a hurry and try to damage equipment or anything else like that. So you see first and second place kind of doing their own deal, but there's really no chance up. Actually going to the inside, see if he can try and make that pass. Stingle taking the wide line. Looks like Tilkins going to the inside, and I think Stingle's wider line is a little bit faster. He keeps taking it, keeps making a little bit more of advantage in there.
Yeah, this is all about keeping that momentum up. If you scrub off speed, it's like you have to re-accelerate, and these things aren't known from getting to point A to point B in a drag race real fast. And they have to keep up the momentum. If it means going in the wider corners, and look at Tilkins. That's exactly what he did on that tight 180. he kept the wide line, and he had the momentum and kept it up all around the corner. If you don't have to downshift, you keep the revs up in these cars, you've got it pretty much halfway figured out.
Oh, look, he's in the draft. I like that. Yeah, and he was also not following the line. When I say he, I mean Tilkens was not following the same line that Stingle was. I like doing the opposite and testing out new lines, and that one obviously worked for him. I think Stingle's guarding, turn guarding just a little bit may have cost him. So it should be probably the next time around, possibly getting that competition yellow. I see it in their hand over there. So do you want to make the pass right now if you're Tilkens before the competition yellow?
I'm thinking if I was running in second, I'd be okay with it right there. I'd be kind of studying the leader's lines. Where is Stingle going? What works for him? Where it seems he seems to be faster than other spots. And then at the competition yellow, you're right on his back bumper. So you utilize that advantage right there too.
This is the last lap before the competition yellow. So he held it in his hand, but he was just teasing me with it. I'm sure the spotters, they've got their lap chart out. We'll see if Tilkens could close in. Remember the back section where he was a little bit quicker that last time. And Tilkens also, you talked about he would do it right there in that the gravel pit section. He dove in really hard and tested that high line and tried keeping that momentum up. Good races back there, 5th, 6th, 7th place as well here in the 1600 light buggy class. The Brew Pub Pizza 1600 light buggy.
Yeah, each class has got their own sponsor here at Crandon, which is very interesting.
Good marketing.
Well, we have just a little gap in the moment right now. I want everyone to look at their wristbands that walked in and bought a wristband here this morning. If your number is 06024, 06024 on your wristband, you've just $1,000. Please come to the podium after this next interview. Dave Mullins, you are void from any competition, contests, or winnings being handed out here this weekend.
Don't you think I didn't just look at my wristband?
Yeah, when you signed the waiver, that meant you're out. You're SOL. But once again, look at your wristbands, race fans. 06024, 06024. You just $1,000. Please come on down to the podium.
They won $1,000.
Won $1,000. So we'll be handing that out right at the next interview at the podium right after this race.
Competition yellow is out now. So they will slow those guys down as soon as they take that competition yellow, and they'll re-rack them nose to tail.
Yeah, Richie's timed his getting out of the track a little bit quicker than he did last time. I think he got caught snoozing a little bit. And he's collecting the field. So we've got in running order Stingle, Tilkens, and Holcher. I'm sorry, Holcher. Padel running that third spot.
You know, I said I wanted to drive one of these things, but you can also ride around in something even faster than these, one of the Pro 2s. If you want to ride around this Crandon track, all you have to do is text TORC to 56938. Text the word TORC, T-O-R-C, to 56938 here. If you can, if you can text, you can do it, because that's all it takes. Of course, we don't pay for your texting fees, but it'd be a small price to pay if you got to ride around what Crandon International Off-Road, is it International Off-Road Raceway?
Yes.
That's the official terminology.
There you go. Go ahead, Robbie.
And of course, the Miss TORC model search. Show us why you should be Miss TORC 2015. You can send me, Robbie Floyd, a picture. Hashtag TORC, of course.
Hashtag
TORCseries.com/Miss TORC, MISSTORC, and you can win $2,500.
Pound sign Robbie.
Yeah. Oh, dude. That's funny. You were funny there. Didn't even know it on that. Yeah, I thought it was coming out. Pound Robbie. That works. That always works here as we're in the 1600 buggy class, brought to you by Brew Pub Pizza.
What an interesting shot. You can kind of duck into the cockpit of some of these race cars and see what these guys are doing.
Oh, I thought our second place guy was back. Yeah, you can see certain similarities in body styles.
And believe it or not, even though this is what I don't like, I guess I like to call it a starter class. No, Stingle's messing around with
introductory.
Yes, these are the guys that have been doing this for a while are some of the smartest off-road racers in any class out there this weekend.
They know that they can spend less money and still have just as much fun. That's what makes them smart.
and they know how to read it. Yeah. I've got nothing after that one. I don't know.
Hey, you're true. These guys in this class are the smartest because they're not putting tens and 20 and hundreds of $1,000s in there, and they're still getting their race fix.
So they stopped, Richie stopped the field on the starting line. Here we go, back underway. Okay, I was kind of wondering what the...
Well, some of the guys are out of line too, so...
Well, they'll come around turn 1 in the nose-to-tail position. They can't pass before where Face Desney is out on the track, our flag man. He actually is throwing the green flag for the rest of the field, not guy leading for Stingle. You see 2 orange cones out on the track. He can accelerate at his own whim anytime within those 2 orange cones.
That's the spookiest spot. The flagger down there, that had to be the... So far in racing, in my lifetime, that may be the scariest spot in racing.
Yeah, where do you run?
You don't. You just...
Yeah,
you just pray.
Here we go, coming out of Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1, Stingle has the lead, Tilkins in second. Pedal running in third. We going green as soon as Stingle chooses to accelerate. When he does, that's when Fay will throw the green flag. And he holds him a long time. Stingle didn't accelerate until almost the second orange cone, so he held him a very long time.
Deep staged, trying to get in their head a little bit.
Oh, and he'll mess with them too. He definitely will. Meanwhile, Tilkins didn't fall for it.
There's his spot. Remember, this is his area. This is where he was fast earlier. Let's see if Tilkins could charge in harder. Nope, they're both taking that inside line this first time around.
And it looks like Tilkins is still right there. Padel still running that third spot.
And maybe it was just that one lap that I saw him that he was quicker.
Oh, Padel's got a big push coming through the final turn.
4 laps to go.
Somehow he hangs on to that third spot, and Booth pulls up alongside of him, 151 of Billy Booth. For a moment they're side by side as they battle for that last podium spot.
Remember, this is after the competition yellow. Now it is for position the entire time. Whoever wins this race is going to win this race. We don't reset the field. So you see those guys back at 3rd, 4th, 5th. They have to make the move right now because time's starting to run out.
Man, I can't believe I'm actually seeing dust on that back straightaway. Wow.
Especially with as much rain as we've had this week so far.
Look at the multiple lines they're taking through that tight left-hand 180. And you're gonna
bumper cars.
37. That is Kirk.
Brough.
Is it Kai or Kirk? Because they got Friday, Saturday here.
Yeah, I know. And again, everything we say is officially unofficial. I know people get upset on names or sponsors or whatever, but we only talk about what's written, and then we butcher it from there.
Oh, Padel and Booth have made a run at the second place of Tilkins. Here they come down into the Razor gravel pit turn.
Look at the 151. I think he's the one to look for.
He goes in the corner of the push, comes out with a nice line to the inside. Tilkins still maintains that position, hangs on to the momentum, and even pulls away a little bit. Meanwhile, up front,
Stingle's just kind of checked out a little bit. That great race for second, though. Look at that, 5
wide. 5 cars for second and third. Wow. Tilkins has second. Padel third. Fourth is Booth. As they're making their way through the Parsons Chevrolet chicane into the Argonne corner, you can see the advantage right there on the screen that Stingle has over the rest of the field. He's doing the typical Stingle thing. I mean, he messes with you a little bit. He runs his lines. He gets to the point where he wants to be, and then he just has fun. I mean, it's almost like he's messing with the rest of the class.
Go call him a Sasquatch. You don't mess with Sasquatch, right? Watch that commercial. Victor. Oh, one over rotate just a little bit. Got loose there, the 100 of Holker.
Brian Holcher, yep.
Holcher, in the 100.
Here they come one more time to the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. Stingle goes by. Probably about 4 or 5 seconds in front of Tilkins, who still maintains that second spot.
know you're ready to throw it out. Yep, the Walker Evans Racing Lincoln Welders back straightaway.
I was looking at something else, but yeah, you're on the right page.
Good race for position.
That's
Looks like for fourth place. So 151 trying to take a different line in Booth.
Matt Mullen. That's actually Matt Mullen that had the advantage.
Yeah,
in the
Booth was trying to
174.
get by on that outside, doing something different.
Yep.
I like looking at the guy that's behind. The guy in front can run a little bit more defensive lines as we see the white flag come out. So you can find one more lap to go in this 1600 light buggy class. 144 doing a good job of holding off. We don't know if it's Craig or Stephanie. We're assuming it's Craig, but again, everything we say is unofficial. Man, Steagle's just been on it as he's got a several second advantage, at least what, about 4 seconds advantage over second place.
Now it looks like we're going to have a 3-car battle for that last podium spot. It looks like Tilkins may have pulled away and gapped himself from the rest. There's Tilkins right there, and there's Padel. Padel has that final podium spot right now on the 174. Mullen is trying to take it away. Here they come down that long straightaway into Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1.
I think that's the deal. Watch the 174 of Mullen. He's trying to get by Padel in the 144 for that third position as he makes that first turn the last time. See if he can close in. When you know you've only got a few more turns to go, you can just do that all or nothing mentality. So the leader takes one more straightaway, a right-hand turn, and will take victory. The race for third is the one closing up. So 174 of Greg Stingle is going to take the checker flag. Look at this race, Scott, for second. It's going to be done, but look at third, diving in there.
Big push by Padel through the corner. He'll hang on.
Whoa.
At the line, he'll hang on for that final podium spot. So across the line, it's Stingle takes the win. Tilkins will take second. Padel will finish third.
Padel won it bad, huh?
Yeah, Mullen was in that fourth spot. 151 Booth was fifth.
Padel ran it in deep, and it paid off for third. That was a good job there.
I want to say Holter finished in the sixth spot, but from that point on back, it's...
All right, checker flag is out. That's it for the Brew Pubs Pizza 1600 light buggy. Scott Rain's going to get in his little buggy and head down there and talk to those guys. A good race. A competitive race unless you were Greg Stingle, and he just ran away with that one. We'll have more when we come back right after this.
If Blue Def diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue Def is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep.
Manufactured here in the USA, Blue Def is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue Def, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep.
So go get yourself some Blue Def at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. It's hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Test. All right, thanks, Dave. Down here one more time with the 1600 light buggy. And Craig, you jumped up here. You couldn't do without the kids in your arms, but you kind of have a kind of different kind of balancing act going on here. You didn't think this one through very well, did you?
No, I didn't. They're getting heavy, too. They're getting big. I got to thank everybody for coming out. Great show. I thank Ed Holzer for radio. Awesome job. His son, Corey, for helping out with the car. My wife, Steph. Can't forget her. I always forget her. We're switching off on weekends, so she's got to pull the whole shot tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a little pressure now on her to produce because you were out here. You proved the car can do it. Now she has to do it tomorrow. Nice job on that one.
Yeah. She's got her work cut out for her.
Nice job, man. We'll swing over here to Derek Tilkins. And Derek, there for a moment, it looked like you were going to have something for Stingle about the midway point of the race. And I'm watching him breathing heavy right now. I can't tell if it's from the race car walking up the hill towards the podium.
Yeah, we had, he got by me up here right away, and then I kept him honest all race. I caught him, kept catching him in the back corner back there. It was real greasy, and we were taking different lines. And then after the restart, I took a really different line, and that didn't work. So, oh well, it's good. We did good today.
But you're following that old wily the guy right there, and you're watching his lines. I think he knew that you were doing that, so he started changing the lines up too a little bit. And the fact is, you kind of tell me you weren't. Look me straight in the eye and tell me you weren't messing around with each other a little bit during that competition yellow.
Oh, we always do. I got to thank Madman Race Chases and Badger Race Wraps and John Hooven for building me a stellar motor, and Ryan Stingle for building me trannies, and all my family and friends that are out here today. Thanks.
You'll get him next time, man. Nice job.
Thank you.
All right, let's swing over here. Okay, tell me, be honest with me, man. The breathing heavy I was watching you doing, was it from walking up the hill here or from the race?
From the race. Derek didn't catch me any slack for quite a while there, and I was trying to figure out where he was gaining on me on the back corner back there, and my back spotter was going, you got to go in and you got to push it harder, because that's where he was gaining so much on me. After that, we were able to start pulling away. We were playing a little bumper tag there at the restart, but I was waiting for the green flag to drop first, and we were going, but after that I kind of took off, and I was doing things right and gaining on them every time. So it was just, if it wasn't broke, don't fix it. We just kept running the same line then.
Well, to watch it, talk about that restart a little bit, because you actually control the field. There's the 2 orange cones. You restart anytime you want within those orange cones, and you held them right to the very last moment.
Well, I restart, but I still have to have a green flag up, and Faye didn't throw the green flag, so I was waiting to see the green flag in between them 2 orange cones. That's what I was waiting for, and everybody else was wanting to go before that. But yeah, it all turned out for the best.
They might be calling Greg Stingle for some new front and rear bumpers.
Yeah, I don't know. They're pretty tough.
Nice job, man.
Thank you. I got to thank my family and friends and John Hooven and Ryan Stingle for my motors and trans, A&S Poured Walls, Sassy's Bar and Grill, Country Bar, JJ Maloney's, Ben Small Engine, and everybody for coming out, man. It's great to see everybody here. It's a good day of racing, and without you guys, we wouldn't be here.
Well, congratulations. Nice run. And again, adding to your resume. Nice job.
Thank you. Also, BFG. The BFGs work great. I kind of forgot them, but other than that, waiting for tomorrow. Hopefully, Mother Nature will be nice to us again.
One last time, let's hear it for our entire light buggy field. All right, Dave, that takes care of the podium. Well, hang on just a moment. Let's see. Do we have Tina up here on the stage? Where's Tina? Tina, I did my part. Our winner of the $1,000 is up here. Where are you? Well, hey, we got the winner of $1,000 to be given away. We'll wait for Tina. She has the envelope with the cash. Hang on, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. In the meantime, let's turn over to Dave up there in the tower. Dave?
fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Your winner for the $1,000 was at the podium. He's a young kid. He's on the stage right now. Okay, you got it. We can interview him right after the next race. All right. Bye bye. Right now we got 3 classes. 3. Super truck. I did 4 4x4 and super truck. Oh god. Yeah, you guys are live right now. You're Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. There's Cowboy giving the final thumbs up from each driver. Here's our lineup of Limited 4, Formula 4x4, and Super Truck. First in the line of the Super Trucks, we got Kevin Hanegraaff in the 266, Mark Peterson in the 222, Jerry Edgerton in the 220, Troy Retzloff in the 211, Garrett Bancroft in the 217, and starting 6th will be Dave Bayer in the 205. In the Formula 4x4, it'll be Michael Plotz in the 454, Ryan Redman in the 402, Dave Mee in the 475, Andy Holtz in the 476. Starting 5th, we Robert Whalen in the 421 and John Holtz in the 477. And in the limited 4s, it's Al Drews in the 32, Dan Badeau in the 17, and Milan Mesnick in the 69. And here come the Super Trucks in the Forest County Pottery Turn 1. And with the whole shot's going to be Garrett Bancroft.
2 different green flags for this class. You saw the other guys staging in the back. So 2 different green flags for these starters. So I'm assuming maybe combined class here and then a single class following, because they were definitely holding.
And you can see right now the Super Trucks out on the track. Bancroft pulled a whole shot, but man, he has got his hands full now with Hanegraaff in the 266.
And there goes the other class saying that's got to be the limited and the 4x4s.
Here they come. Here's the limited 4s coming across. Dan Badeau, the whole shot. Al Drews, Milan Mesnick. Right behind him, the 4x4s, the 475, once again, of Dave Mia taking that top spot in that class as he's done so many races over the last few years. Meanwhile, up front in the Super Truck, it is Garrett Bancroft up front overall and leading in class. And that B&L Santoys, number 217, right behind him, the Toyota, the 222 of Mark Peterson running in second. That, again, is in the Super Truck. Used to be known as Sporty 2, Sportsman 2. Here comes the second class. That's Dan Badeau leading in the limited 4s. So that they should be actually starting to catch a little bit the Super Trucks as the race goes on. And then the Formula 4x4, Mia's now getting a little heat from behind as he's leading in the Formula 4x4. 3-4 truck lengths.
Well, 222 pulling off, having problems. Mark Peterson, he pulls off and looks like he's heading to the pits. Broken right front.
I believe that's, oh wow. John Holtz is second right now in the Formula 4x4. Yeah, tough break for Mark Peterson.
Yeah, stop, you're doing more damage. You see the guy over there on the other side of the retaining wall saying, don't move.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, the whole lower A-arm, the whole bottom end just
It's
totally
gone.
ripped out of that truck.
The ball joint, everything.
Right. 217 still out in front. Garrett Bancroft in the Super Truck class. This is the Miller Lite Limited 4, the Formula 4 before the Country Hearth Super Truck.
Now, I don't know they're still doing it, but Country Hearth is a bread company, and it used to be that when you paid your entry fee in the Country Hearth Super Truck division, you had to go to the grocery store and buy a loaf of Country Hearth bread. You had to put that loaf of bread in the race truck with you. And if you won and had the loaf of bread when you walked up to the podium, you get an extra, I believe it was like $100 or something like that.
That's
Whether they
cool.
still do that or not, I don't know.
It's kind of cool. And if you hot in those trucks this summer, I'm sure if you come with Country Hearth toast at the end of the day, slap some jelly on it.
Dan Bonneau now has worked his way towards the front. He is, I believe, right now currently 4th overall. Headed now towards the Super Trucks. Still Garrett Bancroft running up front overall. Troy Retzloff at 211. In that Toyota, and right behind him, I believe that is Jerry Edgerton in that Monster Energy Chevrolet. Here comes our leader through Forest County Powderway Turn 1. That red, white, and blue B&L Santoys. It was just a couple weeks ago, B&L Santoys is involved in 3 different classes sponsoring vehicles, and at Bark River, B&L Santoys was had sponsored vehicles in the podium almost, I think it was every single round of racing, so great weekend for that team. Dan Bonneau going by in our Limited 4. 4th overall, chasing down the Super Trucks as they come around the Amsoil finish line, completing another lap. There's a Formula 4x4 field right now, coming down that front straightaway in the Forest County Powderway Turn 1. Rounding the corner. That is the 454 of Michael Plotz up front, the 402 of Ryan Redmond right behind him. And Robert Whalen in the 4th spot, I believe, sorry, 5th spot. And there we go back to our leader in the Super Trucks, heading into turn number 1. Garrett Bancroft, he's been on the podium quite a few times already last year and already this year been on the podium back at Park River. That black and red Toyota of Troy Retzloff may be catching our leader in the Super Truck division. Headed down the Walker Evans Racing Lincoln Welders back straightaway. That has pulled away a little bit in that high speed area. Now down in the Polaris gravel pit turn. Our top 3 in the Super Trucks gapped out considerably as they are nowhere to be seen with the rest of the field of any of the classes. So crossing the line is Bancroft right now, our leader. Oh, and Retzloff just bounced off the outside retaining wall right before the Amsoil finish line. Nailed it hard with the left rear. We'll see if damaged anything on that truck. Maybe scrubbed the sidewall. We'll have to keep an eye on the left rear flat, see if something happens there. Dan Bonneau crosses the line now, leading as the Limited 4. One of the B&L Santoy entries, sponsored vehicles, I should say.
Been notified that next time around they will get the cross flag the next time around.
Dave Mia, meanwhile, coming out of the Polaris gravel pit turn with a sizable lead. I believe that's Andy Holt running in 2nd in the Jeep. Up on the screen there, you can see our Super Trucks. That's actually Jerry Edgerton in that black Monster Energy entry. There's a quick look at one of our Formula 4x4s. There's our Super Truck leader, Garrett Bancroft, headed through the Polaris gravel pit turn.
All right, looks like we've got a mosquito fogger. Oh, no, that's a truck.
That's Robert Whalen going up in smoke.
I just saw flames at the bottom. That's not a good sign. Smoke's okay. Flames, not so good.
The Crandon track crew on the spot right there.
She's burping some oil or something. You see them little plumes of white smoke.
You see 3 of the track workers helping Whalen get out of the truck.
Competition
and
yellow is
competition yellow, yeah.
Woo. Man, that thing is smoking something fierce. Transmission problems for the driver.
So
Smoke's fine, but a lot of times you get a flash fire from stuff like that, and that's not so good. So it looks like they're going to try and do a little bit of a track prep, taking up some of the big rocks, get them out of the way.
We talked about rocks before, and this used to be a normal occurrence on the track, but they've brought in so much clay over the years, probably the last 7-8 years. That was normal to have rocks be kicked up that size all day long, all weekend long. And to see something like that now is, I'd have to say, almost unusual. But right now, our running order, as they crossed the line, it was Garrett Brancroft in the Super Trucks up front. Troy Rutzloff is second, Jerry Edgerton third. Now, 4th overall, but leading in the limited fours is Dan Badeau, Al Drews, 1 and 2 in the limited fours. And in the Formula 4x4, it's Dave Mia, John Holtz, and Ryan Redmond 1, 2, and 3 in that class. There you can see, that's something you don't see very often, actually, to be honest with you, is Robert Whalen out of a race and off the track, ending his day early. You might remember that paint scheme and that name for years. One of the perennial favorites in the Classics division. Stepping up into the Formula 4, Formula 4x4 division. Actually got a new fire suit. How about that? I like that. There's our entire field.
You've always been into fire suit fashion ever since I've known you.
I always pick on the guys. It's like, okay, I've known this thing. You've been on you for like 12 years now. It's time to
It's
update.
lost its fire retardancy by 12 years, so you would think probably. Especially they're going, I can just throw it in the washer. It'll be fine. Say no to Nomex.
So there's quite a few of the Formula 4x4 field.
So got to have a short wheelbase on those Jeeps, huh?
Yeah, they used to be known as Class 3s, I believe. Back in the Class 4s, which were full-size four-wheel drive. Class 3s, which are short wheelbase four-wheel drives. That's pretty much what the Formula 4x4 division is.
A lot of tip overs in that class?
Surprisingly enough, not really, no. Well, you can see they're headed down into the Forest County Pot on return 1. Richie Kuloff driving the pace truck. Once again, he'll pull to the left side of the track into the infield.
We saw deep staging earlier from our classes, and it's up to the leader to make a decision. They have to stay in single file line until they hit that first jump. You deep stage, you get on the throttle earlier and try and gain advantage. I like to brake and go.
It looks like our leaders have consistently waited for the green flag to wave before they take off. My understanding was that the leader, he can take off anytime he wants within that orange cone zone.
Maybe if they are deep staging like that, they're go ahead and waving the green that you have entered that safe zone. So.
Whoa, Al Drews, dynamite. Oh, and he slides the inside of Dan Badeau. The left one of Dan Badeau's now broke. Our leader in the limited 4 division, Dan Badeau, who has won every race, he's won both weekends at Park River, will not be winning here this afternoon as Al Drews dynamited. The brakes going into as we look at the screen one more time. Watch for the right side of the screen. Al Drews just slams the inside.
Do you think we'll see a flag?
Yeah, that is so untypical of Al Drews. I'm thinking he may have brake issues or braking problems.
I would too. If my foot's not on the brake, it's hard to push.
Al's not like that. And the scary part was, if I looked at her correctly, it didn't look like his wheels were turned to the left a whole lot.
He needed something to bounce off of. He was going to make that turn at that speed. He found what he was looking for. Unfortunately, it's somebody rolling over.
Oh, that was our leader in the Super Trucks. That was Bancroft.
Bancroft, he's on 2 wheels. I'm sure he's trying to refire it. And that's not going to happen. Yellow flag coming out. Let's take a look at this one more time. He's on the far outside looking for grip, and he catches something right there, a rut, and it just rolls him over. He actually landed pretty smoothly, but that motor must have died, flooded a little bit. Watch this. Let's see which tire. There it is, that outside right. That outside front tire just dips in, and all that momentum takes it farther outside and to the right. There's nowhere to go, and just rolls it right over.
That corner, no one gets to see except for the camera being there. So much action happens on that part of the track.
Troy Retzloff now should be the leader of the 2-1-1, the Super Trucks class.
Just got a report that we're getting a black flag for Al Drews. So tough break for him, even though I don't want to say it was deserved, but USAC made the call. So
we all made mistakes, and I'm quite sure, and I've never met the man, but if you go up to him, he'd probably be saying, "I'm sorry."
Oh, yeah, he'll be. And they're both they're almost teammates. They're both from Lower Michigan. They've raced against each other for so many years. So yeah, that had to be.
Whether it was intended or not, there was a result there. So.
I would be so surprised if it was intentional, which I really don't think it was.
To the next time around, been told. So the 211.
That's Retzloff once again.
Curb and decor. Sounds French when I say it like that.
Oh, someone just ducked into the hot pits, pulled right off the track. Instead of completing the turn, they went straight into the hot pits. Here they come through Forest County, Pottawatomie, turn 1.
And I'm watching these guys. I can't wait for the Pro Lights, Pro 2s, and Pro 4s to kick off here. This is the Super Trucks are showing how fast it could be. And what do you say? They're equivalent to a Pro Light?
Speed-wise, yeah, but if you take a Pro 2 motor and put it in one of these trucks, they should be able, with a few adjustments, be able to run in
Same
Pro 2.
thing.
Yeah. So that puts Retzloff up front. Edgerton running in second. Third, I believe, is Hanegraaff. Leading in the limited fours will be Milan Mesnik after the Al Drews black flag. So that's who it was probably ducking into the hot pits to serve the black flag would have been Al Drews. That's what I saw in the corner of my eye. There's our leader crossing the Amsoil finish line. That's Milan Mesnik in the limited fours, right behind him. Hanegraaff crossing the line. I believe he's running third in the Super Truck. Dave Mia still leading in the Formula 4x4. As there is a yellow flag out for something in this area right here.
We can't see.
Ryan Redman, I believe, is running second in the Formula 4x4. Running third should be the Jeep of, I want to say it's John Holtz in the 477.
Oh, it's the 211. It's Retzloff. That's actually being pulled off the track. Well, who's leading?
That puts Edgerton.
He's leading now, right?
Right now at the barn turn.
Just stay alive. Just keep her running. You're going to win this thing.
So that's Jerry Edgerton running around the corner of the Ponzi North America turn 2 out by the barn. Now headed down the Walker Evans Racing Lincoln Wilders back straightaway into the Polaris gravel pit turn.
So smooth, Scott Rain.
Aimed at the straightaway towards the Traxxas launch zone.
I like the 476 and the 454 going at it. Andy Holtzman ahead of Michael Platts as they head down into turn 1 one more time.
White flag is out. Here's our overall leader, Jerry Edgerton, taking the green flag. No, that's a number plate.
Yeah, I like it. That's the way you should run them right there. Lets the fans see who you are and the announcers.
Milan Mesnik crossing the line. He's second overall, but leading in the limited fours. Running second, I'm third overall, but second in Super Truck is Hanegraaff. Crossing the line. Okay. Now I'm jostled up here a little bit. There's Milan Mesnik right now on screen. That tricky left-hand turn. Tight 180. Going from full speed almost to about 15, 20, maybe miles an hour, and then back to heavy acceleration into the long straightaway into turn 1. Meanwhile, overall leader up around the Ponzi North America turn 2. Here comes Hanegraaff now into turn 1. And he's getting some heat right now from Al Drews. Checkered flag is waving up around the final corner, taking his first win of 2014. The Amsoil finish line will be the Monster Energy Chevrolet of Jerry Edgerton. Crossing the line, now the battle for second overall. Through the Polaris, double pit turn, Al Drews in the limited 4s, going after Hanegraaff in that final corner. Hanegraaff will take the position. Al Drews will take the win in limited, or second in limited 4s. Boy, it's just a mess after that. Because you have the 217 of Bancroft back on the track, finishing the race, but I have no idea where he is in position. So in just a moment, we'll get it all situated, and we'll be down at the podium with our winning interviews. Right, here's a quick shot. Al Drews slamming the inside of what was our current leader, Dan Badeau. Dan Badeau puts him out of the race. Al Drews will take the position and move on, but he gets a black flag. And here's the other big one with Troy Retzlaff. I'm sorry, with Bancroft, who's leading at the moment.
And we've talked about ruts throughout the season, and we get to see firsthand what happened when you have all that momentum digging into that right front tire and it hits that rut.
Yeah, he just learned something big time right there. But he may have ended up on the podium just the same. In a moment, we'll find out. In the meantime,
we'll step away for just a second here at the Big House Brawl, Crandon, Wisconsin, round 7 and 8 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship, right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have Amsoil on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an Amsoil driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
You just know it.
I'm ready.
Braking issues. It looked like. I mean, that's so not your driving style, and I think you surprised Dan Badeau probably more than anybody that it was you of anybody. You've raced clean for years. It's not your style, but man, talk about a hit.
Yeah, it was a bad hit. I was just taking it easy the first half. Well, not real easy, but second half I was going to go for it, and Jerry Edgerton was right ahead of Dan, and he duked and Dan duked, and I was under braking. I couldn't do a darn thing. So I feel bad, and I'm going to hear about it tonight. And usually we have ice cream sandwiches at Dan's, but I don't think I'm getting one tonight.
Well, you might, but not where you want it.
Right. No. Dan knows that we don't do that, and we never want to touch, and we've raced together for years. And but I'm just super happy. We did a lot of work on the truck. Got to thank Jack Heitman. We worked like dogs, but this is the guy that needs the congratulations. He wiped out his truck in Bark River, and it's amazing it's here.
Well, you know what? You made a great race. It's cool to see up here in the podium. You've been racing this series for so long, and this is your lifestyle. This is what you do. You're not a golfer. You're not a fisherman. This is what you do for fun, and it's so neat to see you up here in the podium.
Oh, no, I'm a golfer. I'd rather go to the golf course than go to the shop, but we got a great crowd here, great weather, and this is just the start of it. It's going to get better.
Nice job, Al.
All right, thanks.
Let's swing up here, Al. Milan. Milan, another guy's been racing here for years. You kind of stepped out of the seat for a while. You were a crew member for a long time. Now you're back in the seat again. The top spot for your favorite track. What's it like?
It's awesome, especially after the last weekend we hit in Bark River. We hit a fully cured concrete wall, and I had to repair the whole front of a truck, new A-arms and that. Got here, didn't know how it's going to be like, but it worked great, and I'm just happy to be here. Thanks all the fans, and thanks everybody that supports me.
You've been running, like I say, you've been running here for years. You used to have one of those short wheelbase Class 3s back in the day and have won a lot of races up in Canada, but yet you made the trek every single year to Crandon, and after all these years, you're still coming back, and now you're at the top spot.
Hey, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm very happy for being at Crandon and finishing on the top. This is like third time or fourth time I finished here on the top, and I'm happy. There's nothing better than being in front of this crowd.
Nice job, man.
Thanks, man.
Milan Mesnick, here's our top two once again. In the limited fours, Al Drews and Milan Mesnick. You by yourself? Well, we got our super truck finishers up here now, and for a guy that just finished an off-road race, his fire suit's awfully damn clean. On top of that, you throw in the fact that you were on your lid when leading the race. So tell me you learned a little bit in that race, but yet to come back and finish on the podium says a little bit about your equipment.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle there after we rolled. I think I had pretty good lines, but I just stayed into that spot where it was getting holed up there. Yeah, the equipment ran great. Thanks Dan Badeau Motorsports, B&L Motorsports, the Blues that come out and help me every weekend, and all the fans and family that come out to support us.
No, Garrett, it's almost like you guys been, between B&L Santoys, yourself, some of the other guys that are on the team, you guys been on the podium every single round of racing, man.
Yeah, you know, we got hooked up with some good people that really help our program out, and we've put together some solid vehicles, so we're pretty excited about it.
Nice job, bud.
Thank you.
Garrett Bancroft finishing third, now finishing second. Over here, now, Mr. Hanegraaff.
Very good in the pronunciation.
There's something that I haven't had a chance to talk about a real lot about your race team, and it's something very, very special. I think now is probably the best time to bring it up, and what you've been doing now for a few years. And first off, congratulations on getting up here in the podium and running a very good race. You're figuring out that right foot a little bit. But talk about what you got going on behind the scenes.
All right, first, just like to give thanks to the good Lord for keeping us all safe out there. I'd like to say thanks to Gary Gottschalk for letting me race his truck, and then my crew right down here that they make it all happen. But if you look on the side of the last truck to the left there, I got twin boys with significant autism. We support autism awareness. And the one big thing I would say, it's a social deficit. If you know somebody that has a child or a member of their family with autism, just go let those parents go out to eat, watch their kids for an hour or two, because it's a 24/7 job. My dear wife, she's let me do this again this year, and she's at home with our twin boys, so that's near and dear to our heart. Whatever cash we win, we give half back to the Friends of Autism in Appleton, Wisconsin, and we just try to promote autism awareness. So we got some shirts and stuff for people back at our what is it called? Our pits, yeah. Second place is great. We broke every race last year except one, and didn't have a good start at Bark River last week, but it's a tough event, especially at a young age of 52, but we love it a lot. So I'd like to give a big shout out to my sponsors, Palms Tire, Keller Structure, Culver's store in Appleton, and what's my other big one, guys? Sundrop, the soda of the northern part of Wisconsin.
One last question I got for you. With the live stream going on right now, what do you think your boys are feeling back at home watching this?
Well, hopefully my wife, being a little bit illiterate on the computer, they're enjoying. They love the motion and the rocking. We do. Hi, Kyle and Cade. I love you.
Nice job, man. All right, this guy, he never gets excited, never gets down. He's very level-headed. I've never seen you really ticked off. Maybe you've thrown tools back in the trailer, but I've never seen you get riled up. Now, I think this may be, tell me, for your first win back here at Crandon since your life-altering, no?
Since 2000 was the last time that I won here. I've got second 42 times, but it's been since 2000 since I won here. So.
Well, I was talking about your wreck, actually. I thought life-altering moment. You're killing me here, man.
All right, what do you want me to talk about?
Nice race, by the way.
Yeah, we did a good job. I find it's ironic that he was running on 7 cylinders before the race. He didn't have a brake line before the race, and we lost first gear on the starting line, and we all end up here. What the hell? Hey, thanks to Monster Energy for helping me out. You guys over in the Tower Rock, I want to thank everybody for showing up today. We love you all. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. So have a good time the rest of the afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Jerry, with an ending like that, where can they find you back in the pits? You got to find you.
We're on row A, which is the asphalt road. We're almost all the way out to the old tech barn. You'll see the big Monster Energy on the side of the semi. Stop by, we'll give you some stickers or whatever you want.
There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 finishers in Super Truck. Oh, wait a minute. One of the coolest things, don't go anywhere. We've got a special presentation for the winner of this class. And Jerry Edgerton, you've got a special $100.
On behalf of Country Hearth Breads, I'd like to present the winner, $100. And I would also like to thank Crandon for letting Country Hearth Breads sponsor a race every year.
There you have it, Jerry Edgerton. The Country Hearth Super Truck Division, the winner gets an extra $100.
Welcome back to the Big House Brawl here in Crandon, Wisconsin. Scott Rain was down there interviewing our podium finishers for the sportsman class. We still have our big boys coming up here shortly. UTV should be next, and of course our Mountain Dew Super Stock truck, and then the Pro 2, Pro 4, and Pro Light as well. This afternoon, I'd like to thank the people at Traxxas. Experience extreme radio control excitement with Traxxas. Traxxas offers nitro power, electric power, and the tire-melting X01 supercar with a top speed of over 100 miles per hour. Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. Traxxas trucks are ready to race with no assembly required. You can see action-packed videos and a full product lineup at Traxxas.com. That's TRAXXAS.com. Traxxas cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters are available at hobby stores worldwide. VP Racing Fuels. Winning torque drivers rely on VP Racing Fuels to keep their trucks running right, and now you can use that same technology in your car. VP additives are the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. For more, visit vpracingfuels.com. And also Rugged Radios. They're the #1 source for racing communications, from headsets, two-way radios, and receivers. Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium. I'd like to thank the people at Rugged Radios. My kids race go-karts. They use the Rugged Radios as well. It's really simple. Actually, it's a great learning device for the kids, too, no matter what sport you're playing, so you don't have to yell at them at long distances or wait till they get out of the vehicle. You can yell at them plenty right inside their helmets. I'd like to thank the people at Rugged Radios. All right, let's go back down to the podium one more time with Scott Rain.
Thanks a lot, Robbie. I got our top 3 finishers of Formula 4x4, and we were just talking a second ago about probably the oldest race truck out here of any class this weekend. 1987 Jeep out there. And Holtz, what a great race you ran. But you're talking about the ride a little bit.
It's a rough ride. There's maybe 8 inches of travel in that thing, and you take your lumps out there. It's fast.
Well, talk about the competition a little bit. Dyson back and forth. You were able to figure out, I mean, first off, I'm not sure if you are able to communicate with spotters, if you have radio set up, but what were they telling you with all this crazy stuff going on around you?
Yeah, it's. I knew he was out there. We got spotters, and it was close. It was good, close racing, and most important of all, it was clean. We got to keep it clean.
How were you able to keep something that old together for that long of a race?
Oh, it's lots of work. That's what that scar above my eye is.
Tell me that's not from a bar fight.
Oh, that's from a drive shaft.
A drive shaft?
That's correct.
We won't go any further. John, nice race, man.
Thanks.
Let's swing over here to Ryan Redman. Ryan. You're just embarrassing him, man. You know that. You're just embarrassing. That's all that's right. Now, tell me that's not you being embarrassing. That's a suntan on your face, right?
Yeah, just a tan.
Well, talk about the class a little bit and what's it like to run out there with all that competition. And then you're running in 3, against 2 other classes in the same race. How are you able to keep that all figured out?
Well, you just try to let the faster guys go and just try to stay off everybody and drive the best race you can.
It's okay. You finished second. He's up here shaking like crazy, man. I mean, you're on the podium. You're here at Crandon, the premier racetrack in the country, and you're one of the top guys here this afternoon. And how's it going to sink in, or when is it going to sink in?
It probably won't sink in for a while. We'll get back and then it'll sit down, relax a little, then it'll sink in.
Well, I'm sure you got a couple of fans out there who will kind of help you in that area this afternoon and tonight. So get that truck back into shape, get it cleaned up a little bit, and we'll see you out here tomorrow, all right?
Okay.
You got any sponsors you want to thank? I got to help him out, don't I? Spoon feed him?
I got to thank J&R Auto, Crivet's Auto Parts, Max's Tires on there, Dennis and Don, and just everybody with Keiko Motorsports for keeping this thing together. Thanks, guys. Oh, and don't forget the off-road fraternity.
Thank you. That was because of me, just so you know. Nice job, off-road fraternity, helping this guy on the track, and we'll see you out here tomorrow, man.
Okay, thanks.
Nice job. We'll swing over here to Mr. Mia, another guy that comes out here, not only the trophy with his little guy, and how long before you start racing? Tell your dad you want one of those short course carts.
Hey, you tell him as soon as Rain Ranch sponsors us for that short course cart, we are going to do that.
He's not liking any of the ideas, but Dave, talk about that race a little bit. Man, you just picked up where you left off. I say it every single time you're up here, and you did it again.
Yeah, it was a beautiful track, and I got to thank all the people that helped me get here. My buddy Joe drove all the way from Detroit with me, along with my buddy. This is my buddy's first trip without Mom, so we're doing really, really well. He's had 5 hours of sleep, and he's still standing. So my buddy Jason and Allie helping out with my buddy. And all of our contingency sponsors help us get here. For anybody that was thinking about buying an HED converter, that 8-inch, it's scary fast. I was unsure because you can't get data for it, and I'm a trans engineer, and I'm just looking for the data. I'm like, well, Charlie, come on, I need the data. You know, he's like, it's just, believe me, it's fast, and it is. So I just wanted to thank the track for giving us a great track. Crandon's always awesome, and we'd like to come out tomorrow and have some good racing and stay ahead of the yellow Jeep and the black truck, because I kept hearing whispers of it on my ear about they're getting close, they're getting close. Okay, go. So we did.
Nice job, Dave. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for our top 3 finishers in the Formula 4x4. They'll be back out here again tomorrow afternoon. Dave, what else you got going on here? You got something happening. What is it?
All right, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Hey, attention in the crowd, we have a very nice bracelet that was turned into us up here.
Well, we're back here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway getting ready for the next race this afternoon. It's a 1600 Buggy starting grid. We have got 12 cars lined up and ready to take the green flag. Where it's a big house brawl here at Crandon. It's usually called the Spring Run. Well, it's been kind of later in the year, so it's, you know, the run. Well, here they come to take the green flag. Here's our lineup. We got Joe McGee in the 338, Jason Pflugrad in the 356, Robert Kinner in the 326, Bruce Manicky in the 301, Jeff Pashinsky in the 324, Dave Luger in the 328, Brad Erickson in the 308, Mark Steinhardt in the 331, Jeff Villamore in the 379, our current points leader.
Yeah, that should be him out in front.
Actually, it's Mark Steinhardt.
Was it?
Yeah, Steinhardt. Brad Erickson running in second. Cynthia Gontier is out there to 341. Not sure if it's either Guy or Eric. I think it's Eric Senkowski is in the 337, Matt Wendland in the 303, and John Fitzgerald in the 395. Fitzgerald jumping in the Matt Gerald car. Matt Gerald out due to an injury in a pro light race going on 2 years ago. So he's still here, still active, still has a car going. And John Fitzgerald is here as a driver in the Matt Gerald car. Coming around the line, taking the green flag, it is once again still Steinhardt, and Villamore has moved up to second. Brad Erickson's fall back to fourth, but it's Steinhardt, Jeff Villamore, Robert Kinner, Brad Erickson, and I want to say it's 338.
Joe McGee.
Oh, that's working again.
Yeah, we got our time and scoring for just going on now. So yeah, we're hooked up like a tow truck.
Hey, speaking of which, we're going to see Mater out here in a little bit.
I'm looking forward to it. Hey, why are you so out of breath? I thought they had a golf cart for you to go back and forth.
Dude, the stairs. It could be 3 stairs. 3 stairs, I'm out of breath.
We got to get
3.
Bobby Runyon workout.
Yeah. Deep fried chicken wings. Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah,
Shut up, Dave. He's dying to turn that microphone on.
Yeah. So this is 1600 class. How is it different, the Lincoln Electric 1600 Buggy, than, say, the Brew Pub Pizza 1600 Light Buggy that we saw earlier?
A little bit different chassis, different wheelbase, same motor. You can do a little bit more to them, a little bit less of a restrictor plate, more suspension. You can do a little bit more, but still keeps that stock configuration. So it's a little bit quicker, but it's still a really good, very good driver's class. These cars are probably the most equal of anyone on the track. Including the super stock trucks. So this is a very fun class to watch. And you can see right there the multiple lines.
I love that. I love seeing the guy in second just run it in harder, see if he can grab onto somebody's, a little pirouette, little donut action.
Oh no, is that Fitzgerald? I want to say that's John Fitzgerald driving the Matt Gerald car. Yeah. Here's another shot of it once again coming through the Polaris gravel pit turn.
It's called loose. On the throttle.
Yeah, look
still
where
on the throttle.
the back wheels were out into that dark mud where it's still a little bit on the wet side and he couldn't hang on to it. But our top 5 right now is still Mark Steinhardt up front, Jeff Villamore in second, Robert Kinner, Brad Erickson, and Joe Maggie. And our leader's now headed down that long back straightaway. I kind of used to call it the camelback because it's very straight but up and down, very smooth up and down hilly kind of section. And
so you were talking the difference between those other 2 classes. Oh, I can hear myself. How is it different than, say, the Husqvarna Super Buggy that we'll see later?
Oh, you're talking about, let's see if I can figure it out in.
Oh, 328 gets a little loose there as well. Dave Luger.
The Super Buggies would be kind of like Formula One.
Okay.
And then these cars would be kind of like Formula Ford. And is that
all right?
In a very uneducated open wheel.
That has me looking forward to the Super Buggies.
But as you go back up front, you can see the battle. I believe that's for the final podium spot. Oh, that's Kinner. That's for, the final podium spot. Kinner, and it should be Brad Erickson right behind him. Both of those are definitely top 5 cars. Erickson has been a threat to be in the podium every single round of racing. Obviously in 2014, but every time he hits the track. Out of Park River, Michigan. Maggie right behind him in that 338. And man, it's still a very strong battle going on right now between Luger and J.D. Curran. Actually, that's Bashinsky and Luger. And they're side by side headed into that final turn right before the AMSOIL finish line. And they're dicing back and forth, inside and out. Oh, man, ran him right out to the railing. If you go back up front, there's Steinhardt. He's not running away with it at all.
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, we're not seeing many runaways, but we still haven't seen the competition yellow either. I think you kind of size up the competition, maybe make a pass or two. Oh, there's that run we saw earlier, maybe in a different spot, maybe another one starting to develop there. You saw the 3-3-1 get caught up in it just a little bit. Mark Steinhardt, that looked more at the entrance of that turn is in opposition to the truck that we saw roll towards the exit.
Yeah, and the thing is, speed or horsepower will get you out of a lot of problems. These cars don't have a lot of horsepower, so you have to go in there with a lot of momentum and try somehow, whether you kind of feather that clutch a little bit, but you got to keep those rear wheels spinning, and that keeping those rear wheels spinning through the corners will save you a lot of times. And they also have turning brakes, so they save you a lot. As we watch right now, Kinner getting a lot of heat right now. Is that Ericsson?
It looks like a dirt track car, like a wing sprint car. The way that they're working each other over right now. Outside, inside, inside, outside.
Where are they at right now on the track?
They are at the Walker Evans Racing Lincoln Welders back straightaway, the front straightaway.
Where are they headed?
They're heading into the Polaris gravel pit.
Then?
I don't know. That ski jump. The track says something or another. Oh, look at this slide job. Now that looks like that's perfect, but you got to hold position, but he's still set up for that right-hander after the 328. Takes the lead. Luger for just a brief moment, but can he hold on? Bashinsky took it back again. I would be shutting him down right about now.
Whoa, looked like a little contact was made. What a camera angle that was.
I know that was somebody else.
That was Ericsson and Kinner. That was right at the flag.
Yeah, I think that was either lap traffic or something that we saw crossing in front. So he said you might see one position change if you're going to have that guy in second. That way you start off first whenever we get the competition yellow.
Steiny's pulled away a little bit in that last lap. Actually, probably doubled the length of his lead over Jeff Villamore. Another one of those B&L Santoy cars. We had two trucks out the track earlier, both in the podium, and now we've got the Buggy out there in the track running in a podium position. Three-car battle for that last podium spot. I don't expect these guys to be too crazy aggressive right now with the competition yellow coming out in just a moment, but as soon as you say that, they'll start
crazy
hopping tires.
Good crowd on hand. You see that shot in the background, and it's just a spring race, the first day of two as well. I had a buddy, Amsoil Arena Cross champion of years past, Chad Johnson, who's from Rhinelander, Wisconsin. I asked if he was coming out. He said not today, but maybe tomorrow, so we might have him up here in the booth with us for a moment. Guy's used to the two wheels, but if you live up here, you've been to Crandon.
Yeah, if you live in this area, I think if you live in this area code, you race something.
Yeah, for sure.
And Richie Kulop pulls out of the track with that brand new Ram Pace truck.
Oh, on the video board. The slide job's great. You usually go for the front tires, but when you cannot make, the front of a vehicle to cross over and you're heading straight into the body, things start getting a little nervous as the competition yellow is underway, and somebody does a nice pirouette right there in front.
Oh, that's Joe Maggie.
And still had to turn around. He's losing two positions. He's not able to turn that thing very well. Something might have happened there. We'll see if he can pick things up. We're in competition yellow halfway through this race, and we're about to kick off the second half.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
We're back here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway under competition yellow. of the 1600 buggy division. And you know what? Social media has gotten so active that during a commercial break,
you're blowing
up. Yeah, but I got to give a shout out to Jimmy Hill over there in Skybox number 29.
Here,
one of the big spenders over there on the other side of the track.
What's happening, fellas?
So
you know what that reminds me of? Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They have a motel at the end of turn 2. I didn't even notice that, and I looked over there, and that kind of reminds me of those suites at the old motel at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, here's our field now, straight away into Forest County Potawatomi turn 1.
I love how that just rolls right off your tongue. Like
That's 20 years of practice. Yeah. It's Steinhardt up front, Jeff Villamore second, Brad Erickson, Kinner, Bashinsky in the 5th spot, Luger, Maggie, Corin, Fitzgerald, and Pflugrad all in the top 10. Here they come around the turn 1. It's all in the hands of Mark Steinhardt. We'll see how he holds the line. There's a big gap back to second. I don't know what Jeff Villamore was thinking. Maybe he was going to try and anticipate the green, but Steinhardt got a good start and the rest of the field did not. Now I anticipate somebody like John Fitzgerald, who had an earlier loop in the Polaris Gravel turn. Yeah, he's a good enough driver, and that car's good enough that he, I think he was just biding his time.
Oh, that's what went him right there. Look at that.
Oh, right in the middle. Yep, there it is.
Logged in. Exact spot just talking about.
Here they come across the line. It's Steinhardt up front. Erickson? Running in 3rd. Oh, they're Villamore. Okay. We got limited vision up here.
Is that what we're calling it? Limited vision. Also known as we can't see.
Yeah.
Well, looking at the track conditions too, it looks like the track is drying out some as well. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just a different, condition they have to deal with. And I was talking to some of the guys yesterday about, talking about the rain building up into this time. And you saw a lot of people grooving tires, getting ready for wetter dirt.
Whoa, yellow flag out for somebody.
Oh.
It's got to be our leader.
In the woods. No, right there.
No, that's Jeff Villamore?
Ends with a 9, maybe Jeff Villamore. Has to be Villamore, has to be.
I saw the corner of my eye, I saw on the left side of the screen, the yellow flag comes out. There's our leader, Steinhardt, throws it hard in the corner. Here comes Villamore. He's already up in the soft stuff. Yeah, there it is.
And that's around that area we saw the rollover a little earlier, and I didn't see him necessarily hook. He just had, he caught a little bit too much of the berm.
He was in the soft stuff and just got sucked into it, and never saw it happen. I saw the yellow flagger jump out.
But it wasn't a rut. A rut was not the cause right there. That was just having a lot of momentum, finally got into the cushion portion of it and got a little too much traction with all that momentum taking you to the outside.
And that's our current points leader, so we're going to see if that affects anything. Can he get that thing fired up and going again? And that will put him well back in the field in the finishing order, obviously. But that will just shake up the points big time.
See if he can do anything with it. Who knows? Maybe there's a caution. You can't give up.
And currently second in points is Mark Steinhardt, who's our leader. So then that's got to put a big smile on his face. That puts Erickson in second, Robert Kinner third, Luger in 4th, and Bashinsky in the 5th spot. But now there's going to be a big gap back to second, and now Steinhardt is in a very familiar area of his driving career. He's been so many times in the same position at this track with a sizable lead late in the race.
Yeah, almost a 5-second advantage over Brad Erickson, a 3:08 in second place, and Steinhardt now going through that left-hand turn, which is basically right next to where they do the land rush start. So we're heading into the first turn. 3:26 on the screen right there. Rob Kinner in 3rd, the last guy on the podium. It looks like Dave Luger trying to chase him down.
So that puts Villamore all the way back in the 12th spot. We'll see, well, I believe 2 laps remaining this time by, how he's able to work his way back if he's able to. But that's going to kill him in the points right now. Yeah, he's almost a minute 10 seconds back from the leader, and he's definitely not the race speed, it looks like.
I mean, he's looking for maybe a full course caution for whatever reason, maybe somebody dropping out for mechanical. Points are points.
There's Erickson, Kinner, Luger, and Bashinsky coming through.
And we were pointing out the 3.38 earlier of Joe Maggie. It's actually Joe Muggy.
Muggy.
It's a U. They have it written down here wrong. I don't know Joe, and Joe, I wouldn't call you by the wrong last name if I knew it was your wrong last name.
Doesn't make him feel any better.
Yeah,
especially the way from.
It's all right. He can't hear a word I'm saying. That Buggy's just
Yeah,
whining.
I'll get back to him though.
379 on camera. Bill Moore still, you know, he made up 13 seconds on the guy in front of him, so he's still in 12th. So when you see drying conditions, like knowing that there's still, what, 4 more Sportsman races, if you're in the Pro Light, Pro 4, Pro, you know, Pro 2, you're looking at tire adjustments right now during the day. They were cutting a lot yesterday in preparation for a deeper, wetter track, and I don't know that we'll be seeing that much.
Well, the thing is, keep in mind the order of the races that we got going on. We got the single buggies out there, 1,600 buggies now. Then we got the UTVs coming up next. So they'll be running on a different track altogether. So they can work on the other part of the track that they're on right now. So they kind of do a juggling act of track prep while racing is still going on.
But to me, it looks a lot drier than I thought it would be, considering the amount of rain that they've had. I mean, I think the track looks good, but I still didn't expect it to even be this dry after knowing the torrential downpour we had yesterday.
I'm surprised at this point, actually, that there's not any blue groove at all that I can see
none.
after the Super Truck race.
Now, some of that because these guys aren't used to holding a consistent line every time, and they can't hold that line in every spot. These aren't pros, mind you. I mean, some of them are professionals, but they don't make their living from it. As the checkered flag had come out for Mark Steinhardt, and taking the victory here in the 1600 buggy class, the, what do we call it? The Lincoln Electric 1600 buggy.
So crossing the line is Steinhardt up front, Brad Erickson second, Robert Kinner finishes third. Luger and Baczynski finished 4th and 5th. John Fitzgerald works his way back up to the 6th spot.
And I think he was the one that just come across. It was smoking too, so he was probably happy to come across. I thought I saw some smoke coming across one of, or the back end of one of those vehicles as they crossed the checkered flag.
Well, I'm going to head down to the podium and get to work.
All right, you take off Scott Rain. He's going to be going down getting interviews from our 1600 buggy podium recipients. And take a look at the video board. We've got a lot of fine sponsors. Here's just a few of them.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use BP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try BP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Dave, I got our guys up here. Actually, they're taking their lollygagging time to get up here. You think they just ran a marathon. All three of them are a little bit gray in the beard, if you know what I'm saying. So we'll swing over here to the place, guy. And, you know, Mr. Keener, heck of a race out there. The thing is, there's so much traffic, dicing back and forth. I mean, that's got to just beat you up a little bit because guys are coming after you. You're going back after them, and talk about it's like an alpha male race almost.
Yeah, it kind of is, I guess. You know, it was great track conditions, a little bit wet the first half. Made a little mistake by the finish line there, and Brad got around me. But it was it's a great day. The track feels really good. I think it's going to hold up well as long as the weather does this weekend. It's nice to see a great crowd here in Crandon. Hope we can put on a great show for you.
Well, with all the traffic, obviously it's one of the, I think, third largest class in the field here this weekend, and you guys put on a heck of a show. But you know what? I'm getting tired. Don't tell him, but I'm getting tired of seeing that guy up there in the top spot.
I tried all I could do to catch him, and he's fast. You know, he works hard. It's all about hard work.
And he's been doing it for a long time.
Been doing it for a long time.
Well, you know what? You had a heck of a race. Congratulations to yourself.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time for our third place car, Robert Kenner. Going over here now to Brad Erickson, another guy that's been, you know, it just seems like yesterday you were a younger guy and I was kind of younger and we were watching you. You were racing out of Bark River and you weren't shy about things and somehow, some way you figured out a way. There's a couple times I think you had said, I'm done racing, I'm out of it, I can't do it anymore, I can't afford it. But you kept coming back, and in the last probably 2-3 years, you're one of the top 3-4 cars on the track every single time you hit that dirt.
Yeah, we worked hard. Steiny's helped us out a lot over the years, you know. Little bits of information here and there. And if you take it and use it, you know, some of it didn't work, some of it does work. And some things we found out. And it's all, like Rob said, it's all about hard work, you know. Rob's really stepped up his. He was fast today. Took everything I had to get around him, and hopefully Jeff's okay. He rolled in the back corner there, but we had a good race going with those guys, and hopefully tomorrow we'll figure something out and get a little bit faster.
Well, it says something when I look at all three of you guys. This is by no means a knock on your conditioning. It's telling me that you guys work your butts off out there, and it's that competitive nature that comes to the surface. And you guys are friends, obviously, off the track. Right now we're talking like this, but on the track, not so much.
Well, it's more about respect on the track. I mean, I can run with Steiny all day long, and I mean, 20 years of running with him, and I think we've had maybe 2 episodes where we've hit. I mean, and when you run together that much, I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later. And so, I mean, it's just all about respect and you know, race like you want to be raced is the way I kind of look at it, and I think I can talk for him and Rob too. It's the same way.
Nice job. Congratulations this afternoon.
All right, thanks. I got to thank my crew right here down in front. Mike, Ken the Tires, they're hooked up really great. And Hilltop RV, all my sponsors, Big O's, Lube and Service, everybody that helps us out is just unbelievable. Thanks.
Nice job, man.
Thanks.
Let's go over here, talk to the top spot. Right away, coming up to the podium, somebody had to make a comment about a brand new fire suit. And you know what? It's been a long time coming, man. Congratulations, a great run today. Another notch in your resume of wins.
Yeah, you know what? There's no place better to win than in Crandon, and especially I consider this my home track from Rhinelander, and you know, the track crew here does an awesome job, as you know, and it's a phenomenal job that they do on the track, and my hat's off to Crandon. I got to thank the Moore board for putting this on for us, and you know, hopefully we can get some stuff worked out and do a little bit more.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you in the top 3, if not the top spot again tomorrow afternoon. Nice job today.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go out there. I'm going to check a few things on the car, and hopefully everything is okay, and we'll bring it back out tomorrow and see what we can do. You know, I had a pretty eventful race there the first half. Jeff was right on me, and I was doing what I can to keep him behind me, and then guy got on the radio and said he rolled over. So hopefully he's all right. Hopefully his car's all right. I don't like winning that way, but you know, I've been there too. I've done that too, and you know, I'm sure he's driving a little deep into the corners and probably hooked a rut. But congratulations to Rob and Brad. You know, like they said, hard work, and both these guys do that, and you know, that's what it's all about. Got to thank all my sponsors. I got to thank Todd's Automotive from Rhinelander. He does my machine work and does a lot of stuff for me. Without his help, I can't be up here, so I appreciate that, Todd. Krause Hardwood Floors, Fastenal out of Rhinelander, and all my family, friends that help me out. You know, let's keep it going and see if we can get another win tomorrow.
There you have it. Congratulations, man. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, let's hear one more time for our top 3. We got Robert Kinner, Brad Erickson, and Mark Steinhardt.
was.
Well, welcome back. Sorry about that little break as the checkered flag comes out for Andrew Carlson there. It was a two-man race, figuratively and literally. Andrew Carlson, Joe Sylvester, about a 5-second gap as the checkered flag comes out for the UTV. So I'd like to see more of that class, but got to see some at Bark River not too long ago. And Joe was in there showing his wares and finished in second place by Andrew Carlson. Didn't get to see Ryan Springer in the 451. Had him on my entry sheet, but did not see him out there on the track coming across to take the checkered flag. So Scott Raines making his way back to Cam. If you want to come over here, you can actually sit in our seat here. Cam Reimer's up here checking out the thing. I know you've been waiting, just waiting for this moment to call that UTV race. And now is your chance, but it's gone. But Cam, you're getting ready to fire things up at the Pro Lights a little bit later on today. How you feeling? How you feeling going into this one?
I'm actually feeling pretty good. We qualified well.
I didn't get to see the qualifying. How did you qualify?
We ended up qualifying 6th, so had a pretty good lap. For kind of thinking about it, last time we were here was fall Crandon. A lot of guys got some testing in and whatnot, and we just got out here and had to run 3 laps and had to throw down a heater. And by the end of the 3rd lap, I felt all right and laid a good one down. And I think we have even more left in the truck for speed. So if I can get a good start, I think
when I look at results, I don't even see that 6 even in your finishing order this year. What's been going on? I see a 21 fall by an 8. I see 15s and a 9. It's kind of up and down, but not quite the season I'm sure you probably thought you'd hope you'd have.
Not at all. I mean, we've had decent speed, but it's actually kind of crazy. Last year was my first year in it, and we got through with great finishes just by some attrition and whatnot. And the bad part this year, we've kind of been part of the attrition. So some mechanical problems, some driver errors, but Bark River went okay for us. I made a mistake on Sunday and drove back up to, I think, 9th. And
in the second day.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that's not where we want to be. We want to be standing on the box, and we have the speed to do it. Just I need to put it together. I think our truck's there, and like I said, I mean, to come out here and only, them say take the green lap or take the green flag and get 3 laps and try to lay down a good qualifying lap, I'm more than happy with that. So just need a good start for sure.
It's been a long time since you've been on the track. The qualifying was this morning. As the day progresses, things dry out. Right now they're working on the track trying to get it a little groomed more. How do you prepare? What do you do for tire selection or as far as the cut and things like that as you get ready to go?
Oh, I mean, we had a pretty good tire setup this morning for when it was wet and we were hooked up, and I figured the track to go really slick today. Not really a blue groove rubber, just slick. You kind of know from the motocross stuff, when you get rain earlier in the day, people think it's going to stay wet, but it just, once that sun comes out, it bakes it hard. And I think, we got a good sipe job on the radar tires, and it should be good for us. I think our truck gets off the bottom of the corners really well, and the forward bite with those tires is really good. So hopefully I don't have to make any passes. I hope I'm coming through turn 1 with the whole shot.
Making those jumps. So you're starting where on the line without looking at my starting sheet? You qualified 6th, but they do inversion on the first day. I'm trying to think.
Yes, they do inversion on either 4 trucks or 6 trucks, and whoever the fastest qualifier is, which was Doug Mittag, he pulls a pill, whether it's going to be 4 or 6, and they end up inverting 4. So I missed that. But I don't hate the 6th starting spot.
So outside 3 is not a bad thing. Huh?
No.
Actually, it's not, because it's a land rush. Let's talk about that as they're still doing the track break. Let's talk about the land rush start. What are your thoughts and your approach towards that? It's kind of back to moto days, right?
It is, but it's completely different from it. You can be a good starter in the moto days and, have just your techniques really well, but there's some stuff that happens out here, and then you're sitting on the line. There's no gate pick. They put you where you qualified. Right. So you can't choose good ones. The water truck comes down, maybe dumps some water in yours, or dumps some water on the one next to you, and you go, oh yeah, I got this, But once you take off, there's no getting off the back of the bike, and put the traction down. You're just foot to the floor and try to get into the first turn with the lead, because you're not, if you're in the lead, you're not going to be stuck in that mess, and it's hard to see if you're if you're any farther back.
So you don't have the gate pick, but you have a preparation and a mental aspect coming into that first turn. Where do you want to be exactly heading into that first turn, knowing that there's that hump on the inside and how you have to have that truck set up going into that turn?
Yeah, that hump on the inside kind of makes me glad we didn't invert all the way to 6th, because we would have been inside there. You can get to the first turn, but you can't get through it very well because you kind of off camber in. So that 6th spot, if I can get a truck length out
have a
on
direct
him,
line.
Yeah, I mean it's perfect. I mean it's a primary gate pick. If it was motocross and no staggered, I mean it's where I want to be for sure.
Straight line there. Looking forward to it today. You see more trucks on the line. We still have the Mountain Dew super stock trucks, the short course carts, and the Husqvarna super buggy. You come from 4 wheels, correct? But in the shorter version, the ATVs, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, there's a lot of similarities, but you have to learn these trucks so much on, you know, you can't come into corners, check up, and turn and just pull right out of them. You got to carry so much momentum, especially out here. And I'm finally getting that mentality switched up, and yeah, it's paying off, I think.
Cam Reimers in the Radar Tires Ford. Maybe we can get a ride along with you. We talk about ride alongs. I had no idea it was in that massive beast that they were doing. That is about funny, and I know funny. How did you get your start into the trucks and more stuff with like a roll cage around you? Because it's a different world knowing that you can hit the eject button at any given time in motocross and ATVs. But when you have a roll cage, it kind of gives you that sense of, I'm invincible, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, that's the exact thing I tell people out here. They're like, oh, the speeds at Crandon are so fast. I was like, really? When you're in the zone, it doesn't feel like you're going fast at all until someone spins in front of you or something happens, then it feels like you're hauling the mail, you know?
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a whole different aspect, and I feel like I've kind of embraced the off-road truck, you know, character in myself a little bit now, and I think I'm getting better as a driver. We're getting better as a team. It's only our 2nd year, and yeah, I'm very happy with it. So.
Who do you train with? Who do you work with? Who's your inspiration?
To be honest, it's my dad. He's kind of been there from the beginning. He wasn't necessarily the moto dad, you know, not the mini dad, but he's been there supporting me, and he also spots for me, and he works his tail off to make this thing happen. And you know, we got a lot of other good sponsors that help make it happen, and we also do some other things, like, I don't know if any of the people out here at Crandon are watching Path to the Podium. That's on our Facebook and our YouTube and stuff like that, but it's a little documentary series that allows us to give back to the fans and give back to you know, our sponsors, especially when we've had the year that we've had so far. It's not what we want to have for our sponsors, but we're still able to kind of keep our name out there, and a lot of people have loved it. So hopefully we can be over, you know, just with Path to the Podium stuff and actually make it onto the podium, you know.
SSI Decals, Ty Lube, and Max and some of your sponsors. Yeah, it's got to be cool to work with your dad, and also got to be tough in other times too, because, you know, he's the one getting after you after the race, or you're getting after him after the race. Tell me what goes through your radio through the day when he's trying to talk to you. Is he giving you lines to look forward to,
yeah,
or telling you don't do that again?
He does a great job of looking ahead. If I'm buried, he kind of lets me do my thing. You know, he's really good about just regular spotting, but he can read lines really well, and, you know, looks at some of the guys. Like Doug's been fast this year, Jarrett's been fast, CJ's always good, and, you know, he'll tell me some things that they're also doing, and then, you know, just I like to get creative with lines too, and he'll say, you know, where maybe I have an advantage of doing that, and you know, he'll tell me to maybe save that in a practice or something like that, like don't show that to anyone, and, you know, that's a good spot. So he's really well, or, you know, he's a really good person to work with, and it's fun. I like having him in my corner for sure.
What's been the hardest part transitioning to off-road truck racing? What's been the hardest thing to deal with?
The lows. I think there's more lows than what I've been used to in the past. You know, before you have a lot of highs in moto and can kind of work through it and feel like you can just go home and train and try to get better. And with this, it's like
the physical, you know, side of your body makes a big difference, though, too.
Yeah,
Ricky Carmichael could tell you that. It's different going into 4 wheels from you know, being able to manipulate the bike.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you when you're having an off day, you know, you feel like you can still kind of pull it together. When you're off in the truck, it's really frustrating, and even sometimes you're decently fast and just can't put things together. And when I've
never heard it put quite like that. You're decently fast. I'm going to use that with somebody. You know
decently
what, buddy?
Fast.
You were decently fast. Cam gave me that one. I'm going to use that one.
Okay, yeah, we've been decently fast this year, but like I said, no, I mean, it's just. Yeah, when it's not going good and you're battling back there in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, you're just in the carnage. And sometimes you can't avoid it no matter what you do. Sometimes you are the carnage, and you know, people can't avoid you. So you just really need to get out front. Otherwise, you just seems to be just a snowball effect how it's been right now in our finishes. But hopefully today, like I said, if we can get out with a clean start, we've got the speed. I have no doubt about that, and I need to put it together on my end too.
Cool, buddy. Thank you for coming up here and visit with us, Scott. Hadn't seen him make it. It must be a long trek. You know, he gets winded just walking up the stairs, so I'm sure he's got plenty of chicken wings up here. But go get ready. You still got a few more classes to go before you get to hit the truck, and I know you're ready to get this thing fired up and improve on that 9th as your best finish of the year.
I appreciate it, Robbie.
Right,
hopefully everyone out there is cheering us on, so thank you guys.
All right, look out for Cam Reimers. He'll be in the radar for it. Let's go back down to the podium one more time.
Thanks a lot, Robbie. We're down here with our UTV finishers, and I guess you'd say it's an introductory class. You guys are out here to do a demonstration. You're racing, full-blown, flat-out racing, but it's an introductory thing, and I'm going to start with this guy right here, if he can move his keister over to the side. Joey, 2 Chains, Sylvester. There's a reason why we call him that. He's always got 2 chains on, and being from, you sound like you're from Jersey, but you're actually from Ohio, but you run Pro Light, you're running the UTV. I mean, you're going to be one of the dads, I guess, grandfathers of this class once it grabs a hold, and it's pretty much picking up speed.
You know, it's a lot of fun out there. If we get like 10 more guys, it'd be super interesting for these fans. We'd be beating and banging. I mean, I almost rolled in practice because I actually forgot what I was driving. I forgot I wasn't in the Pro Light, and I had to turn sharp with the track to cut the track off. So I almost rolled it, so hopefully people got a kick out of that. If we get a whole bunch more of these out here, it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun, man.
What's it take to get inside of one of these things? I mean, obviously there's some modifications to it from your off the showroom floor UTV. What does it take to get this thing in racing shape?
Not a whole heck of a lot, man. The new Can-Ams and the Polarises, there's not much you have to do to them other than safety upgrades like harnesses and a roll cage, doors, all just that kind of stuff. They're pretty much ready to race right off the showroom floor. Both those machines that were just out there are pretty much stock. They're stock motor, modified suspension, and modified exhaust, and the roll cage. That's it.
Where are you guys at so fans can come over and kind of see these UTVs? And I know Andrew's got a pit area location as well, but we want to get as many people to check these things out as possible.
We're right in the pro pits. I have the number 8 Pro Light, Rigid Industries, Cooper Tire, Rogue Racing out there on display, and we'll be out here racing pretty soon here too. I'm excited to qualified 8th in that. Excited to get out here. This is only my first year racing off-road, and it's like probably my 10th or 12th time in a truck period. So first time to Crandon. Everybody's been really welcoming. It's been a lot of fun. It's really, really cool to race at such a prestigious off-road race like this. So I'm stoked to be here, stoked to be in 8th place. Pretty excited to be out there beating around with him here on the UTVs. So we've got our UTVs over there. He's pitted right across from me in the pro pit. So come check it out. We got shirts and hats, and we'll hang out and have some drinks and talk about race cars.
And if this guy's name and face look familiar, you may recognize, if you're any kind of a Monster Jam fan, here's the thing. Bad Habit Monster Truck used to be this guy right here. Nice job, Joey.
Thank you.
All right, we'll swing over here to Andrew Carlson. Andrew, you got one of the biggest names at snowcross, but the thing is now during the summer months, you don't park the sled. Actually, you do park the sled, but you don't park your racing.
Yeah, you know, it's always fun to get out in what's considered our off season, and I'm always up for racing and rubbing tires with guys, and yeah, it's a blast.
And you got, you're just telling me some guys from Polaris going to be out here for the fall race, and you expect upwards of 10, 12 more guys confirmed on top of what we don't know showing up.
Yeah, so it's like what Joey said, we just got to get more guys out here. It'll be a blast. I mean, they got great courses, and it's the only racing in the Midwest, so it's awesome. And yeah, we're looking forward to Crandon Fall and Bark River, and just, yeah, get some more guys out here.
Well, here's the thing. Keep in mind that this guy wants to do a lot more racing. One of the most famous snowcross racers in the world right here, Andrew Carlson and Pro Light. Congratulations, man. It's kind of cool to see you out here again.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Andrew Carlson and Joey 2 Chains right here, wherever he went, in the UTVs. All right, congratulations, man. Robbie, let's turn it over back.
So here we are at Crandon, Wisconsin for the Big House Brawl. Some sportsman racing about to get underway. The Midwest Off-Road Racing sportsman classes. This is the Super Stock class, also known as the Mountain Dew Super Stock trucks. Rob Legrand in the 870, the 827 of Matt Cioric. Varner in the 837, the 887 of Jay Schaefer, the 886 of Gatlin Keener. He's in that 1947 Ford. Look for him. 826 of Danny Beauchamp. We have Fannin in the 804. Bing in the 833, the 851 of Joey Masicek. I know I killed that one, but you know, Scott will go over and get it right after a minute. And the 897 of Mitch Dorr. Don Demity in the 885, Dale in the 877, the 829 of Troy Shudd, 855 of Harvey Lewis, the 899 of Scott Heikela. Ben Wurzber in the 871, the 819 of Gitzloff, and the 876 of Aaron Lawler, who won a Facebook contest to drive Keener's backup truck. He's a tow truck driver and law enforcement student from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We'll see how he does it the first time ever in his truck today. Welcome back, Scott. Good drive back from the interviews over there in the UTVs. This is the Mountain Dew Super Stock truck starting grid. 18 guys on the starting line.
Yeah, it didn't take long, and holy smokes, what a field. This is probably for me one of my favorite classes all day long, pro and sportsman. So entertaining. These guys wear their passion out on their sleeves and are very, very, very aggressive out there on the racetrack. And already one of our Bark River boys is running up front, and that black and blaze orange.
826 out in front. It's Beauchamp.
Danny Beauchamp. And I think it's Jeff Fannin running in second with Parsons Chevrolet on the door. How about Don Demity running in? Oh, man! Big time contact. And let's see who was that running in third. Matt Cioric. Wow. We'll see if that did any kind of damage to the right front of that Ram of Don Demity as he was trying to make a pass, and Cioric went just drifted to the outside. But that is the truck to talk about right there. Gatlin Keener, how about that? What were we saying?
1947 Ford.
Yeah.
And the reason he's able to drive that, his other one, a contest winner, is driving his backup truck, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And, all right, here, take this truck. I know it's your first time to ever drive in practice, but go ahead, take my other truck and give her a run.
And here we go once again. Here comes Demity to the inside, the left-hand turn. He's going to slide wide, going to force Cioric to the outside, and it looks like he has. Demity comes right back now in the top three.
Did you see how deep Fannin was into that berm? He was all the way beyond the outside, the driver that's in second. The 826 right now, Danny Beauchamp. We saw how fast he was in Bark River. He's picking up right where he left off here in Crandon.
I'm kind of surprised as the size of the hit, the force that Demity took in that right front, that he's not showing more damage or possibly a flat tire. Excuse me by now. But I'm really, really impressed right now with Fannin running in second. That Parsons Chevrolet sponsored vehicle, and it's been a long time. If you go back in the history of this sport, Jeff Fannin, that 804, Parsons Chevrolet, Sherry Parsons used to run a Class 8 truck, which was back then it was a Pro 2. We haven't seen Parsons Chevrolet on a door, and it's so nostalgic almost to see something like that again with Parsons Chevrolet out on a race truck. So Jeff Fannin really, really making the Parsons family proud, I think, right now, running that second spot. But I'm telling you, Beauchamp, one of those guys that's been on the internet a lot, posting updates on his race truck and prepping it and building it and working on it all season long, or all off season long. It's neat to see his work come through fruition.
You keep mentioning Demity in the 885. I don't see him come across there. Where is he as far as out there on the track?
He's actually in the third spot in that yellow Ram.
Problems with his transponder or something. Not coming across our timing and scoring. Fannin likes, remember he took a really, really wide line that first time. I think he's still going pretty darn deep in there. You see him hitting a lot of loose dirt.
Yeah, I think that's actually, that bank is kind of deceiving because there's a lot of loam and kind of that soft, spongy dirt from like the halfway point up. And I think if you just touch it, you get sucked into it. And it looks like there's Keener, what I like to call Mater. There's Mater in that 886. And they were going to paint it yellow and orange, or orange and black, or something like that. And it's like, it sounded like his crew and all those guys says, no, we're not going to paint it. Leave it. And boy, do I love that idea.
Yeah, it's cool to truck. You got to remember, that's 1947. Those were one of the first years of trucks being made, period, after World War II. That's how old that truck is, with that body is in it.
Wow. And to be this fast in his first race
Out of the
ever on
box.
the truck. Yeah, exactly. Here comes Fannin one more time into that final turn right before the start-finish line. Goes inside of Beauchamp. Fannin has the spot. He forced the issue. Up across the Amsoil finish line. Beauchamp comes back to the inside.
Oh, man. Fannin could not get that thing turned to save his life.
That kind of action is what makes this class one of the best, most entertaining classes to watch all weekend long. And it never stops, no matter how far back you go in the pack.
Beauchamp didn't back down. That was the cool part. He knew he had lost position for a second, but stayed in it. Looks like we have a safety truck down the front straightaway picking up maybe a body panel or something, and he's trying to clear off. So no caution there.
Well, it's kind of deceiving because this class, you know, it's a stock class. A lot of them have the steel body panels yet. You know, they kind of gutted or kind of cut.
Fannin again. That turn's killing him. He was still facing the apex.
Yeah, he may be off a little bit on the tire grooming for the front tires. Who knows?
You're talking about the body panels, how they're not all.
Some of them run steel, but you also have the option of running fiberglass. Same body panels as the Pro 2s and Pro 4s. So it's kind of deceiving. Some you see all bent up, and some you see like they're brand new. And the new guy just pile drive somebody there.
The new guy is in Aaron Haller. That new
He's
guy.
Haller.
No, in Keener's old
in the
truck?
Keener truck, yeah.
Yeah. He's learning.
Wow, as Beauchamp pulled away. I'm kind of thinking that maybe Fannin, he's having problems turning. He cannot get that thing squared away.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. He took the lead a minute ago and couldn't get it to rotate. He's in that sharp left hand, so it's not just right hand, because he had a problem with his right hand turn the last. Let's look at him come through here one more time. He got the pivot pretty good right there. Now that was all right there, but that left hand turn as he heads towards the front straightaway, the last turn of the track, he cannot get that thing to rotate there.
You know what? Right at the end of that blue wall is a notorious rut, I should say hole that's forming. And that thing will be about 3 feet deep by the end of the Pro 4 race. And they'll go out there and they'll grade over it and pack it down
always
and prep
pops
it.
back up.
But it's going to come back up and bite these guys by the Pro 4 race, guaranteed. Here you see our leader one more time, coming that tight left hand 180. Beauchamp looking so good through there. Over rotates a little bit, but hangs on.
Just don't want to lose the RPMs. If it drops down there, it would be even a worse loss for him. But remember, that was Fannin's worst turn as well. But Fannin looked like he went through it decent that time. He was 2.5 seconds behind Beauchamp that last time around. We'll have to see next time up to the stripe.
There was Tommy Graf right there making that left-hand turn.
A rollover.
Oh, who was that? Was that? Didn't catch the number.
I don't know, and it was right around. Was that near our top three? We know it's not Beauchamp. We know it's not Fannin.
It's a black and red.
Is it Graf or Lohner?
No, it's not. I don't think it's Graf.
827 is Sorek.
Matt Sorek, okay. Doesn't look like anything's hurt. They just got to get him up on his wheels as fast as possible. Here's another look at what just happened with Matt Sorek. Here they come to that tight left-hand 180, goes in real hot. And
just too much momentum and too much berm on those outside wheels. We saw it earlier with a rut. That was just diving it in too deep.
Yeah, it's just too hot, flat out too hot. There was no amount of horsepower was going to save you on that one.
I know it's four-wheel racing, but he was on a bicycle right there for a while.
And he was turned into it, so he was trying to save it. He was turned into it. He just didn't have the horsepower and the rear wheel spin to save it.
To break it loose. Finally grabbed enough traction and threw himself over. So what? Is it Masachek? Is that in
McKasick?
McKasick. I knew you'd say it right, and I would butcher it a couple times. So sorry about that, Mr. McKasick. Yeah, there's the white smoke from rolling over. So is that death smoke, or you blow it out and he's fine?
He wasn't over on its side very long, so I think it was just blowing it out. Once they fired up, get the oil out of the chambers, and he's good to go. But I wouldn't be going quite that hot with the competition yellow. You know, let it kind of breathe.
Sort itself out.
Yeah, for the first half lap or so, and then jump on her a little bit.
So did he lose his lap? Did he lose a lap or not?
No, no, he shouldn't be a lap down, not at all.
Oh man, would that be a heck of a comeback? So he was in 7th place, I believe, when he went down.
What's interesting, here's the thing, we got to make sure we still don't have Don Demony, who's right now 3rd on the track, and that yellow Ram he's not showing up on our timing and scoring. So he might be having a transponder issue, like you said earlier. Midwest Off-Road Racing, the Sportsman organization. This is round 3 here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. We got Richie Kuloff in the pace truck right now pacing the field. There's a brand new Ram. They just got that a couple weeks ago, I guess, and the whole track is just in love with that thing.
That's good. Looks good.
They're supposedly letting me have it for a weekend
really?
later this summer. Yeah.
Is this you saying that, or is this them saying that?
That's rumor. So until it's confirmed from the man himself, Clifford, I'm not going to believe it.
Your Mustang's going to get jealous.
I don't know.
Or your wife's.
Yeah, it's my wife's. Mine? Where did you get the
Yeah,
idea it was
I don't
mine?
know where I got it.
It's mine while I'm waxing it. Then it's hers again.
Remind everybody that Throwdown in the UP Part 1 from Bark River you can see on NBC Sports Network on May 1st at 10 p.m. Eastern. But we're not Eastern, so that would be what, 9 o'clock Central?
1 hour difference here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'd be I live in Central. It'd be
Yeah.
9 o'clock Central. And then on July 13th, we got back-to-back shows. We have Throwdown in the UP Part 1 from Bark River, then the Big House Brawl from right here in Crandon, and then the Spring Cup. All on July 13th, and then we'll see Throwdown in the UP Part 2 on August 3rd from Bark River, Michigan. Battle of the Chip be airing on August 10th from Sturgis, South Dakota. Can't wait for that one. And our keys to the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin, September 6th. We'll see that on NBC Sports Network, followed by the Amsoil Cup from Crandon at
Sturgis.
Yep.
Suppose we're going to be having a land rush start there again. They're building, Jeff Nordstrom and the boys are building a land rush start. Here we go. As they come out of the Forest County, Potawatomi turn 1, getting ready to take the green flag.
I need to get my trophy girl intro there at Sturgis. We might have a lot of takers there.
Danny Beauchaw's pacing the field. They're bumper to bumper, literally waiting for that green flag. Oh, man. Beauchaw, Fanning get a good jump. Demony not so much. Well, this is where it's going to get fun. These guys are going to get overly aggressive, trying to make up positions. And the second half of the Super Stock race are always fun to watch.
Which was our guy that rolled over earlier?
Sorek, yes.
This is 15th place. 15th place on the lead lap. Let's see where he can work his way up to the 8.27.
Whoa, he just made contact. He's in the back. They're 3 wide through the Polaris gravel pit turn. He's on the outside. Sorek. He jumped the back tire of one of the trucks going into the corner. As we go back up front, as our leaders cross the Amsoil finish line, completing another lap.
Look at that 3 wide coming to take the green again.
And we got a truck going up in smoke big time.
Yeah, mosquito fogger, which you might need here as well as Bark River. Mosquito foggers, very popular. And that's hurt.
Yeah,
he's shut down. Need to put the hook on him, pull him to the infield.
Out of nowhere, there's Demony. Shows up on our timing and scoring.
How did that happen?
Maybe he decided to turn it on.
Can't turn them on. But a good idea. You know what? They probably plugged in his numbers, I bet you, in the things. It may be on our end there. So Beauchaw, Fannin, Demony, 1, 2, 3, Groff, Lohr, top 5. Sorek's the one guy I was wondering where he would end up, and we saw him start 15th, 16th place, somewhere around there.
Well, I'm kind of surprised our top 3 or 4 have just spread out that fast and that much. Kind of expected a little bit closer racing. Actually, a lot closer racing.
Maybe Danny Beauchaw was holding back just a little bit. Or maybe Jeff Fannin not really wanting to show his cards right now as well, because it looked like he did close in just a little bit. Good race back there, what, 3rd, 4th place. 3 cars all together. Ooh, smell that motor oil.
Yeah, things are getting warm out there,
The truck that let go over there a minute ago, that's not a good smell.
There's a shot of Fannin trying to track down Danny Beauchaw. Now, Fannin's got a pretty good, cool program going on off track as well. He'll coming up probably stop in to see us later on this afternoon to talk about it. So, really cool guy to talk to. Beauchaw goes a little wide from the Argonne corner. Actually, all 3 do.
What are you calling it? What kind of corner?
Argonne.
What's that?
Argonne is a small town about 8 miles from here in that direction.
Oh, so it's that way.
Yeah.
You're halfway to Argonne, means you're halfway around the track, I guess.
Or almost to Argonne.
Literally.
Heading down the straightaway, there's a shot of our leader, Danny Beauchaw, out of Bark River, Jeff Fannin. Right behind that blue and white Parsons Chevrolet. Man, just listen to that motor rev. That thing sounds so sweet coming through the Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1.
Oh my gosh, that's music.
Fannin making up a little bit of ground, it appears.
Yeah, oh, he really got a good drive right there. Watch him down this straightaway. He got a really good drive out of that turn.
Oh boy.
He's closing in hard. Now find a new line. You can take that wide line. Now you kind of see where you're at in the program.
Not there.
No, I mean, but Beauchamp's going to be bogging coming off that turn, so he didn't really lose much. But he gave himself an opportunity to do something different. Is to make the right-hander come in and get in that flag area. Another green flag.
No white flag.
No, Jeff Fannin looks pretty good back in second, and don't count out Don Dimity. He's kind of watching all this transpire, and he might actually be closing a little bit every now and then.
Well, here's the thing, too. I mean, obviously, we're watching on the track. What we don't know is what are the spotters telling the drivers. You know, is Beauchamp going as fast as he can and just taking the lines away from Fannin according to what the spotter's saying? So, I mean, there's a factor we always forget about. What are the spotters telling the drivers?
Some we can't say.
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, sure it's not so friendly at times on the radio.
Beauchamp looks so smooth coming through that turn. I think this is where he makes up a lot. Yeah, look how much he made up. There's Tommy Groff right behind him is Mitch Dorr. Garrett Lord, Joey McKasick. There's 829.
Shaden.
Troy Shaden. Here comes the rest of our field into turn 1.
So Sorek worked up to 9th place. So by not giving up, he's able to help out his point standings for the year.
Is that a little bit of smoke kind of puffing out of the back of
37, Tom Groff.
Was it Groff? Yeah. Right here in front of the crowd. Yeah, our leader pulled away a little bit on that last half lap or so. Time is running out. White flag is waving. Danny Beauchamp crosses the line with 1 lap remaining. Fannin right behind him, about 6 car lengths. Don Dimity running in third, about 15 or so behind Fannin. Mitch Dorr, Tom Groff, Garrett Lord, Joey McKasick, all in tow. Troy Shade running the 8th spot, Matt Sork 9th, Gavin Keener. Surprising enough, he's kind of quiet. I thought he'd be a little bit closer to the front, but him and Jay Schaefer battling back and forth quite a bit. I just love seeing that truck on the track. Man, that is so neat.
Does look good.
Maynard's doing a hell of a job out there.
I don't know, I have a 55 Chevy, and those steel body panels are heavy. I wonder if that's a negative, though, for him.
Well, I think more of the negative is how big Gatlin is. I mean, he's a big
Hey, I did
kid.
not say that. You're the one that's getting your tail kicked
I
after.
tell him all the time. I keep asking Justin, what the heck do you feed the kid?
So we're on the last lap. This is the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck class. Danny Beauchamp been leading this thing almost start to finish. See if he can hold on for just a few more turns and take this one home.
There goes Mitch Dorr on the outside of Don Dimity. Here our leader comes towards the Traxxas launch zone. Danny Beauchamp with 1 turn remaining. About 6 car lengths up front of Fannin. Beauchamp will take the win as he crosses the AMSOIL finish line. Fannin will finish 2nd. Dimity trying to hang on, taking the line away from Mitch Dorr. Dimity will finish 3rd, Mitch Dorr 4th. Tom Graff will hang on to his spot as he was getting a lot of heat from Garrett Lawler. Troy Shaden 7th, Joey McKasick finishes 8th as the rest of the field comes around. Matt Sork 9th, and I'm on my way to the podium to talk to our top 3.
Matt Sork, good job finishing 2-9. Jay Schaefer rounding out the top 10. That's it for the Mountain Dew Super Stock Truck. Scott's going over there to hear from our podium, and you're going to hear a word from our sponsors.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
fastest name in radio control.
Podium up here once again, and you're chasing that points championship. And I'm going to tell it right now out to the public that this is supposedly your last year of racing. You're going to retire after the year.
This will be my last spring Crandon if the truck sells.
There's always an if. You know, I set him up for this big retirement thing, and now he throws an if at me. But let's talk about this race now that you kind of threw me under the bus on that one. But you look like you had some form of the first half. The competition yell comes out, and then basically you couldn't quite reel them in.
Well, I'll tell you honestly, we lined up 12, so we're all the way out on the track. Next to us is Mitch Dorr, and I thought, you know, this is going to be a drag race. If Mitch pulls me off the line, I'm going to follow him around the corner. And I look next, and I'm ahead of him. I thought, now what do I do? So I thought, what the hell, we might as well try to catch these guys. We came around, and it just got into a mess over here, and I slid into the wall, and I bent the front end, so I'm towed out about 3 inches. And about the halfway point, I said, boy, I don't know how long I can do this, but the truck kept running. My spotter, Charlie, great job. He kept me calm. My window net fell down halfway through the race. We got that back up. But I got to thank my crew, guys. Without my crew, these guys are phenomenal. I really don't do a lot. My dad does most of the prep. Randy has my helmet in the truck. He puts my safety equipment on. Steve, everybody has their job, and they get it done. I just kind of walk around and supervise. So they do a phenomenal job. That truck, we're going to put another steering rod on it, and tomorrow we're going to be, might try to throw Danny off on first. How's that sound?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see where the points are at going in tomorrow now. But talk about points championship and how tight it is right now, even after 3 rounds of racing.
I hope I'm still in first. I got to be right around there somewhere. And these Cooper tires, I got to talk a little bit about the Cooper tires. Absolutely phenomenal. Normally when I race this track with a different brand, I got to stay in the groove. Today I just went wherever I wanted to. Not that I wanted to, but the truck wanted to because the steering wasn't right, but it would just pull and pull and pull.
Nice job, Donnie.
Thank you.
All right, swing over here to Mr. Fannin. And not his first time on the podium this year either, but I got to tell you one more time, since you're closer to home a little bit, it is so cool. I said this at Bark River. It's so cool to see Parsons Chevrolet on the side of a race truck again, and you're the one running that brand. Nice job.
Absolutely. Real happy to have Parsons on board with us as always. Real cool thing we're doing this weekend. Today's race winnings are going to be donated back to the Ronald McDonald House in Marshfield. I have verification from another sponsor of mine, AMSOIL, that they're going to match whatever we get. So I don't know what second pays, but we'll do some research. That's an awesome payday for Ronald McDonald House. They need to start building these podiums bigger because last week we completely front stubbed the front of that race truck. And in 2 weeks with a bunch of guys with full-time jobs, here we are standing on the podium in second. The crew needs to be standing on this podium, not the driver. You know, it goes down to them guys, it really does. Gotta thank Parsons Van Ego, AMSOIL, TNS Trucking, Denny Abney Auto Body, Main Street Eds, Able Distributing, K2 Pro Signs, Fannin Plumbing. Am I getting them all?
Well, I'm just wondering, are you going to take your dark glasses off to reveal your emotion?
No, she's always emotional up here, especially when you can do that for Ronald McDonald House. I'm really happy to do that. Last year, when my son was born 7 weeks early, we stayed there, and I said, if there's any way that I can repay these guys, I'm going to, and why not connect it to racing? So, I mean, real awesome to do that. So.
Well, congratulations, man. Inspiration without a doubt, and congratulations up here on the box.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Scott.
All right, Jeff Fannin up here in second spot now. Danny Beauchamp. Sweet. Did anybody hear that? Sweet. Danny, I mean, do you rent like a school bus at Bark River and ship all these people out here or what? What a great fan base.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we don't have a school bus, but we come as a family, and this racing thing is huge for us. I mean, racing's been in our family since like the 60s, so I mean, it's nothing new to us. We put all our hearts, you know, all of my crew, all my family, put a lot of time into the truck. I mean, it's unbelievable the time we spend on it and the nights we spend there and the amount of people that come by and help us out and the guys that are in Escanaba probably watching the race right now. This is for you guys and all my friends and family leading laps. It's good to get out front like that. Jeff got around me there for about a second, and I told myself that was the last time he's going to do that, and it was.
Well, is there anybody within the city limits of Bark River, if there is a city limit boundary, that doesn't race? I mean, or involved in racing somehow, because I think they're all here.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. If they don't race, they're definitely involved in it, and they come to Crandon. It's only a 2-hour drive for us, so I got a lot of support, all the Midwest races that we go to.
Nice job, man. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
And by the way, keep kicking him in the butt, because nobody needs it more than him.
I got to say happy birthday to Big Mike here. He's buying the beer again tonight, so.
All right, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time for our top 3 finishers up here. We got Jeff Fannin, Don Deminy, and Danny Beauchamp. Van Eperen in the 45, Jason Folkman in the 87, Gage Garvin in the 296, and Paige for Hanowitz in the 5. And it looks like we've got Carter Vanderbilt pulling the whole shot with the lead. He's about, 4 or 5 seconds out front of it looks like one of the Horde girls. As she's running a second place. So it looks like, actually it says Easton Sleeper. Our timing and scoring is kind of off a little bit. You can see an abbreviated track. They run a few, same as the UTV track. But this is a little bit of a variation of what the big trucks do. This is basically a Pro 2, but been shrunk quite a bit. Ages 6 to 12 years old. The next generation of off-road racers, we've got Carter Vanderbilt still running up front, Ashton Horde in second. Owen Van Eperen has moved up that 3rd spot. And it looks like one of the, let's see, Volkman has moved into 3rd. Again, this is the first time the kids have ever raced here for 3 years. This is the first time across the Amsoil finish line by Ashton Horde, right now running in 3rd. Now, yeah. Whoa, a little deviation through the rhythm section. Vanderbilt still running up front in that red number 77, the Flying Dutchman race team entry. Ashton Horde running in 2nd. See, Owen Van Eperen has gotten back into the 3rd spot. Easton Sleeper running in 4th, Gage Garvin in 5th, Jason Folkman got it here as the 5th spot, or 6th spot. I love transponders. And another pass being made, it looks like. Let's see. Oh, no, it looked like Sleeper was trying to make a pass on Van Eperen, and they made a little bit of contact. So you see some very brave individuals out there on the track, whether it be dads, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters, kind of guiding the kids around the racetrack so they make sure to make the turn.
Yeah, now with this class, these little guys, again, they're all, you know, like say, between 6 and 12. These kids in the pits, it's more fun watching them in the pit, get along, playing together. Now they get out on the track, and sometimes the parents' egos will get in the way, but we got to back them down and just let these kids go, have fun, learn what it's like to compete and have a good time.
Testing, 1, 2. Well, once again, we got Carter Vanderbilt running up front, Ashton Horde in 2nd, Easton Sleeper 3rd, Gage Garvin 4th spot. Owen Van Eperen has fallen back to 5th, was running the top 3 there for quite a while. Jason Folkman in the 6th spot, and the Warhanowitz kids are running 7th and 8th. Once again, if you didn't hear it before, they're between 6 and 12 years old, and this is where they learn how to, you know, handle a race car. I mean, these things are little, tiny race cars, without a doubt. They got the fire suits on, the head and neck restraints, the full 5-point harness. I mean, everything's in there for their safety is the #1 concern, first and foremost.
Absolutely. You know, we with Carter, pulling all these the Simpson head and neck restraints on it, the helmets. There's a couple of the ISP seats, full containment seats out there. And some of the great sponsors that help these guys get out there, like Walker Evans Shocks. Walker Evans Shocks are on each and every one of these vehicles. Jazz fuel cells are in each and every one of these vehicles. FK rod ends, same thing, on each and every one of these vehicles. All these people donated their product so these kids can get out there and learn what it's like to race.
And that's what's amazing is you go to other different racing series, and back in the core days, the kids who are running this age group, this kind of kart, are now running in pro lights. And we've got 3 or 4 of them back in the pits here today that were racing these things 7, 8 years ago.
Absolutely. That's one, as soon as I had grandkids, I said, we got to figure out how to get these kids involved in racing. Again, if they pour their life savings, which means their piggy bank, into these things, as they get older, they're going to be broke racing, so they can't get into trouble like a lot of the teams can nowadays. You keep them into racing, their head will be into competition and not everything else that you can do in the world.
And to be honest with you, I can tell you first and foremost that this is a great discipline tool. If you want the dog poop in the backyard picked up, you're not playing with the cart until it is. If you want good grades, well, then you can go racing, but not until then. And it works.
Well, I made the mistake, and I told Carter yesterday, I said, I'm pretty sure you're spoiled. He says, Grandpa, you told me if I get good grades and do really good in school, I can race. He has me there. Absolutely, he can race.
Well, white flag is out for our leader, Carter Vanderbilt. Ashton Horde still running in second. Now, what is it? Did you guys do anything to that cart since Bark River? Because right now it looks like Carter is so much faster than everybody else.
Our cart is one of the 2 that were left over from last year. So we did early exhibitions last year. Then we go to Bark River. Of course, we're working on Morris's truck, Uncle Mike's truck, everything else. Carter sort of got left behind, and here there's a big piece of the belt missing. So come Bark River, we weren't prepared like we should have been.
Oh no, our leader, speaking of, Carter Vanderbilt pulls off the track, and it looks like his day is done, is completely stopped off the track on the white flag lap.
Now we got a rollover.
And I believe, is that Van Eperen? Or Sleeper? I think it's Sleeper. So that would actually hand the lead over to Ashton Horde right now in that Boss Snowplow.
That would be so cool if Ashton could pull off
Horde,
a win.
Easton Sleeper's running in second. Gage Garvin.
Garvin is right there, right next to Horde right now.
So this is for the win right here.
Yep.
2 turns remaining. We got a young lady running up front, and it's Chad Horde's daughter.
Maybe she can show Chad what he has to do.
Oh, Chad, you're being set up at the checkered flag.
Excellent.
Your daughter just took the win.
Yeah, same thing. Now we got to figure out what happened.
Ashton Horde takes the win. And I believe that's Gage Garvin taking second. Third is Owen Van Eperen. Fourth will be Jason Volkman. Let's see, the rest of the field is still coming across the line, so I want to say it's going to be Easton Sleeper, Zachary Warhanowitz, and Paige Warhanowitz as they come across the line.
Now again, these are, little kids. If you want more information, right next to the Sean Morris pit, we have the easy ups there with the carts there. Come on down, get the information, order a cart up. Justin will have it there by the next race.
All right, well, we're going to take a moment here and do some NBC TV work, and I'm going to head down to the podium to talk to some of the youngest winners we're going to have here all weekend long.
TORC, the off-road championship, presented by AMSOIL, storms into mid-season after short track mayhem and long track flexing at Bark River. Kinks are worked out, trucks fine-tuned, and drivers recovered, just in time for the most punishing of all, the big dog of Crandon. This is the track where you prove your mettle, your worth, and your willingness to risk it all.
It takes more guts because you're taking a corner at 110 miles an hour, so it's a whole different game.
Crandon is home to the notorious Land Rush start.
Sitting on the line and looking out, and we're focusing on the start of this race.
And infamous Turn 1.
Crandon's mean for Turn 1. Every one of us are throwing the dice coming in that corner. It's the biggest race of chicken of your life.
As soon as that green flag flies, all that game plan just flies out the window.
Welcome to the nation's premier off-road racing series. TORC, the off-road championship, presented by AMSOIL.
Welcome, everybody. We're here in Crandon, Wisconsin, at the Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's the Big House Brawl here in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. I'm Scott Rain, along with Robbie
Floyd. Yeah.
Floyd.
Yeah, I'm a rookie. I've been waiting to come to this event. It finally came. Round 7 and 8 of TORC the Off-Road Championship, and now it's time to see the big boys. Pro Light, Pro 2-wheel drive, Pro 4-wheel drive, and we'll throw in some super buggies as well throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been a great day of racing. We had the super stock out here earlier. The drama that was unfolding, the points chases, it's really cool. Only 3 races into the season for the sportsmen, but we're at the midway point for the pro. But already the sportsmen are counting their points. And but right now, it's everyone's tuned into the Pro Light. Kind of walking to the pit area a little bit last night and a little bit this morning. There's not a lot of tension. It's a very laid back, so far at this point of the weekend, it's been very laid back in the pits emotionally.
What you talking about, Willis? That's then. This is now. Now it's race time. They even qualified. They did all the stuff this morning, so they've had all this day to think about how they would set their truck up, what it's been like throughout the week when they tested. Now I'm sure the track looks different because it's much drier. The pressure starts feeding now. It's our first Land Rush start of the year as well. That'll be another focus point because what do they say? No matter what type of racing you're in, the first thing is to worry about the start, and it's going to be different than any other race that we've seen this season.
And there's a lot of new guys. We have 22 trucks in Pro Light this year. Probably the largest field we've had here at Crandon in a long, long time. And there's a great shot of the crowd here. Fantastic weather. I don't think we could ask for anything better. If we didn't have, it's just a little bit on the windy side.
Yeah,
but if we didn't have that wind, I guarantee you what this Northwoods is known for is the mosquitoes.
It'll be toasty as well as some monster condor-sized mosquitoes as well. But
I saw a couple chasing some robins around the pit area earlier.
I thought when the cop pulled me over, the state trooper, and gave me a ticket yesterday, something flew in the window, and I thought it was a bee. It wasn't. It was a mosquito.
That was your camera taking a selfie with the cop in the background.
Yes,
those cool-looking little lights.
Hey, yeah, great crowd here. This is the first of 2 Crandons, and it had a good crowd at Bark River, very much like this one. It was an outdoor facility, not like the tight confines we were used to at the first 2 stops, but at Bark River, it was a good one to kick things off with the Pro Lights. Let's take a look at them from BR1.
Here's at the start, CJ Greaves, typically strong. Man, just all kinds of action. Greaves got in the back of Keegan Kincaid, which is very unusual. Greaves got the black flag.
Yes, he did. He dropped all the way back to around 13th place. It happened before the competition yellow. He got to restart, but way back in the pack. He worked his way up through the field. Watch what happened. I mean, we've seen contact throughout the race. Doug Matag showed that he was the fastest on day
150 feet through the air right there.
That was a long jump downhill, crosswind, or it was a tailwind. You're seeing one lost tire, but Doug Matag was the quickest on day 1, but that's day 1. Day 2, different story.
Rolling start there at Bark River, and there's the green flag, and here's probably the heartbreaker moment. Luke Johnson with the hole shot, comes out of the turn, keeps going around, and goes all the way around. That hands it over for a moment to Brad Lovell, and here comes Matag one more time. Matag will take the lead.
Yeah, a little tag there on the inside from the 33 as well of CJ Greaves.
the top 3 guys in points right there.
Yeah, and they've been there the entire year. Every race, all 3 of them. And Doug Matag, he's our series points leader. You see the 7 in the picture. Keegan Kincaid was probably the fastest guy at any given moment during the weekend trying to get a win, but so was CJ Greaves.
Yeah, pretty much Keegan Kincaid. That day was all about him, and the big kid was on the top spot in the box. So again, Doug Matag right there, and here's our, there's our points. CJ Greaves 5 back. With all that action we've had in the first half of the season, only 5 points separating first and second, and then we go back 10 to Jarrett Brooks, Keegan Kincaid, and Brad Lovell. And ironically enough, we're only not quite the halfway point, but Brad Lovell's still in it with 60.
Yeah, Keegan Kincaid, you see him in 4th. He's building off of that. Bark River, number 2. He won that, that second race. Where will he be today? CJ Greaves, we've seen Jarrett Brooks has been the fastest this year. He had a mechanical. It cost him at the last round. That dropped him back in points. But Doug Matag, he's been strong. CJ Greaves, this is an awesome race. We got all 3 guys within 15 points. Scott, we've been up here talking throughout the day in our sportsman class, but there's a lady we've been missing that hasn't got.
Finally!
Finally she shows
Let's
up.
Let's put her to work.
Taylor Snyder's down there trackside giving us a scoop. The 411 here at Crandon. What do you have for us, Taylor?
Thanks, guys. I'm down here, of course, on the starting line, one of the greatest starts in off-road history. And let's talk about our points leader, Doug Matag. Now, Doug is one of our West Coast racers, and you've got someone right behind him in points, CJ Greaves. Now, this is CJ's hometown track. This is his hometown fans, so it's definitely going to be a battle, and Doug is going to really have to hold on and push hard here at Crandon in order to stay in the top of that points championship.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. And looking at Doug Matag's results, 2, 5, 1, 2, 1, 3. Not outside the top 5, and only one of them outside the top 3.
Yeah, the kid is beyond his years and experience. He's beyond his years in I can see that, Dave. You just have to give it to me like this. I got it. I mean, the experience the kid has at such a young age is phenomenal.
Look at CJ just behind another young kid. We'll see him in all 3 classes today if you're just joining us watching
there.
around the world. 3 different classes today, but look at his Pro Lights results. 1st, 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 3rd, 2nd. He hasn't finished outside the top 4. That's consistency. And then you look at Jarrett Brooks, who had the mechanical, dropped it back to 19th, but that kid hadn't even finished off the podium until that one thing. So that just shows you how tight these 3 guys have been all year up to this point. I don't expect anything different today.
Well, here's the thing we got to mention, too. We are witnesses to history today, this weekend. Everybody here on the hill, everybody here at the racetrack, everybody online, wherever you are across the globe watching us right now, you are a part of history. Never, ever before in short course off-road racing in any series, ever, has anybody run all 3 pro classes. Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4. It's never been done before. And the young kid is doing it this weekend, CJ Greaves. So that's going to be something to watch. And it's kind of really, it's neat to be a part of that, to be able to say you were there that day. So once again, we're just a moment away from the green flag. We are just a moment away once again. We'll be right back after this for the Pro Light race coming up next.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do. With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Welcome back here. We're looking at I guess the final seconds of the starting line here at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. We see the cameras getting turned down or refocused. We see some of the crew members.
Are they checking GoPros in there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a GoPro crew right there. Both trucks here, Brad Lovell and was that Jarrett Brooks? Yeah. Both checking out. One final thumbs up. Yeah, that's Scott O'Connor out of Las Vegas. He's our GoPro guru. All the really cool video footage that you see on YouTube and all that stuff. That's him. That's him doing all that work, all that stuff. So he's the guy. Brad Lovell, he's in the top 5, but he is easily the oldest guy of all of them out there. Let's see.
You have to be under 20, I think, to make a podium here. It seems like what it's been this year in the Pro Light class.
In the last year and a half, just about, yeah. And Brad Lovell was our class champion in 2012, I believe it was. Look at that. Now, if we can pan away from that shot a little bit further, whoever it is on the far right side, I believe he's actually outside the racetrack. If you know, as you're coming into turn 1.
The one closest to the dump truck over there. I don't know whoever it is, but I like the way it is. Put a little gap between himself.
I think that's Bobby Runyon Jr. that just went to the right side out of the screen. There's somebody, I believe, somebody just went to the right side of the screen off to the side.
I can imagine him going all the way over there. And you also, unless these are guys that are deep staging, you'd have guys who would rather be on the second row inside than all the way on the outside.
Yeah, you're talking a good probably 40, 50 feet longer starting line. And that, Cam Ramers. Is that Cam Ramers?
Yes.
On the at the far left side of the screen.
No,
so
he's 21. This is a 22.
22, one of his teammates.
Who would that be?
Ian Harris. That's Ian Harris on the outside.
That's true.
Yeah,
so look at the guys
they're getting fired up,
who would want to be pushed to that outside. I was talking to Cam Reimers earlier. Yeah, he had the 6th pick, and he said that they picked from inside to out. He said on the inversion, he said if he would have got that inversion and he would have had to been the inside, that's not where he wanted to be. He said about 6 in, you're kind of missing a lot of that hump. It can put you in that right spot. So you don't want to be too inside, too far outside. There's
Cowboy. We're getting close.
How do you get his name?
I don't know. Do you see something on top of his head? There's a story behind it. I just don't know what it is, but obviously it has something to do with the hat. But
I'm just still you said earlier, for those of you just joining us, that he's never tripped doing this before, and I think that's the bad mojo that you just threw his way. We'll see Cowboy with a one-handed double face auger today before it's over with. I like that. Look, he's having to go all the way outside.
Ian Harris is way out there, and I believe there's somebody outside of him even. Now, after years and years and years of starting, there's actually ruts. Just like a motocross starting line, there's ruts right at that point.
It's on. Look at him.
Yeah, that's what Cowboy's known for right there. Here's our lineup. Here's our racers. Starting on the pole out of Colorado, Brad Lovell in the Nissan BFG AMSOIL Torch Mate. Number 44, alongside of him, the number 77, Jarrett Brooks out of California, driving the Synergy Electric Cooper tires, number 77. Keegan Kincaid starts 3rd, the Traxxas Cooper tires, CrandonOffroad.com, number 7. And our current points here, Doug Matag in the 81 Ram, sponsored by Walker Evans Racing Cooper tires and custom off-road designs. Right alongside of him will be in the 5th spot, CJ Greaves. We have got Cam Ramers, Luke Johnson, Sean Morris, Mark Kleiman, Jesse Johnson, Bobby Runyon, Joe Sylvester, Travis Dinsmore, Scott Beauchamp, Cody Kleiman, Chris Bowser, Brian Osborne, Randy Eller, Nick Baumgartner, Andrew Costin, Tim Lumber, and Ian Harris.
And I know Brad Lovell got the whole shot. There was no way you were going to get through that, but I think Lovell might have lost the position. Looks like Kincaid on the inside in the number 7.
If you're on the outside
looks like a rollover
of turn 1, we've got action in turn 1, incident in turn 1 at the start. 43 is reported to be, and it's Travis Dinsmore. Oh man, and his team owner rolled over 2 weeks ago in Bark River in practice, which pretty much ended his career.
Ooh, Lovell again crossing up, heading towards that last turn. And I think he lost another position. CJ Greaves up into 2nd. Looks like Jared Brooks into 3rd. Brad Lovell drops back to 4th. Sean Morris in 5th. Matag back in 6th, followed by Luke Johnson.
And boy, I don't know if they put down enough water. There's a lot of dust this early in the race. And usually, boy, I can't believe I'm saying that, but yeah, I really don't think they put enough water down.
I don't care how much water you put down. It's a race, and it's a racing condition. Now you deal with it. You see water standing in this left-hand turn. Look at Keegan taking that deep outside line, trying to keep that momentum up in the number 7, the Traxxas machine, trying to pick up right where he left off in Bark River with the win.
And look at the standings right now. Top 3 in points are top 3 on the track.
And don't count out Brad Lovell also. He had problems.
Travis Dinsmore, there's a live camera shot right now. Yellow flag is out coming into the Forest County.
What's happening there?
No, I believe it's yellow zone.
If it's a local, they're stopping.
No, you have to slow down, especially in turn 1.
They came to basically a complete stop right there. So
well, you got guys in the track with the yellow flag, and if they're like great base, in fact, it's Face Desney right there. When he's waving the yellow, you slow the hell down.
I've never seen anybody slow down quite like that before. It's almost going to be like a single file restart here as they come down the front.
Just about.
No, they are stopping.
Well, it's in turn 1. That's the biggest thing. It's in turn 1. So I looked down at the flag stand here, didn't see a yellow.
I still don't see the full course yellow, but they're looking.
Oh, and look at here, we got somebody else. It looks like, is that Jesse? Yeah, Jesse Johnson. They got the fire extinguishers out on him.
Okay, so I don't see the full course waving yellows, but everybody's treating it as such. Would you say?
Right now, all the drivers have radio communication with the USAC official, the race caller. So it's a listen-only radio. So whatever USAC is telling them, they can only hear it. They can't talk back to USAC. So right now, I'm sure USAC is telling them what's going on and what to do.
So if that's the case and they didn't get that first lap in, they may go pull up to the starting line and do a full restart as well. So that
we
could
just
be
got
interesting.
reports.
We just have to get confirmation. It looks like that may be the case. So a full restart. So they're going to have to know what position they were in, how they line up, and do this all over once again. And I don't think we got that. It was just out of camera range as we were following our leaders.
Yeah, too much happened in that first lap. You know, the Travis Dinsmore turn 1.
And we'll have more cameras tomorrow as well, I believe, for the NBC show. We're running limited cameras today, I do believe, for our web show. So
Looked like Jesse Johnson had more than just a fire issue. Look at the right front. It looked like he may have did a little baby rollover. So we can get a closer look at.
And yes, I was told 2 more cameras tomorrow for the NBC
that makes
show.
It only sounds like 2, but it makes a ton of difference.
Oh,
to be honest with
yeah,
you.
absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like Jesse's on his way to the pits right now because he's passing a lot of the trucks on the track, and if he keeps going, no, maybe he's just taking his spot back. Well, we're doing a complete restart, so it's like the race never started, which is a tough break for Travis Dinsmore. But would that make it yellow flag conditions or red flag?
Red.
Okay, so that tells me.
That's what I'm saying. I had no problem with them throwing the yellow flag, but for the flaggers not to be doing something, it's one thing, but say, it's just uncommon to not see the rest of the flaggers on the same program.
Yeah.
And nothing against them, but if you are lost communication with your radio and you're hauling butte and you don't see a flag, that's why you usually back it up, and that's why I was unsure. So a full course caution can turn into that
Well, the
red.
reason I asked is because right now you're telling me it's red flag.
Well, red
total
means
restart.
stop.
Well,
Right,
but
where you're
my
on the
question
track?
is, like Travis, if he get to the hot pits,
he can restart.
Can they touch his truck?
If they do a full...
Can they? No.
Oh,
Can they
yeah,
touch his truck right now?
Well, right now, yeah, I don't think there's been a start. So as far as I know, they probably would because there hasn't been an official start. Because if they're making them restart, there hasn't been a start. If they were doing some type of restart in a motion or a way like that, I bet you they haven't had yet an official start yet.
So we can see Richie leads the trucks all back up to the Potawatomi community starting line. We'll do a complete restart. Meanwhile, Travis Dinsmore is in the hot pits. He got pulled into the hot pits. He has a right front flat tire. My question is it okay for them to work on that truck?
Yeah.
Can they touch it?
And that's probably the thing. I'd still love to see the flag color that came out because red means you can't work on vehicles generally. But if they just said full course caution, we're doing a full restart, then I would assume that he probably would because there's never been a start. Typically in all sport forms of racing, that's generally the case.
Cade pulls up alongside. Here comes Doug Matag, and Cowboy gets to do it all over again.
So this is more this is the lower level of our pro classes as far as dollars are spent. The engines, they're very similar machines, but are we seeing better horsepower out of the other ones even though they're supposed to be running the same equipment?
Are you talking within this class?
I'm talking within this class. The guys that typically are out in front seem to get a good hole shot. And that's to the first turn. I'm not talking about position where you were.
Yeah. There's guys that have a larger budget than others, even though it's a standardized chassis. The suspension angles it's a standardized chassis, so everyone, the A-arms, everything have to be in the same place. The ride height has to fall within a parameter. The wheelbase, the front wheel width, it can't be any wider than, I don't know what it is,
that
87
wide.
inches or whatever it may be. So everybody has to fall within certain parameters, but the guys that don't have the budget can't replace like little things like rod ends after every race or after a weekend of racing. They keep going with what they have until something goes. Meanwhile, the guys with a bigger budget can just replace, even though it looks fine, you never know, they just replace it and put something brand new on. And all those little tiny things like that, the entire truck, little tiny things add up.
Yeah.
It's a sealed transmission, it's a sealed motor, you can't touch them. You can get them refreshed, but it has to be by an authorized USAC officiated.
Right, an approved
Yes,
guy.
exactly.
There's Jesse. He's able to line back up. We saw him dead in the water for just a moment. Jesse Johnson, a 15.
There's Bobby Runyon.
So they did
Junior
not lose their starting position, anything. So this is just like nothing had happened. They got a reconnaissance lap. They got a sight lap in.
very quick one. So, you know, that's little things like you can tweak and play with. Some of the race teams, there was torque converters. They did tons and tons of testing with torque converters, and they had a larger budget so they could do that. And that really, believe it or not, played into the advantage of the teams that could test that. And you'd never know it, but some of the race teams are fairly new in the sport. So it's like when they want to test, they're so new they don't know what to test. What do we test? Tires? Do we test? I mean, how do we test tires? Grooving? Change grooving? Do we tire pressures? Do we test shocks? I mean, there's so many different things you can just a little bit at a time that you can prove that race truck. And it's not okay. We'll change tires, change shocks, change springs. You can't do that. You change one thing at a time. If it's better, great. You try testing something else. And if it's better, great. If not, then we go back to the original setting. And a lot of these guys with a bigger budget can just test and test and test and test. And they're the ones that are going to be 2 truck lengths ahead in turn 1 as compared to the guys that can't test. They'll be 2 truck lengths back.
You know what stinks for these guys?
And there's Travis Dinsmore back on the track.
Well, the
Nice
worst
job.
thing about the start is your vision. And they all say this is the worst on the start. Cameron Ivers said he holds his hand up just for the little while on this start. While he's driving with one hand, he holds his hand up so he can see. I was talking, who did I talk to yesterday? Oh, I was talking to Larry Pegger. Remember, we'll see in the Super Buggy race. He was talking about how hard it was to see even at Bark River. These guys have tear-offs and set up for the start. You might have one that you just really prep. All right, it's my start tear-off. Once it's done, it's done. You might have roll-offs after that. It's nasty when you have all this build-up and you're about to have to do it again. And this is when you get the most, is those starts.
Well, some of the trucks, the guys are kind of ingenious the way they do some of the things. They've obviously got the heavy stainless steel gauge screen where a windshield would be in front of them. Then some of the guys that have a motocross type visor on their full face helmet, they take the visor off and mount that on their full face helmet. But then on top of that, they take a lens from a goggle and attach
Over
that
the
to
end.
the end of the end of that visor. So they kind of duck their head down a little bit and kind of look through that, through the top of their eyelids kind of. And then some actually have what, like in your street car or truck, you have that sun visor flip down thing. They even got, some of them have that on top of it. So when they get through turn 1 or through the muddy section of the track, they can flip it back up again. So there's a lot of really cool ingenious. Some guys have even taken that and mounted little chain links, about 10 links long, and welded them to the screen on the windshield. So yeah, so
it
when
knocks it off.
It bangs that screen and keeps the mud clear of that screen.
There's Cowboy. We're getting ready to do his business again.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we saw Keegan Kincaid get the whole shot. Actually, it was Brad Lovell with the start, and Keegan took over the whole shot. But Keegan picking up again, like we said, where he left off at Bark River, where he won the second day of competition. But all that's for naught. Now it's time to do it one more time.
Cowboy's waiting for the go-ahead. There it is. He got the go-ahead from Face Desney. He's now going down. Now, right where he's running through, it's like ankle-deep ruts, just like a motocross starting line, and he is you got me thinking now.
Say it now.
He's never, ever tripped, ever. And he's been on camera doing this for TV shows and stuff for a long, long time, and he's never, ever done it.
Good job. He made it again. Oh, gosh.
There you go. You gave the signal to Lefebvre. We're seconds away from the start.
Brad Lovell's on that inside. That's where he got a good start from the last time. We'll see it.
Well, up in the tower, they got, there we go. Green flag is underway. Here they come into Forest County. Potawatomi, turn 1, pro light coming your way.
I think Keegan got the best jump this way. This time, Lovell's going to be on the dead inside.
Look at the DOS being kicked up in row 2.
Lovell again. Kincaid on the outside. This is where he passed him the last time. Look at that. Keegan Kincaid on the throttle. Even better start than the first one. And did everybody make it through this time? They're still making it through.
There's guys that had to slow because they couldn't see their way through Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1.
Oh, easy for you to say. But Keegan Kincaid's out in front. That tracks is number 7. Brad Lovell in second. CJ Greaves goes to the inside. Look at the slide job. CJ takes him up to the top. Did he take over position?
Yes, he has. He forced the issue. Brad Lovell tried to take it back, and Greaves took the line away.
But watch out, Jared Brooks now in 4th to 77, the fastest kid all year. Brooks not wasting any time on the inside. Looks like he might make a pass. He's dead next to Brad Lovell.
And we're talking about this could be desert dust racing conditions in certain spots of this racetrack. It is blinding. How about Jesse Johnson now running up in the 6th spot?
Doug Matag back in 5th. Jesse Johnson 6th. Luke Johnson in 7th. No relation.
Luke Johnson almost ran off the track just a moment ago, way up on the banking. The truck itself was sideways about 90 degrees, able to save and come back down.
So you see Kincaid, it's the second time they looked at this. Is the first official lap that they're on, or trying to be on right now. Trying to make up ground in his season. It's been the Jarrett Brooks show for most of it, and then mechanical cost him. Now Doug Matag, the series points leader. Matag back in 5th. These top 5 guys are pretty tight. We will have that competition yellow. Don't forget, at the halfway point, we reset them the same order they're in when they cross that start and finish line.
Boy, I really like seeing Jesse Johnson run that far forward. All our top guys running around that Ponzi North American turn number 2. Keegan Kincaid still at the point. He tested quite a bit here in the last couple of weeks.
CJ looks kind of like a dirt track car, lifting that front wheel, inside wheel off the ground.
You know, there may be something to that as far as setup, because you watch the World of Outlaw sprint cars, World of Outlaw late models. Look at those late models. That left front, does it ever touch the ground?
Means you're hooking up. Yeah. You want it to steer like that. You want it to drive through it. It's a lot easier. And the go-kart's opposite. It's the inside rear that lifts up. You need that to happen. Uh-oh, CJ Greaves has a problem. He's looked like he might have a loss of power. He's not really able to turn. Now he's got it fired back up again.
He's off the speed, though. He's well off.
I think he lost power altogether, and then he got it fired back up. He's back at 1, 2, 3.
There's something wrong with CJ, without a doubt. I think they run 2 magnetos where they can swap magnetos. If something turns off or shuts down, they can just flip the switch.
Right.
Here comes once again Keegan Kincaid through Forest County, Potawatomi turn 1. And Brad Lovell running in that second spot.
No CJ. He's coming down the front straight now, but lost position to Doug Matag, so he's back at about 5th or 6th.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
See, right there, it looks like he's losing something.
I'm going to go on a limb and say he lost power steering.
Maybe. And that's why he wouldn't have been able to turn quite as good when it let go.
Because he's got fairly decent straightaway speed. Jesse Johnson just about goes over, but he ain't able to save it. No, you look at CJ way to the outside, not able to. He doesn't seem to be turning right.
No, he's fighting. I think you may be right there. And that's the last thing you want, is to come in and turn even harder, knowing you can't turn it.
Jesse Johnson and battling right now with Sean Morris for position. And we got 3 wide. CJ trying to stay out of the way. Here comes Luke Johnson now. Is that Travis Dinsmore or who is he battling? It's hard to tell.
I don't know, but CJ is just a sitting duck. According to Mark Lyman goes by him.
Oh, Luke Johnson up on its 2 wheels again. Man, everybody's biking it in the Argonne corner.
A lot of people trying to give out CJ. Just that's not good. He's tried to salvage something, but right now he's just a moving chicane.
Sean Morris and Jesse Johnson heading down the long straightaway in turn 1. Right behind them was Nick Baumgartner. We failed to mention him a moment ago, that he's back in a pro light once again, running for Jeff Sleegers.
Right on the Sleeco Plastics number 12, Nick Baumgartner. But Kincaid in the 7. Fastest guy on the track. The track says Cooper Tires, CrandonOffroad.com. Something tells me you got to do good for the sponsor, CrandonOffroad.com, if you're going to get that sponsor again.
At one point, I think it was last year, even his dad was running CrandonOffroad.com as his only sponsor. So, yeah, they help their own here at in this area. So good for them.
I'm sure my buddy Pat Schutte put a thing or two on that website.
I see Blue Groove starting. We've got Blue Groove coming right around in here in that Parsons Chevrolet chicane.
You know what I say? Deal with it. It's just a track condition.
And what I tell you about that hole forming, it's getting bigger, right?
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Right, Blue Groove to hole.
Cam Ramers working his way around. He's just in front of Luke Johnson, and Luke Johnson right in front of Nick Baumgartner. Right, Joe Sylvester.
Luke had a spoiler on the back of his truck hanging off. He got so much body work starting to hang off the back into that. Looking for a little more downforce.
Whoa, do we see Brad Lovell kind of reeling in Kincaid a little bit coming to turn 1? We still have the competition yellow to come out. But it looks like Lovell has made up a lot of ground. It was 1.47 seconds back last time by the Amsoil finish line. We'll find out what it is this time.
And you know he's ready for a good finish, a 4th, a 12th, a 16th, 4th, 17th, 4th. So he's got 3 4ths, but 3 other events in the teams.
Yeah. He has not had a championship type of season that he needs. And I just can't believe, as much as I know Brad, that he's the old guy in the field right now. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Well, the young guy in the field that's racing 3 classes today is just struggling, getting a good hole shot and working his way back through the pack, and that's CJ Greaves, not inside the top 18 right now. And I would have to think you're right. The cross flag's about to come out here shortly. CJ probably did lose power steering, and you can only fight it so much. He's just looking for points.
And it's not like driving a car that back in the 60s and early 70s that there was no such thing as power steering.
No.
So it's just manual steering, I think it was called, if I remember right. I was too little to remember. I think it was manual steering.
This fights you.
This, yeah, there is. And sometimes if you rev it up, rev the motor, it helps. It kind of unsnaps the steering. It kind of gives it back to you for a moment so you can kind of get it. But you have to be going really high in the RPM, which means you have to be going pretty fast on the track. And yeah, it looks like Lovell may be catching Kincaid with competition yellow coming out this time by.
Is Kincaid pushing that hard, or is Lovell pushing that hard? I don't know. That'll be decided here when we reset them after the competition yellow.
The steering is, again, it's like instead of having a power steering box or power steering unit, it's a power ram. And it's actually 2 pivots that come out of a little box, and it's just...
There's Cam Reimers on the screen right there with Luke Johnson just behind him with that big spoiler. We talked to Cam, and he was happy with where he qualified, but right now he qualified 6th. He's currently in 7th. Looks like behind Jesse Johnson. I thought that was Luke Johnson earlier, but
you saw Scott Boshaw go by a moment ago in that Stewart Manufacturing entry, and there's a competition yellow coming out.
So Keegan Kincaid out in front of Brad Lovell, Jarrett Brooks, Doug Matag,
CJ pulls into the hot pits.
All right, so he's pulling in the hot pits. They'll do some work on that truck, and we'll get back right after this.
Once again, welcome back. We're under yellow flag conditions. I should say competition yellow. CJ Greaves has had problems the last 2 laps before the flag.
All right, I'd love to see what they're putting on. I thought I saw a big band of some sort, so they're pulling in the pits to try and work on that truck. Now's the time to do it if you're going to do it. I mean,
he passed the pace truck to get into the pits to try to make up some time, and now the telltale sign is where they are on that truck and what are they working on. We should be able to tell if we go back to a live shot.
You don't get that great. You could pass the pace truck to get into the pits.
Oh, we got another truck pulling into the hot pits. Looks like a right front flat tire, number 95.
That's Andrew Cossack out of on the Canati Ram. Canati Cyclo Next Gen Pyrotech Ram, and
oh no, and he's got one guy changing the tire, it looks like.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh wow.
You should say, come on, young lady, help me change this right front. Is it right front?
Yeah, right front. It looks like
There you
somebody
go.
else is coming over to help
Here come
him
the
out.
cavalry.
Wow, one guy. Oh man. And that's my question. If we can take another live shot at CJ to see what's going on there, what part of the truck they're working on, it might give us a hint of what could be wrong. And oh wow, what's going on?
We are having a party in the pits is what's happening.
No, that's
it looks
a party on the track.
No, they all line them up, and still now I thought it was guys pulling in, working on it. So are they going to make them try and do something? Oh no, we've got maybe a fire. So that's why they're holding the 58, and he's out of the truck. Not sure why everybody else. Tim Limerandi. Is it Limerandi or Limerand?
Limerand, I believe.
Limerand looks like he might have a little fire going on or something. They're spraying it down.
Yeah, but why are the trucks stopped on the track?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Man, what? And it looks
Runyon
like
looks okay.
Oh, that's Nick Baumgartner
Yeah.
losing a left rear fender.
Yeah, Baumgartner's got that whole left corner panel off. I believe the same thing with Luke Johnson. If you look up a few places further, Luke looked like he had a double spoiler on there.
I'd still like to see what's going on in the Greaves pit. And Osborne. Brian Osborne, very cool. Oh, there's CJ Greaves minus the front end.
I thought I saw something big and round, and I don't know what kind of band it would have been.
Like a belt, you mean, or what?
Maybe. Maybe it was a belt. Maybe it was a short belt. It looked like it was about 12, 14 inches. Maybe the power steering belt is about that round. Maybe
he threw off the serpentine or
would
something?
that not be great? It did not look like a serpentine. Maybe they have a single belt just for the pump itself so it doesn't take everything else out with it. If that's the case and they threw a belt on it, look at him make this turn. You'll know real quick.
Yeah,
he's steering. Dude, I bet you he threw a belt. Would that not be a miracle for him if he threw a belt and made the competition yellow? But he's got a long way to go, and they're fired up. Oh, but they've got to take. Now they're taking the green. He's got to hope for another competition yellow.
Or a full course.
A full course yellow. We still got track workers trucks on the track right now, so I'm not sure. I mean, he was flying across. I don't know that he really knew that they were starting the race right then. So either way, Kincaid's out in front.
Man, from second on back, just look at the snoot full of dust in every truck. And again, Kincaid up on Luke Johnson up on two wheels.
And I don't know if Dad would be spotting for him today. Rick Johnson, his father's doing the color commentary tomorrow for the NBC Sports Network.
Oh, contact maybe between, it looked like, let's see.
Ponzi truck, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the Ponzi trucks and Nick Baumgartner. And I want to say that's Mark Kleiman.
Mark, yeah, probably, because he was in ninth, right around there with Cam Reimers and Nick Baumgartner.
42.
That's exactly right, Mark Kleiman.
Yeah, Mark Kleiman now had to wait until everyone passed him. You just can't pull out in the middle of the traffic.
So he went from 9th to about 20th.
Oh, boy.
That fast. So,
Joe Sylvester now slowing.
All right, now let's see. Does Brad Love have anything for Keegan Kincaid? Jared Brooks, for that matter, he was in third. He's been sneaky this year at times and just jump on you at the last minute, let things sort out. We'll see if he can close in. But Brad Lovell has shown he had the speed, but was Keegan Kincaid holding back?
Have you known? Oh, Sean Morris coming through turn one.
Oh, Jared Brooks getting passed.
Really, really loose coming through turn one and almost was pointed in the outside retaining wall.
Jared Brooks, I don't know if something's happened, but he's dropped back considerably. It looks like
he was running in third.
Yeah, Luke Johnson maybe even closing in on him. I wonder if something happened with his truck, or did he just lose it for a bit?
Kincaid still maintains the same gap for the lead, back to second with Brad Lovell. Matag running in third. Sean Morris fourth. Luke Johnson in the top five. Well, he needs a top five finish in the worst way right there, that kid.
And Matag, remember, your series points leader. He's in third. His championship rival, CJ Greaves, is basically in last. Half a track behind. Jarrett Brooks is behind him as well. Brooks is now back in sixth. So Matag, another solid day, another podium if he stays where he's at right now. But Keegan Kincaid trying to make the most of this situation. And like you said, even though he's, 60 some odd points out of the points lead, don't count him out. We're just at the halfway point, basically.
Well, I think Brad Lovell may have something for Kincaid. The straightaway speed of Kincaid, I think, is what makes it for him. But then the cornering and the handling, I think, has to fall towards.
And that might be a tire selection.
Right now.
Tire selection, tire cut. Brad Lovell on the BFG Nissan. Kincaid on the Cooper tired Nissan.
So our top five: Kincaid, Lovell, Doug Matag, Sean Morris, Luke Johnson, the top five.
Ooh.
Now to the top 10 would be Jared Brooks in sixth, Cam Reimers. Nice run by him so far. Jesse Johnson's in eighth, Bobby Runyon ninth, and Nick Baumgartner top 10.
2 laps to go as Keegan Kincaid still out in front, makes the right-hand turn. He had a 1.8 second differential the last time around. This time it looks to be less than that, 1.19, so a 7/10 of a second faster lap by Brad Lovell that time. Matag still within 5 seconds of the leader. Next time around should get the white flag. Jared Brooks, who was in third, we talked about earlier, has dropped back to 6th place, about 10 seconds behind the leader, Keegan Kincaid, who's trying to make up points on Doug Matag, who sits back in third in this Pro Light, the first of our pro racing divisions this afternoon. We still have Pro 2 and Pro 4s remaining.
Man, everyone appears to be running the same lines, and it's like everyone seems to be comfortable with it. Or the fact is their hands are tied because they can't. There's no track to be had right now, so they have to run the same line. But I really don't see anybody experimenting, trying anything different right now.
Maybe they set it up not to be quite this dry, and then they have to do that.
Brad Lovell just dives into the Polaris gravel pit turn. He made up probably about 6-7 car lengths. Now it's about probably 4 or 5 behind our leader. White flag is out, 1 lap remaining. Brad Lovell has to get on the pony right now. It's gotta happen now. And the thing is, at this kind of racetrack, he has got to plan a pass, say in the gravel pit turn, he has to plan it a half a lap before he gets there. He's got to get the truck in the position, in the proper line, way back here, to carry that momentum, build it up all the way across that racetrack to that corner.
He has to be close enough. You can plan on doing it, but if you're still 6, 7, 8 car lengths behind or truck lengths behind, you're not going to get it done. You might make up some ground, but you're not going to make the pass. And right there looks like stepping out just a little bit, not getting that drive that he's wanting. That's to that. Yeah,
this is the part of the track where Kincaid really flexes his muscle, that horsepower, down the straightaways, through the corners, down the straightaway. Now watch as they come down the Skybox Hill past the Walker Evans Racing Shocks Leakenwalder's back straightaway.
Yeah, that's funny. And I know funny.
Now watch, whoa, where did Lovell go? Holy smokes, did he lose some ground?
Yeah, he knows right now he's going to finish in 2nd place. He just has nothing for him. Keep it on 4 wheels.
Doug Matag running in 3rd, Sean Morrison 4th. How about that? 1 turn remaining, checkered flags in hand. The young man from Argonne, Wisconsin, now running underneath the Amsoil finish line and the checkered flag. Keegan Kincaid will take the win. Brad Lovell 2nd. Doug Matag, our current points leader, will be 3rd. How about Sean Morris finishing 4th? And 5th, Luke Johnson. The young man, he's got to be happy with that.
So Keegan Kincaid looks to be the fastest. Once again, the number 7 comes across. The first man, Brad Lovell, giving him some congratulations, as well as the 81 of Doug Matag. Championship rivals, and we'll hear from him on the podium right after this.
Ready. Drive. Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Welcome back here to Crandon, Wisconsin, in the North Woods of the state. And it's the Big House here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, the Big House Brawl, we're calling it here. And it is Saturday afternoon, pro light racing, and we just received a fantastic race, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. They're working their way to the podium right now as we got Keegan Kincaid, Brad Lovell, and Doug Matag. And like I said earlier, perfect weather. If we didn't have the wind that we have now to carry the dust away from the crowd,
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
We'd be a lot dirtier. It looks like we're going to get a winner's burnout here. Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a roost action.
Hey, like you didn't have enough dust already. Now he's just trying to stir up things just a little bit. You see the guys stopping.
Going towards the crowd. He just made some fans there.
Yeah, hey, these fans came here, with the objective of getting dirt in their teeth. And yes, pro lights have now been complete, and it was a good one. And we kind of saw it coming. I think at the last stop at Bark River that Kincaid has finally got things going, and it looked like a repeat of Bark River main event number 2 on the second day.
Well, what's interesting is for a moment there, it looked like the top 3 in points. We're going to be running away with it again on the racetrack. That was in the first half. And then at the just before the competition yellow, everything came apart for CJ Greaves. Jarrett Brooks all of a sudden started going back a little bit. And the top guys started falling off to the wayside, something we haven't seen all season long.
Well, maybe we're starting to see guys starting to find their groove a little bit, like Brad Lovell, who finished his second. He had that, one streak where he went, 12th and 16th in back-to-back races. Keegan Kincaid went 10th and 19th in back-to-back races. Now, these past few events, these past few, finals, they've kind of got it together. Maybe they figured out something. Maybe they were just working out the gremlins early on in the year, but I think they both definitely look much faster than they did.
Yeah, I really think there's something wrong with the truck, or Keegan's head wasn't in it at Charlotte. Neither night did he was overly aggressive. Had huge contact.
He had help. He had help that one time.
That one incident, he had help. But the whole weekend as a whole, he wasn't quite in it. And
right.
That one weekend, I think, 10th and 12th?
10th and 19th.
10th and 19th it was. That could come back to bite him when we come back here on Labor Day weekend.
And that's why he was so furious, and they thought we'd see Flying Fist of Fury when he got out of the track. So it was a good race. We just got through seeing it. Let's take a look at it again and check out some of the highlights of what happened. Of course, we had a start, and then we had a restart. And there's Cowboy.
Yeah. I'm just amazed at that dust field right there. Wow.
I'm amazed he hasn't tripped out of all these years. Brad Lovell on the very inside, but the momentum keeping it up on the outside is Keegan Kincaid. The 7 was definitely the whole shot recipient.
You know your truck is handling when you can pass on the outside of turn 1.
Well, but when you're inside, you get pinched just a little bit. But he never let off, had a nice smooth drive. That looked like the racing line. And
right there, CJ had the problem. You saw him turn left a little bit coming to that right-hand corner, and from that point on, we still don't know exactly what took place with CJ, what his problem was. He pulls in the hot bits just before the competition yellow, pulled the whole front clip off on the body, and came back on the track, but still wasn't up to speed.
Yeah, and maybe Taylor could get an update on that for us, because we know CJ is going to be in Pro 2 here in just a moment. You saw a little bicycling action. I think the story is the track and how it was drying out. Did Keegan Kincaid maybe set up for a little drier condition? Did the same thing happen with Brad Lovell? Because they look very fast, and we know it's dry because you get roosts like this out of grass. And the boys stayed behind just a little bit. There's Keegan Kincaid, a smile on his face. High five, very nice.
That's a live shot right now as we talk. Keegan, we're waiting for you to get up on the podium, man.
Yeah, and he's been waiting to get up there. I'm up here, and
I don't know where to go. I've never been here. Yeah, whatever, get up there.
He'll get another chance at it tomorrow. Can he get the off-road turkey, get 3 in a row? That'll be the next question.
Well, nobody knows this track in Pro Light better than that kid right there. He's got a lot of laps around here, and maybe they found the chemistry, the formula to make it work here. And trust me, they got a laptop full of information on how to make that truck work around this racetrack. We'll turn it down to Taylor Center in just a second. You see Doug Matag. And there's, wow, Brad is smiling. Wow, what's that about?
Hey, he's
That's awesome.
You want to know what that? Brad's thinking about that 12th and or the 16th, the 17th, and going, Brad is back. That's why he's smiling. That is exactly, and he was in it too until the very end, and lost a little bit of distance. But I think it was one of those cases of, he's got me here. Let's keep this thing on 4 wheels and bring in a good result for AMSOIL, one of his sponsors, and Jeremy with AMSOIL here hobbling around with his walking boot.
Look at
on.
the crowd down there on the podium. That's awesome. A neat shot. Very cool.
And these guys do not mind at all signing autographs. So don't be afraid to ask them for their autograph. If they're not doing something business-wise or have to take care of business right then, they'll be more than happy to do so.
See a bunch of the media, the photographers, videographers down there as well.
nice. Yeah, good crowd here. This is our first time to Crandon this year. We come back not too long from now, and you say the second race, that's the World Championships. It's always bigger, but this is pretty huge in my book.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
That's what I
I'm telling you, man, it's more than just a song. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's what's ironic is on Labor Day weekend, you've got the parade Friday morning, you've got the downtown festivities, then you got Friday afternoon qualifying. But the neat thing also is Saturday is the World Championship rings are handed out, but then on Sunday, the last race of 2014 for the pros and sportsmen, that's where the championships will be handed out, the season championships. So it's going to be a championship weekend, both days. It's going to be absolutely incredible.
Speaking of incredible, the Traxxas girls down there handing out the trophies, as well as Taylor Snyder's down there with our victors. Taylor?
Thanks, guys. That's right. I'm up here with some pretty excited people and, of course, some really excited fans. You guys like all the racing out there? All right, I'm going to step up here and talk to our third-place finisher, Doug Matag. Doug, I spoke to you a little earlier. You are the current points leader going into that race. Obviously, we talked about CJ being a threat to that points change, but now we have Keegan up on the top. What do you think about that?
Yeah, we weren't too worried about CJ, but Keegan, man, he's fast, and this is his hometown track, and he kept Cooper up top, so that's all we care about. And it was just a fun race. There was a lot of dust out there, especially in the gravel pit turn. That was horrible. I couldn't even see. I was just throwing it in there. Hopefully, I didn't catch a rut. But I'm just pumped to be on the podium, keeping this points lead thing going, and I can't thank everybody enough. I mean, my team, Joe Clark, my dad, Chad Graham, Jesse Heisey, owner, everybody. And then Amsoil, Cooper Tires, just everybody that keeps me up here. No Grady Racing Engines, everybody.
All right, big congratulations, Doug Matag.
Thank you.
Moving on over to our second place finisher, Brad Level. Brad, now that was a great race out there. Obviously, we've got some blue groove. You can see a lot of reds out there. What was that track like? Were you trying out different lines, trying to catch Keegan?
You know, I was doing whatever I could, but just like Doug said, this is Keegan's track, and it's hard to beat a Kincaid out here. But yeah, the track was getting a little torn up. There's some blue groove on the inside, so you know, there's one line, and that's right on the cushion, and it's pretty much where Keegan was putting it. And there were some holes in the back. He was dodging. I'd go through them. I'd get a little run. He'd get a little run, but you know, we're bringing the fight, but we're not done yet. We got tomorrow. We're going to come out here again, and after the season we've had leading up to this, you know, I'm just stoked to be up here in second place and back on the podium representing Amsoil, Magnaflow, Spider Tracks, BF Goodrich Tires, all these sponsors that have stuck with me forever. And, you know, this is our job to get on the box. So very proud to be here, and got to thank my team and family for sticking with us through some pretty poor finishes.
Well, these guys definitely have a lot coming for them with you coming tomorrow.
Right on, yep. We'll be right there. We'll be there.
All right, give it up for Brad Level, everyone. Moving on up to our top finisher, Keegan Kincaid. Give it up for him, guys. As they said, this is your hometown. These are your fans. These are your friends out here, and that's got to be really supportive out there when you're racing, to know these guys are behind you 100%.
Yeah, my family, all my friends come here, so I got to put on a show for them and put us up on the top of the box. And it's just not them. It's all my sponsors, Traxxas. They're so supportive. They give me the best truck, and they are the fastest name. And Cooper Tire, these things held up great. The track started getting rutted up, as you can tell. You know, we've been dominant this year with Cooper Tire. Doug, Jarrett, me, we just been hard to beat. So hopefully we can continue that streak. And Amsoil, Impact, everybody that helped us out. You know, Fox, Goodwin Competition. You know, we're 1-2 up here. So hats off to him and all my team. Thank you.
All right, give it up for him, Keegan Kincaid. And give it up for our entire Pro Light podium up here today. Doug Matag, Brad Level, and Keegan Kincaid.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. In fact, a few words about some of the people behind the scenes. This Husqvarna is one of the bigger ones. Husqvarna is the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. They are celebrating 325 years of innovation this year. Over the course of their history, they've made weapons.
Yeah.
Weapons?
Yeah. Sure
Really?
way.
Oh, okay, cool. I want to see Husqvarna weapon.
They're Swedish. You ever seen a mower blade come at you?
Sewing machines, motorcycles, and outdoor power equipment. Trust Husqvarna to provide you the most efficient, durable, and ergonomically designed products on the market today. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. And then also Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and the 100-plus mile-an-hour X01 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to the Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store with over 30 vehicles under $300. Get in on the fun of Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. Whether you're a sponsored, pro, or weekend warrior, the winning drivers of TORC rely on VP Racing Fuels to keep their trucks running right, and now you can use that same technology in your car. VP additives are the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. And Rugged Radios is here this weekend. Rugged Radios is the #1 source for racing communications. From headsets, two-way radios, and receivers, Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium. And what's really cool, they got this little tiny thing called the Nitro B. It's a small single-channel radio receiver for racers and spotters to hear the TORC race officials. This UHF listen-only receiver allows track officials to notify drivers and spotters of a yellow flag or any wrecks that may have occurred on the track. The Nitro B is the official receiver for USAC. Get your Nitro B today at ruggedradios.com or probably at Top of the Hill right in Manufacturers Midway. They're here with a big setup and a trailer all ready to go. So looks like we got super buggies at line and staging. And let's see. I believe Dave is like banging on me for the microphone. Dave, what do you got, man? Dave? Dave? Thanks, guys.
All right. That's fine.
Well, race fans, it's always cool to have some of the drivers come up here and get a chance to put them on camera and get a few words with them. But it's a special treat for me because there's a really, really, really cool truck that was on the track earlier today in the super stock division. And I'm still looking at you. You're 17. 17. We got Gatlin Keener up here from the super stock truck. And, you know, Gatlin, what year is that? I mean, this is something you know probably more about, Robbie, than I do.
It was a 47.
Man, 47?
Yep.
The concept of how old that truck is, has that sunk in yet? How old that? It's older than your dad by two times? Jeepers.
No, not that. No, Dad's old. Dad's that old.
Yeah.
But what was it like? I mean, that truck was so fast out on the track, first time out of the box, and it was so neat to see a truck that I call Mater, because it looks like Mater from Cars.
It's a different experience. I mean, I ran the old truck last year, and we've been in the process of building this new one. And, well, we worked all night, Thursday night and Friday night to get it done, and left at 6:30 Friday morning to get here.
Well, you got something else that's really cool, because you've got your primary truck that, like you said, you used to race. You had a contest on was it Facebook?
Yep.
With just fans, And the winner of that contest got to drive your primary truck while you slid over and ran Mater.
Yep, the new truck, and the 886 Light got to run the truck.
Is that what it was? That's a contest. 886 person. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Wow.
What kind of insurance policy do you have on the thing now? If you tear this thing up, you realize how much you're going to owe me, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be something.
I mean, I don't think he could have hurt it any worse than I could have.
Yeah.
Then I need to take it for a lap then, obviously. That's awesome, though.
But what was it like to go out there? I mean, you look at this thing, and obviously, it probably hasn't. A lot of people haven't seen it yet or caught attention yet. But when it does, I have a funny feeling it's going to be a fan favorite. I mean, going way back to R.J. Flanagan, his old truck that he ran before he wrecked it here. In fact, it happened here in the late '90s, I think it was, and rolled it right up by the barn jump. That was an older truck like yours, and here you bring this whole thing out. You don't even paint it. You leave the patina on it and rust and everything. And man, how cool is that?
It's
you don't care either
cool.
way. You were gonna paint it orange, weren't you?
Well, we thought about it. We actually had a bunch of paint schemes picked out, and then we just decided to leave it the way it is. Go for like a rat rod look, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I said when I
rat
saw
rod
it out
lift
there
kit.
first. I thought it looked like a rat rod, but heavy body panels. I have a 55 truck. The body themselves are pretty heavy. Is that a hindrance at all, or is it
Make him
good?
stand up. I mean, look at this. You
Dude,
think
he's
weight's a
big
problem?
boy.
They're worried about it?
He's a big boy. I'm just saying, you dent that thing, you just get the sledgehammer and beat it back out. It's like new again. Those things are meant to last.
You're from Iowa, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a high school wrestler. 17 years old.
Not in my class, he wouldn't be.
Yeah, all of a sudden the ref goes like this, and all of a sudden you start wrestling. I cowered and go.
Flip you like a cheese omelet. I've seen it. Yeah, I imagine.
But I mean, this you got so much cool things going on. You're very active in the social medias. You had this contest. You had a really cool. What was the winner like after the race? I mean, what was his expressions like?
I think he was really, really nervous.
After the race?
Before and after the race, he was just ecstatic.
He wants to buy the truck now, right?
I don't
know. Right? It's for sale, right?
Yeah. Anything's for sale for the right price.
Yeah, that's what my dad taught me.
Well, you know what? Thank you so much for stopping up here. We got 5 minutes before the next race. You're just giving the signal. I don't think it didn't look like the truck got hurt at all, even a bit. Maybe you do a bolt run, change oil, maybe. I don't know, but looks like you're ready to go for tomorrow.
Yep, we're ready to roll.
Now, what would you do? What do you think your dad would do if you finished in the podium tomorrow with that thing? No idea?
He said nothing.
Nothing? Liar. Your dad, he'd probably crawl out of his skin and he'd be this big, crying, bubbling idiot. Oh, my boy, my truck, oh, yeah. You know what? Congratulations. It was so cool to see that thing out there. I'm glad you guys came up here. And, where are you guys located in the pit so they can fans can come down there and see this thing?
Right off the concrete. Yeah, I mean, you can't miss it. And H and I.
H and I?
Yep.
H and I, okay.
They're huge. They take up 2 rows.
Yep.
Well, look for everything orange except Mater, Rusty. So, you know what? Thanks for coming up here. Good luck tomorrow. And it's neat to see something. I'm so glad somebody did something totally different. You guys rock. Really kill it. Thank you so much. Gatlin Keener running in Super Stock. You know what? As long as you take care of your dad, things will be cool, man. He'll take your place. 17-year-old Gatlin Keener running in Super Stock. Thanks a lot, man.
No problem.
So we'll have Super Buggy starting up here a little bit. Another sportsman class. If it's anything like Bark River, it should be a fun one as well. The worm's going to be in this one. We'll see Larry Pecker.
The squirrel.
We're going to step away for just a moment. Yellow flag's out. Well, no flag should be out right now. We'll see you in just a bit.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at Crandon, Wisconsin, in the Northwoods of the state. It's the Big House Brawl here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, and I got another big shout-out to some fans that have been here so many years. Obviously, I guess weren't able to make it this time because they just called me out on the internet and said, hey, how about calling out Zimmy and all the gang back in Chicago area that weren't able to make this race. So, Zimmy, you and your sandals can just hang out in Chicago, bring some real shoes for the fall race. We'll see you then.
Have a cold one for us. Right
have a cold one. I know he's got a bunch of friends right here in front of the shack here at the moment, but we're just a couple minutes away yet from the Super Buggy race. We've got a pretty stacked field in this, and one of our good friends out there, becoming a good friend, is
Larry
Squirrel.
Larry Pegum.
Squirrel.
Squirrel is what you call him. Worms, what the rest of the world calls it. The Schwalbes. I get them confused between Ryan Schwalbe and Scott Schwalbe. I know one of them was super fast at the last round. Rodney Van Eperen, I think he's fast as well. Tom Schwartzberg, John Frana.
No, John Frana, he's the four-wheel drive car that looks like a Star Wars starfighter. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll look totally different than the other guys out there.
And he's starting right next to probably the oldest car in any class here this weekend, Tom Schwartzberg. I want to say that's an old. I mean, this is before your time, but old Tom Addig, or not Tom, Todd Addig car, who used to race in the series before, probably 15, 20 years ago. And he had the car before Tom Schwartzberg. But Rodney Van Eperen, yes, he's fast. His son was out here racing earlier in the short course karts. Scott Schwalbe, you see him, the number 29 on the screen right there, and there's his son, the number 2. That is his son, Ryan, yeah. And there's Tom Schwartzberg in the 03 out of Wauwatosa, just outside of Milwaukee. Has been just him and his wife come up here every race weekend and just have fun, just two of them. Little tiny camper, race car.
Pegram doesn't know. He's in the number 5. It looks like second from the outside. He doesn't know if he's going to be racing any more of these events, but he said, if I win here, if I win both these, I'm in the points lead. He's got to bring me back, right? And he's got a popcorn Sutton Tennessee whiskey.
You're going to try and tell me the bootlegger and the wild man aren't going to bring back the squirrel?
But he lost it for some reason, and he thought he might, but he had, tie rod problems at Bark River. Every time he'd land off the jump, it would just, whoop, it would, take off on him. And he worked his way up, back, He just kept going back and forth, but he's definitely exciting to watch. He said one of his problems was in the race was tear-offs. And we talked a little bit about tear-offs earlier, but this is a guy who's raced professional motorcycles as a professional his entire life.
Yeah, you know him very well.
I know road racing him. He's been around for 15, over 15 years at least. But Supermoto, I've called him. But he's been there. But as a motorcycle guy, you tear off from the left. Cars, you can go right and left. Mm-hmm. And he I think he tore off all his tear-offs in one spot. But he made a mistake and didn't line up his tear-offs like he wanted them. And he did them just on the left-hand side, and I think he kind of either ran out or he pulled them all off.
This has got to be the hardest class, I think, in all of racing.
There's a four-wheel drive.
Yeah, there's John Fran, a very good look at him. Look how different that car looks compared to everybody else's. But, I mean, you're clutching, you're shifting. There's a turning brake. Then on the steering wheel, you've got 2 buttons. One is for the spotter, talking with your spotter. There's still radio communication. Some guys even have the electronic tear-offs, if you want, roll-offs.
Right, I hate those, though.
So, I mean, you're doing something with both hands at all times. So if he had tear-offs and he kind of had them on the right side where you're shifting, that's probably what he did. He forgot.
Maybe that was the case. Maybe that was it. Maybe he had them all tied to the left, and that he had to have it on the shift hand, and he can't let go and shift at the same time.
Yeah.
Maybe that was it. Because he definitely said he had it in moto mode.
Well, there's one of the Smith boys.
As a motorcycle, you have the throttle hand. You usually don't let go of the throttle hand.
You don't want to let go of that on a motorcycle.
You can, but in the air, I mean, you let off the throttle nosedives, and as you generally don't want to, or you reach across. Seeing some, looks like some foam in the wheel wells. Usually do that when it's muddy, but not really muddy right now.
Well, it makes clean even the dust. It makes cleaning the dust off a lot easier, yeah.
True.
A lot of these guys will use AMSOIL, to be honest with you, aerosol, the spray, and just coat these things down. And even though with the heavy dust, it'll stick to that.
Spray it off in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Just to spray it. So much like Teflon, even better than Teflon. It just slides right off with the pressure washer.
Oh, there goes Cowboy. Don't trip, sir, because Scott jinxed you earlier.
Here's our lineup real quick. On the pole is the number 907 of John Frano of Rockford, Illinois. Starting second, the number 3, Tom Schwartzberg from Wauwatosa, just outside Milwaukee. Starting third, the 45 of Rodney Van Eperen. Husqvarna on the side, but it's Husqvarna Motorcycles. Starting fourth would be Ryan Schwabe in the number 2, Larry Pegram in the number 5, and the Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey entry. And then finally the number 29, Scott Schwabe on the far outside coming into turn number 1.
So we should see Scott Schwabe with a hole shot, right? The four-wheel drive should get better grip going into the first
turn.
turn.
Should be John Frana, but look at Rodney Van Eperen in the middle of the track as he drifts wide. Trying to avoid it. No, he's going right back to the middle.
That's the racing line right there.
Wow, Rodney Van Eperen in the Husqvarna number 45.
So why did the four-wheel drive? Oh, that was Frana. Why did he not get the whole shot when he has more wheels driving?
Well, if you looked at watched him at the start, it looked like the weight transfer just shifted all the way to the back wheel.
So he's not pulling.
Pretty much made the front wheels inoperable, I would guess. I don't know. But look at the lead Van Eperen has already.
Who are you talking about?
Is that Scott?
Somebody just pulled off our
That's
leader.
Scott Schwabe, number 29. That's Scott.
29 was out in front. He just pulls off. Something broke.
No, Rodney Van Eperen had the whole shot, so he was.
Well, then how? I don't know what happened.
Well, Van Eperen was already in the gravel pit turn as he comes across the Amsoil finish line right now, and the clock starts. But look how greasy the track is.
I was looking for the right word to use. That thing was slicker than owl pooping. That's slippery.
Wow, I don't know what. No smoke, no nothing, no steam. Just the car shut down. And, oh boy, we have a replay of Bark River. Here we go. There's Squirrel running inside. I mean, Pegram inside.
Give him time though. He said he is tested here. He drove here last year, I believe. I think this might have been one of the rounds he'd driven before, and he's taking that high line trying to square it up. But you said that before, when you do that and bring the motor down, it's really hard to get it built back up, isn't it? I mean, you got to keep that thing wound up a little more.
Yeah, I mean, to get through these corners, I mean, they got steering brakes, the cutter brakes, and it's very advantageous in tight corners, but in a corner like that, it's almost better not to use it, because if you use a turning brake, it locks up the back wheels and you lose that wheel spin. Oh boy, there he goes. Squirrel got he started going to the right instead of the left in that left-hand turn. So Van Eperen looking very strong right now, that Husqvarna number 45, as he comes out of the Polaris gravel pit turn.
There's
John Crandon second, just roosting like crazy. Pegram.
Yeah, Pegram dropped back to third. He was there. I think he has to kind of develop the feel for it. Again, this is a two-wheel guy learning how to do the four-wheel side of it. But he's been on the dirt. You know, he is a dirt tracker as well. I forgot to throw that there. He's able to be a racer and identify the different track conditions probably better than anybody, because the different forms of dirt racing he has done.
You know what? I think what he has yet to develop or starting to figure out is you don't steer these cars with the front wheels. You really do it with the back tires. Between the throttle and the steering brakes, that's what you're really turning these things with instead of the actual steering wheel.
And for him, he probably has to assimilate some of that with dirt tracking. I think I remember when I was in my 20s, he was as well. And coming up, I think he raced dirt track. But again, motorcycle is a different world. Frana kind of stick it in low, and it looks like he literally stuck it in low. He got down there on the bottom, really didn't have power to drive out.
I'm trying to see if he has front wheel drive, because I didn't see any dirt being kicked up by the front wheels, which is a sign right away. You see dirt being kicked up, that means the front tires are still spinning and grabbing and kicking up dirt. If not, then he lost front wheel drive, which that car has a tendency to do quite often.
Sounds like you've got some history with that car.
Well, when that car's working, it's like stupid fast. I mean, it is just crazy.
It looks like Frankenstein, though, out there when you get next to him.
I always thought it was like I said, Star Wars was a Starfighter. Is that what they were called?
I don't know. Or those things that walked out in the frozen things. That's what that was. Yeah, I'm not seeing it pulling with the front. It may be. So we only have Van Eperen with what, a 1.7 second advantage. I thought it was more than that, but Frana's closed into 1.7. Larry Pegram dropped back. He's 12.6 seconds. What happened to him on that last lap? Well, Crandon's freaking driving in hard right there. What?
Boy, this would be. This is Rodney Van Epperen's rookie season. I mean, he raced Pro Light years and years ago. I should say it quite like that, but quite a while ago. And it was a pretty good ride. He's a very, very good motocrosser as well back in his day. So he knows how to read dirt, knows his way around a dirt track and jumps and stuff like that. But he stepped aside, started a business, started a family, and his son, like I said earlier, is running in the short course karts, and Rodney's back with a super buggy and a very nice car at that. I believe that is a J.R. Wheeler's car from the last couple of years. There's Tom Schwartzberg in the 03 out of the Milwaukee area. Just out there having a blast. In fact, I think he was actually on the podium once or twice last year in 2013. So
look at how close his helmet was to the roof of that thing. Is he a tall guy, or is it just not much clearance?
You're talking to the wrong guy about height.
Did you see that? You better have those belts cinched down. You go under, your helmet's tapping the top. Now in this class, no matter how far out in front you are, we still again will have that competition yellow coming up
next time
the next time around. So is anybody laying back? That's the question. I hate to even ask it, but if you're John Frana, you don't have to prove anything. If you're Larry Pegram, you don't have to prove anything other than you would probably rather be in second. But Pegram dropping back almost 15 seconds now. Oh, there's one of those rocks we've talked about. A couple guys kicking them up right there.
Yeah, it looks like Frana's on it pretty good. It looks like he's actually going to go for try for the lead before the competition yellow. There's Pegram one more time, but yeah, Frana's on it pretty hard. Here comes Pegram one more time down that straightaway. Into the back section, into a tight left-hand 180 in the back section. Here comes Frana and our leader, Van Eperen, through Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1. Yeah, and he's definitely gaining on our leader. But
maybe he's going to put the sneak attack on.
The shocks on the front of that car just seem like they're
springy.
Yeah, there's not a lot of valving going on. It's all spring, it looks like.
And you hear shocks called different things in different forms of motorsports. Some called dampers, and I don't know that it's damping very well. But
it's rebounding real good. It's rebounding real good.
Compression, not so much. The rebound, oh yeah, he's got plenty of it.
It's kind of like when you, at moments like this, you see last second dives for the flag, whether it be a competition yellow or a checkered flag. You see that last second dive. I'm thinking right away, where was that effort 2-3 laps ago? Where was that kind of effort on consecutive laps?
Maybe Van Eperen was backing out. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe Frana just turned it up a notch. We'll see what he does in the second half here shortly.
If Blue Def diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue Def is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep.
Manufactured here in the USA, Blue Def is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue Def, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep.
So go get yourself some Blue Def at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here one more time at Crandon, Wisconsin, up in the Northwoods. And it's the Big House Brawl here this weekend. Round 3 of the Sportsman Series and round 7, is it? Round 7? Of the Pro Series. We're under competition yellow right now with our leader, Rodney Van Eperen, leading in the the Super Buggy division. John Frana in second and Larry Pegram in third. We had reports a moment ago that the right front flat tire on Pegram right now running in third.
It's either low or flat one.
They're trying to tell. That would definitely change things up if that's true. Even though they don't like the
2 back from this guy.
Yeah, there's our leader, Van Eperen. There's John Frandon, a 4-wheel drive Pro Buggy. And there's a right front flat tire.
And why didn't they try and relay that message, or why didn't they just air it up? Because he should have just done it, right? That's the straightaway. He should have turned right, even put air in it.
Well, he could have as soon as the flags come out, he could have passed the entire field, past the pace truck, gone up into the over to the hot pits and changed that.
Worst goes to worst, he goes over there and they put 10 pounds of pressure in there, or 20 pounds just in 3 seconds.
Who's to know? I mean, maybe they didn't have a hot pit set up. Maybe he doesn't have radio communication. Well, he has to have radio communication. Actually, that's a requirement. But
he can hear. He might not be able
maybe
to
the
say.
spotters didn't know. If
Maybe.
he can't tell, maybe if the driver can't tell or see, he didn't. I mean, it's squirrel. Can he tell when there's a right front flat tire?
Worm, I don't know. It's pretty low. You'd think you'd be able to feel it being really mushy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Here we go, back to the green. Yeah, Van Eppen was not waiting. I think he started accelerating before that first orange cone.
Well, they gave him green.
And we lost another car. Where's Tom Schwartzberg? We lost our man from Milwaukee. He must have ducked to the hot pits. So now we've got Rodney Van Eppen, John Frana, Larry Pegram, and Ryan Schwabe as the 4 cars on the track in the Super Buggies. Now we're going to see if John Frana has anything for our leader, Van Eppen. It looked like he was kind of messing around with him a little bit in the first half. Before the competition yellow, looked like he had something for him, but not quite enough to make a pass before the competition yellow came out.
Oh, nice slide job right there. Look at this as they head back one more time. Van Eppen, did he lose position? And that is the case. Van Eppen drops back. We'll take a look at that in a minute, but Frana, look at this. Even more pressure by Van Eppen. He's wide.
That was a wake-up call. I think that caught Van Eppen a little off guard. I wonder if Frana's got front-wheel drive. Now he misses a shift or something.
Yeah, no, he got loose coming out of that turn and totally had to let off to keep from saving. So let's see what happened to Van Eppen here originally. That was the turn
at the Argonne corner.
Yeah, it's definitely pulling to the front right there.
Yeah, Van Eppen squared off the corner, went to the outside, squared off, come back inside. Frana had the spot.
He said, "How'd he do?" Didn't he? Right?
Here I am.
How'd he do? Here I am. There I go. I think Van Eppen might have got a little ticked off there, and now he said, "I'm not messing with you anymore. I'm going full tilt boogie from here on."
It definitely was a wake-up call, no doubt. Whoa, man, Frana. I don't know what kind of corner that was. He came in and made a point of it.
He's pulling now with the front wheels for sure, no question. I can see it. I can see it in the turn, him grabbing.
He can dive into that corner so much harder, so much further than Van Eppen. Boy, just the soft springs in the front of Frana's car just make me so nervous the way that thing just bounces. I don't know if it doesn't even have any valving. It's all spring. And Van Eppen still hanging on. It's going to be interesting to find out if he can protect his line or try to take away the one Frana wants to run.
Packard still hanging on to third as well.
Headed down that long straightaway into the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. Van Eppen once again pulls away a little bit from Frana.
And the drivers separated considerably. Van Eppen had that one little wake-up call. Got a little bump and run from John Frana, and now Frana seems to be dropping back. Wonder if he's got any kind of problem on board, or did Van Eppen just pick up the pace?
Yeah, he's off the pace of what he was earlier. Yeah, there's no doubt. He was diving hard into the Polaris and kind of picture before. He's not doing it now.
I still have to wonder if Larry Pegram had a right front tire, how fast he could be. Or one with air in it at least, because he's still, he was only like 6 seconds off of the lead.
And at Park River, he was the fastest car on the track, even though he was battling for second and third. He was the fastest on the track, and at one point, he was reeling in the leader before certain issues popped up, and he kept taking himself out.
See, there's first, there's second, third
Oh, wow.
place.
Sounds like Crandon, if that's what we heard in the mic just a moment ago, Crandon sounds like he's having transmission issues. Just trying to shift gears, sounds like he's having problems.
Having some steering issues as well. Look at that, way wide.
Rodney Van Eperen actually has a power sports dealerships in the Fox Valley area, I believe in Kimberly, just north of Appleton. And I think that's part of his Husqvarna sponsorship. And it looks like, did I see some steam or some smoke coming out of the back of Crandon's car?
Maybe. I think you may be right. Trying to look in there deeper. I thought I did see something other than just dust flying up. And you mentioned that Husqvarna motorcycles. As far as motocross, the Husqvarna and the KTM are the same machine. Yeah, the same family.
We hear a lot of track noise, and we're trying to figure out which sound is coming from which car. Would tell us a lot what's going on in the track.
Yeah, they have different
White
mics.
flag is out. So
There's definitely some smoke. Definitely some smoke.
And it's not the nice white smoke. It's got a little blue tint to it, and that's ugly smoke.
So Pegram still holding on back in third, but he's 2 seconds ahead of Ryan Schwalbe. Schwalbe just can't get that pass.
That was actually Scott, his dad's car for, I want to say, the last 2 years. And he actually rented out his car, his old Beam car.
Beam car? What do you mean?
Beam.
Oh, yeah.
Beam, single
yeah.
beam car, front suspension. And Scott never quite got the handle of the A-arm car. And then Bark River, he jumped into his old car and came back and won. Right. He was on the top spot on the podium, and I think Ryan actually podiumed on one of the races as well. So Scott put on the old car, he'll put on the old shoe, and won the race.
Just showing the old man still has the stuff. Rodney Van Eperen has the stuff today. I like that car. That thing looks sweet. I think as announcers, we all should drop in one of these and just go out there and, you know.
I think it's a Danny Fodrell car built out of Phoenix, Arizona area.
It's a West Coast car?
I believe so.
It looks nice. It looks like a Western build.
But then so is Pegram's and Ryan's Schwabe's car. There's a checkered flag. Van Eperen, I believe, just won his first race of his career, both Pro Life and Super Buggy. So we'll find out in just a moment. But Van Eperen will take the win. John Frano takes second, and Pegram will hang on for third. We'll be back in just a moment for our top three finishers at the podium with Taylor Snyder. We'll be back right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSOIL driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
The day for the Forest County Chambers $100 hard cold cash, sponsored by the Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. The winner is Jim and Peggy Hool of Crandon, Wisconsin. Jim and Peggy Hool. You can go down to the ticket table by the barn and pavilion and claim your $100. The first $100 cash drawing tomorrow will be sponsored by the Forest County Chambers of Commerce. Remember to buy.
So we have the Pro 2s coming up here very shortly, followed by the Pro 4s as well. Of course, we have our Super Buggy interviews with Taylor Snyder here in just a moment. So I think Scott Rain's going down, but I don't think we need him down there. So Scott, if you can hear us, Taylor is down there on the victory podium, or heading down that way, but we don't need him. But you know, Scotty on the spot, we call him. And also Aaron Sharkey, I know you're here, but I know you're without a driver's license. Aaron Sharkey, if you want your driver's license, please come up to the over to the sound tower or the booth, if you would, please. So it looks like Taylor Snyder is down there with our Super Buggy podium, and I want you to ask Big Worm why he didn't pull in and try and fix that flat, or at least put some air in it, Taylor.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with our Super Buggy podium finishers, and I'm going to start with our third place finisher, Larry Pegram. Larry, how is it driving out here on the big house? You've obviously probably heard a lot about it. How's that track out there for you?
It was good. It was a little muddy at first for sure. I think they got a little happy with the water, but my Real Tree popcorn set and whiskey buggy was doing really good, and then somebody let the air out of my front tire, so kind of took the wind out of my sails a little bit, and the thing started going a little crazy on me a few times with the flat tire, but it was what it was, and we finished third, so it was okay. But I wanted a chance to win, and we didn't get it.
Well, there is still one more chance tomorrow. You ready to take that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, I was pretty upset that we couldn't do it today, so tomorrow we're gonna go for it.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see that race tomorrow. Thanks. All right, give it up, guys. Your third place finisher today, Larry Pegram. Moving on over to our second place finisher, John Frana. John, someone I'm used to seeing up here. Great race out there today. How did that track treat you with all that mud?
It was great. The RCV Performance 4-wheel drive worked awesome. It was definitely slick in spots and rough in other spots, but the sway-away shocks ran through that great. Had a real solid race. Had a couple incidents with Rob, and my hat's off to him. I mean, his first race at Crandon, and he won. I can't say enough. That's really impressive.
All right, anyone else you'd like to thank?
BFG Tires, FK Roddens, both help us out, Frana Group, and my family and friends that always come to the races and help us out. I've got a lot of support.
All right, big congratulations to your second place finisher, John Frana. And moving on up to our number one finisher up here today, Rodney Van Eperen. Ronnie, talk a little bit about that. I'm really surprised because you do not look like you have a speck of mud on you at all.
That's what I want to do, pull the whole shot, because I don't like getting dirty and I don't like cleaning the cars tonight. So we were aiming for the whole shot. We put the Power Sports 1 Husqvarna Motorcycles Yamaha in the lead, and John was pressuring me. I was getting nervous there a couple times, but I got to really say thanks to Johnny Greaves. He was on the radio with me, talking me through everything, and I couldn't do it without him. My mom and dad, my wife, my kids. Craig Gum's here helping me for the weekend. I got to say a big thanks out to him, but I'm super excited. This is awesome. This is what we come here for.
All right, we'll give it up to all of your Super Buggy podium finishers for today's race. Larry Pegram, John Frana, and of course, Rodney Van Eperen.
Thank you, Taylor. I'd like to thank everybody watching around the world on TORCseries.com. Well, we've got the Pro 2s coming up here very shortly. We've got the Pro 4s. So first, let's take a look at the Pro 2 recap from Bark River, Michigan. It was just, 2 weeks ago, but this is how it went down.
Ari Leyendijk Jr. pulls the whole shot as they come into turn number 1 in that gunk entry. And looked pretty good, but then all of a sudden the cream rises to the top, and it's Jeff Kincaid and Chad Horde battling on the first day. And then CJ Greaves threads his way through the pack and works his way right between Jeff Kincaid and Chad Horde. And I believe, yeah, here it is. This was a big story. Those two made contact and took themselves out of the race almost.
Zipper catching fire for just a moment ago. And they said that it was CJ Greaves' fault. So they black flagged him here very shortly. He had to pull off the track. Chad Horde didn't have to do anything but just keep hauling tail.
Yeah, he made a statement before this race that if he won, that he would have to buy another short course cart for his other daughter. And guess what? He won. Took the checkered flag, and he needed to be reminded at the podium right about then. And he was, yeah, I guess I have to now. So Chad Horde won on Saturday, and then on Sunday, how about this? Jarrett Johnson pulls a whole shot. Nick Tyree in second, and Ari Leindyke Jr. right there in third.
Johnson on the outside of Greaves there. Greaves, another fast drive for him, but the one-handed double faceauger of Chad Horde, the winner from day one, the loser in day two.
Yeah,
that was a pretty penny right there.
Yeah, he said he pulled a bonehead move on that one, but then quietly, almost stealth-like, Barlow, podium both days.
Also the 91, Nick Tyree was in the mix as well.
And again, here comes young CJ Greaves in the back bumper of Jeff Kincaid.
And Jeff takes the victory. That would have been his first of the year, coming after that 9th from the previous day. And looking at the points, Kincaid with that victory moved into 4th place, but CJ Greaves a 1-point advantage over Chad Horde after that terrible finish at Bark River 2. Jared Johnson has moved into 3rd. Kincaid and Mike Jenkins rounding out the top 5. So only 1 point separate 1st and 2nd. CJ Greaves, the series points leader, he was looking for a win at Bark River. He wasn't able to do so. 2 second places, but he already has 3 victories on the season. He throw in a 10th place at Prim, where he broke a part of the A-arm, it seemed like, on his truck. So he had to, or a spindle, that's what it was. The spindle was broken in the first round. So one mechanical really has cost him, but he's still 1 point ahead of Chad Horde. Round 7 pro 2-wheel drive coming up just a moment from Crandon, Wisconsin. It is the Big House Brawl. Round 7 and 8. We'll be back with the start of the race here in just a moment.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using, and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Tell us. There's a live shot at the starting line getting ready for Pro 2. And right now, as we speak, Taylor Snyder is standing right next to CJ Greaves. Taylor?
500, 600. Obviously, you had the What's your grand total here? $1,675.
Well, there's a wide-angle shot at the Forest County Potawatomi community starting line of Pro 2s getting ready. At the far left, it looks like Nick Tyree starting in that number 1 spot to the far left. And to the far right, you've got Mikey Vandenheuvel jumping into the 2014 season. The Flying Dutchman, number 77, his first time behind the wheel of Pro 2 here in 2014. So it's going to be a very interesting start. That truck is very fast. He's a very aggressive kid behind the wheel.
Which one?
On the far right, Mikey Vandenheuvel.
So you're saying he's going to do that classic close down, the Flying Dutchman style?
You know, anything's a possibility. He kind of caught everybody off guard, including me. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. He come out of nowhere and was running up front. He almost is too aggressive. He kind of has to back it down a little bit, maybe slow it down to be quicker. I don't know. But you see Keith Steele in the number 29 right there. There's the number 2 of Steve Barlow in the Cat entry. And there's C.J. Greaves right alongside the second place in points would be Chad Horde. Jeff Kincaid, the number 4, 47. Mike Jenkins, 74 of Jarrett Johnson.
That must have been a 6-driver invert, right? Because CJ's 6 from the inside, and he's our points leader, so he drew the
inverted number 6 positions. So it's not a bad. It's probably the best starting spot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you go down there and watch the lines and the terrain changing or the elevation changes, even though it's like 2-3 feet here or a foot there. The middle, right around where he's at, probably between Jeff Kincaid and C.J. Greaves, right dead center of the screen, that is probably the smoothest spot into turn 1. And you're going to see these things catch some air off the whoop-de-doos, if you want to call it that, natural terrain. There's nothing man-made in that straightaway, but that's all natural terrain. So the trucks that stay on the ground will be getting into the turn first.
Sorry, we couldn't get that Taylor interview from you. I'll try and maybe relay what she had mentioned just a moment. She was talking to CJ, who we saw have struggles. We've heard alternator belt, we've heard power steering belt. Maybe they're one and the same. Maybe they both run the same pump. But CJ second from the outside there. Or excuse me, 4th from the outside there. One thing about this with this standing start, this land rush start, is there's no sight lap, no reconnaissance. So when you do track prep, usually in racing, they'll let you take a look. Even in Formula One, where you don't have any preparation, you still get that one sight lap. Here, when you're doing the land rush start, you don't have that sight lap. It might be muddy where you're not expecting it.
I just spoke to C.J. Greaves, who of course just got out of his pro light and into his Pro 2 to race out here in Crandon. Obviously, he had some technical difficulties in that pro light class. When I asked him what his plan is going into Pro 2, he said, "I hope I don't break." And of course, I asked him which class he likes better. He said Pro 2. His response, I think out of humor, "I like to go fast." So hopefully we see some awesome action out here, but you can definitely count on C.J. Greaves bringing the heat.
I like that, bringing the heat. Thanks a lot, Taylor. Well, here's the thing to think about now. All of a sudden, you've got underneath the skin of one of the drivers, "I hope I don't break." That's not what you want to be thinking about when you get behind the wheel of any race car, for that matter. You have to have 100% confidence in your equipment and how it was prepped. So I kind of wonder if he's got something, kind of biting him in the back of his head a little bit.
Yeah, Cowboy's getting ready to go. He's got his dance moves about to come out. It looked like somebody in a 4-wheeler race there for just a moment. This is round 7, the Pro 2-wheel drive. Your series points leader, C.J. Greaves, only 1 point ahead of Chad Horde. And this is both C.J. Greaves' backyard and Chad Horde just right down the road as well. I mean, this is where they're from. You pick your favorites right now.
There's Cowboy getting ready to get the signal from Face Desi. There it is. He's pointing at Mikey Vandenheuvel from Appleton, Wisconsin, driving for Flying Dutchman Off-Road Racing, Lincoln Electric, and Max's Tires. Starting alongside him is Ari Leindeck out of Scottsdale, Arizona for Cooper Tires, Gunk, and Genius Tools, number 25. Keith Steele out of Madison, Wisconsin, driving a Chevy for Millennium Construction, Stone Mill Construction, and Wolverine Performance. He'll start numbers in the 7th spot. Starting 6, C.J. Greaves from Green Bay, Wisconsin, driving for Maxis, Monster Energy, and Toyota. Alongside him, starting 5th, Chad Horde Horde from Felch, Michigan, driving for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, and Maxxis Tires. And starting fourth, Jeff Kincaid from Argonne, Wisconsin, driving for Traxxas, Cooper Tires, and CrandonOffroad.com. Mike Jenkins out of Plano, Texas, Traxxas, Cooper Tires, along with Jared Johnson, Husqvarna, Chevrolet, and the Pulsar. Nick Tyree from San Diego, Tyree Motorsports, Diffenbach Construction, and Maxxis. Here they come in turn one.
There goes Nick Tyree on the inside. Looks like maybe Chad Horde on the outside, taking the whole shot.
Chad Horde made it look so easy. And how about Jared Johnson trying to find a spot between Tyree and CJ Greaves, but somehow Greaves now goes to the middle.
Greaves trying to thread the needle there. Tyree got the better of that. Greaves now trying to take a more aggressive inside line, diving in harder and trying to do a slide job. Johnson looks pretty strong just behind him. He might make a pass. Johnson does.
Tyree just lose 2 spots right there to CJ Greaves and Johnson through the Polaris gravel pit turn. And as our leaders cross the Amsoil finish line to start the race, basically officially right now, it's Chad Horde, CJ Greaves. Oh, Johnson almost gets sideways, crossing the line. He won't lose his spot, but man, he almost lost it.
Johnson back in third, Tyree fourth, Steve Barlow up in fifth in the cat truck, Jeff Kincaid sixth, Mike Vandenheuvel in seventh, Mike Deacons eighth, and Keith Steele rounding out the field.
Now the track right now is real greasy in a lot of spots. It's not the majority part of the racetrack. And where it's greasy, it's also, if you're running second on back, you will get roosted by some really ugly, pebblish gravel kind of clay. And it sticks to you when it comes by your cockpit.
Back to the end of the front end of Johnson.
Over-rotated, and Johnson had nowhere to go. Man, look how far back that Kincaid is. That is real surprising right now.
Yeah, Jared Johnson had nowhere to go, like you said. I mean, when Nick Tyree came in there, he backed it in and basically threw the butt end of his truck into the front end of Jarrett Johnson, but took over position when he did so.
That's kind of like what you're going to see Pro 4s doing. They'll back into the corner literally down that straight into that tight left-hand 180. Chad Horde with a sizable lead right now in that Polaris gravel pit turn. Beautiful picture. The roost being kicked up by those Maxxis tires as they come out of the corner.
After 4 laps, we'll see a competition yellow. Nick Tyree back in third. I believe CJ Greaves just in front of him. Jared Johnson in fourth position. CJ, a little bit of separation.
Whoa, puff of smoke out of Tyree.
Wonder if he has a tire, if there's anything that could be cutting when he swung that thing around. Left rear. I thought I saw a lot of smoke coming out of that left side. Maybe he's got some type of rub, I don't know. I thought I saw it coming from the wheel though. Looks like we might have a pass. Johnson trying to get inside, or is that actually Mark? Is that Jenkins?
That's Kincaid.
Oh, it's Jeff Kincaid. That's Jeff Kincaid trying to get by Jarrett Johnson.
Yeah, that smoke is still there. This might give us a hint of what's going on with Tyree. Man, it looks like he's struggling. It just doesn't look very smooth at all through the turn. Barlow a little bit further back. He's trying to work his way forward as well.
And you were talking about how impressed you were with him.
Oh, and there's Tyree. Tyree's pulling off the track. He's headed to the hot pits. He did basically a U-turn and out of the race line, but he's going against traffic, so to speak, on the racetrack, trying to get into the hot pits. In fact, I think he's on fire. He's trying to get out. There may be something burning right now.
And the window deck came down pretty fast. A fair amount of smoke. And sometimes you can feel a little heat on the seat.
Trying to see if that's Whitey out there. Here come some of the track workers, but yeah, one of the USAC officials was there right away, and he knew what was going on. He grabbed the extinguisher right away.
It's tough when he stopped on a slide uphill right then when he gets out of the truck. Just wanted to drop backwards. So quite a bit of separation between Chad Horde and CJ Greaves, about 2.5 seconds.
But CJ just took a second off that last lap.
But he doesn't even have to right now. Because if he's second, he starts nose to tail behind him in the competition yellow. The thing is, Jeff Kincaid has worked his way up into third, but he's 9.5 seconds behind Jared Johnson into fourth, Steve Barlow into fifth.
Yeah, this is kind of where sometimes the first half of the race is a chess match. And from third on back, they are racing for position. But first and second, if they're separated from the rest of the field, they're just out there doing laps waiting for the flags to come out.
Yeah, you could be half a lap behind and know when the competition yellow comes out, you're going to be nose to tail again. So as long as you're second, you have a good shot. Oh, on two wheels, Steve Barlow, great save.
He was looking down at the dirt on that one.
That last turn, what do you call that, Argonne corner?
No, that's actually right over here. I don't think that's got a name, to be honest with you.
The last turn doesn't have a name.
It's out of the picture, actually. Yeah.
Or do they give it there?
No, that wouldn't be it. That's no, not a name.
They don't even put it on the
The
map.
Widowmaker. I don't know.
We're digging deep on that one, huh? Ford, Greaves, Kincaid, Johnson, 1, 2, 3, and the bicycle of Barlow, but he saved it. Should be coming up close to the competition yellow here shortly. Watch the second truck in your picture here.
Coming into the corner, throws it nice into the turn. Big push. That's where it was at. He had a understeer. Couldn't make the corner. We couldn't get it to rotate, and all of a sudden the back tires weren't spinning. Did you catch it? They weren't turning. It looked like he had brake bias on, so he stabbed the brake thinking it would come around. Instead, it should have been spinning. And kind of got him up on two wheels.
See, in the 77 there, Mike Van Den Heuvel.
He's got he's a really talented fabricator and a welder. I mean, it's just pieces of art, absolute pieces of art. And he's known for making custom headers. And you have to be pretty darn precise.
Oh, yeah.
To be a welder and make head. Again, it's a big over rotation, not once but twice. And you scrub off a ton of speed momentum doing that, Steve.
Not getting that forward drive, that forward bike he's looking for. When you're slapping the rear end right and left, you're not getting that forward jump.
There's Mike Jenkins, that track's number 47 out of Plano, Texas. Yeah, I think everybody right now at this point is probably playing the halfway ball. Oh, Chad Horde pulls off the track. Our leader, Chad Horde, pulls off the track. Oh, man.
What happened?
Wow.
I was looking around a pylon that I had in front of me, looking to see if they were getting the competition yellow.
And no puff of smoke, no steam, no nothing. And it's one lap before the competition yellow. And that just meant one sudden explosion and what was a 1-point deficit to start the race.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Wow. This changes everything.
Well, we're still not but halfway through.
But keep in mind, you got a young driver out there now at the lead. Probably got a little bit more confidence than what he had when he started the race. But is that comment he made going to come back to haunt him where I hope I just don't break? You know, gosh, that so surprised me.
He may know something we don't, or he's saying, yeah, I'll win this thing as long as I don't throw a belt. Like, you know, it may have happened. Jeff Kincaid's going to push into second place on this lap. So Kincaid, albeit 14.5 seconds behind C.J. Greaves that last time around, is in good position because he's going to be less than a second when they go to take the green flag the next time.
Right in the back bumper. And again, Kincaid, coming off last year's race, probably one of the most dramatic races of his life, as the competition comes out just a few weeks after his father passed away, coming back here to Crandon without a sponsorship and winning the race for his dad. So the competition yellow is out. C.J. Greaves has got the lead. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the second half.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back once again here to Crandon, Wisconsin, the Northwoods part of the state. We're at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's round 7 of Pro 2 2014 season, and we're under competition yellow, and just out of sight is Richie Kuloff on our pace truck, guiding the field around the racetrack, getting ready to come back to green flag racing.
Jeff Kincaid was behind C.J. Greaves almost 20 seconds with Jarrett Johnson on his tail, they will now all be within, what, 2 seconds after they cross the green flag, or 1 second even after they take the green for the second time. So they're slowing them down. That's what happens when you're that far in front, so they need to back up the field a little bit.
Actually, what I think is happening in situations like this, there's really no reason to be going that slow other than the fact that I think it's due to TV. I'll venture to bet they're doing something with TV right now, so they need a little bit of time to kind of slow things down. So, what? Everyone's pointing at something. There's
somebody broken down in there. Yeah, someone's broken down there below us out of sight. So they're trying to keep them down so they will have a clear track. The 47 of Mike Jenkins.
Yeah, there's Chad Horde, and we're getting reports now the 47 of Mike Jenkins is off the side of the track. So that's probably what they got the field slowed down for, to try and get Mike off the track. And actually, you can see the track crew right now kind of consoling Chad Horde.
Tapped him on his shoulder, said, "Man, I had $5 on you. I
Dude,
was wanting you to win."
I feel for you. I feel for you, man. I was rooting for you the whole time.
Why'd you put him in a Texas accent?
I got me a boss snowplow too. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to feel for him. That's 2 races in a row with a DNF. Remember, he caused himself, and now this one looks like some type of mechanical.
Yeah, that's what they call catastrophic failure. So, looks like Mike Jenkins is back rolling. What's interesting, I got reports this afternoon that for the Cup race this weekend, Mike Jenkins will be running in his Pro 4. He is giving Keegan Kincaid his Pro 2 to run in the Cup race. So we were wondering what was going on this morning during practice. Practice and qualifying was done, and all of a sudden the 47 Pro 2 came out again for like 2 laps or so. That was actually Keegan Kincaid behind the wheel of a Pro 2. And I guess Mike Jenkins is giving Keegan the opportunity to run a Pro 2 in the Cup race tomorrow afternoon. Yeah.
So here you go. Hand him the keys. I mean, there are no keys, of course, but I mean, that's pretty cool if somebody can do that.
Keegan's got some talent. I mean, he's been pretty diversified in what he's been racing this year. He's been running in the Pro Light. He's also been getting the opportunity to run in the Robbie Gordon Stadium Series, which they don't run in stadiums, so, you know. But Keegan's been driving that truck. Nick Baumgartner's up here trying to get some camera time. Go away, Nick. He also runs. He ran at the X Games in the Robbie Gordon trucks.
I said the last time I see Nick, and we both were wearing different clothes. I think it might have been in Idaho, covering a snowboard cross event. So
there's
it's been a while.
Mikey Vanderbilt, Mike Jenkins is rolling once again. Keith Steele in the unsponsored number 29 out of the Madison area. He runs pretty much just the Crandon races. Looks like we're going to coming back to green through the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1.
Golly, I don't know how you remember that.
You kind of get,
Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. I had one in Arena Cross one time, the Conocelli Autoplex triples, and I always thought that was the most uncomfortable title of an obstacle, but I think that may take it. What's our top one? The Walker Evans Shocks Lincoln Welders back straightaway or front straightaway?
Skybox back straightaway. Here they come through turn 1. Kuloff pulls off in the pace truck. CJ Greaves has the point, but Jeff Kincaid and Barlow are right there in tow, going green in just seconds.
Kincaid looked like a ball snowplow. He was trying to push CJ Greaves to catch that orange cone. Well, Kincaid getting pretty good drive on that inside. Look at him coming down that straight. He might have a little something for him in this half.
I can guarantee you this, through that competition yellow, Kincaid put a little extra snap on those 5-point harness, and he's going to work. Like you said earlier, he was 20 seconds behind in the first half, and now he's got new life, and he's going to work. Mikey Vanderbilt going outside of Mike Jenkins. They make slight contact. They're leading each other big time as they cross the Amsoil finish line.
Steve Barlow had worked his way into third on that lap, so he moved up as well into third, I believe.
Through the Argonne corner, Vanderbilt in 4th, Jenkins in 5th, Steele in 6th.
I didn't see Jarrett Johnson that time, and he's on our time and in scoring.
Yeah.
Did you?
Jarrett Johnson is out. We're getting reports now that he's out. I don't know where, but he's off the track. But if we were to go by timing and scoring, right now in front of us on the screen is telling us that actually it didn't change since
Oh, it had
the
reset.
restart.
That's right. So evidently, once they cross and get their complete that first lap, that 6th lap, then it will update on our board, and we will update you throughout the weekend. And CJ Greaves out in front.
Wow, did he take a high line?
Yep.
The player scramble pit turn. He was like on the lip of going over the edge. He was so high on the outside.
I think he was trying to find something. I think he says, I've got to test it now. I might make a mistake and have a chance to recuperate, but if I'm taking the line that I feel slower, I better go ahead and take my chances right now, don't you think? I mean, you're out in front, you drop back one, you still have time. If you screw up in that last lap, you take a slower line, you're liable to be caught.
You know, in sprint car racing, I love watching those front tires sometimes because they go full lock to full lock, left to right, so often, even down the straightaways. And that's kind of like what CJ's doing right now in the corners. He's going full lock to the left or the right, and you're just watching the front tires dance along the top of this racetrack.
Yeah, people wonder, how is he turning left when his wheels are turning right? It's just all part of the program, steering it around with the rear end. Good race back there in, what, 3rd,
Wow, here comes
4th,
Mike
5th.
Jenkins. This is for the final podium spot. They're 3 wide through the corner. Barlow on the outside, Vanderbilt in the middle, and Jenkins over-rotates and goes all the way around.
Nice dance move, the pirouette, but not good in TORC off-road trucks. That hurt. He didn't lose a position, but he lost a lot of ground.
That basically almost probably took him out of any chance of the podium. And I think he may have lost a spot to Keith Steele. I'm not sure. Yes, he has. Yeah, he lost 1 spot to Steele. And there's a big blue groove forming right at the dang. Where are we, man? Oh, yeah, there's a big blue groove forming at the Ponzi North American turn 2.
Gotcha.
The barn turn.
Barlow getting a lot of pressure from Mike Van de Heuvel. Look at Van de Heuvel. He's trying to stick a wheel in anywhere he can. He says, I'm going to go inside here. Barlow trying to shut it down. Van de Heuvel now takes the outside line, going to get a flag one more time.
There's that aggressive driving. He bounces off that outside blue wall as he crosses the line. And, man, you can't be doing too much of that. You tear up some equipment or even pop the sidewall of that tire. But he's definitely going after Barlow, trying to get that last podium spot.
Driving it in. That's 2, 3, and 4.
Here comes Barlow one more time in that cat number 2 out of Temecula, California. Mikey Vanderbilt up on 2 wheels out of Appleton.
Actually, that was 3, 4, and 5. Jeff Kincaid still not able to make up any ground on CJ Greaves.
Whoa, he goes way outside.
He's trying to find some ground, isn't he?
Oh, he found it all right.
He was a 1.5 seconds the last time, taking the flag behind.
Whoa.
We'll see what it is this time.
The door was open just for a moment right here in front of us. Vanderbilt tried to go to the inside. Barlow actually turned left down the front straightaway. Vanderbilt now leaning on that back bumper of Barlow.
Oh.
Just about danced on his back bumper. Now going to the outside.
Whoa, look at him charging in. Can he slow it down? Off of now, cut down to the inside. See if he can get the drive. Now he kept taking wide and extra wider, and I think that hurt him. He almost caught some of those flags on the side of the track.
And the white flag is out. 1 lap remaining. Time is running out for Jeff Kincaid to make a run at CJ Greaves. He lost 0.2 of a second on that last lap. But the real action, I think, right now is for that last podium spot with Vanderbilt and Barlow battling. Oh, and there goes a tire. Right front flat tire on Vanderbilt as he popped that inside wall. You saw that little puff of smoke, that little white powdery stuff. He popped the sidewall, pinched the sidewall, and popped instantly as soon as he touched that wall.
The right front is?
Yes.
He's doing a darn good job holding on to it with no right front on it. Looks like
left front, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The left front.
I was focusing on the wrong front. I'm right now focusing on CJ Greaves. It was 1.70 seconds his advantage, and I don't know, it's probably every bit still the same.
Once again, Kincaid goes way to the outside of the Ponzi North American turn 2. Time is running out. Kincaid has to get on it hard right now with 2 turns remaining. Through the Polaris gravel pit turn, up towards the Traxxas launch zone. Time has run out. A corner right now. Greaves will come back for the win as he makes the final corner, now aimed at the AMSOIL finish line. The Monster Energy Toyota, the number 33 of CJ Greaves, will take the win. The Traxxas number 4 from Argonne, Jeff Kincaid, will take second.
Kincaid, a good points day in second, because remember, Chad Horde, who sits second in points, and Jarrett Johnson in third, DNF to this race. So a good points day for CJ Greaves as well as Jeff Kincaid.
And here comes
Barlow.
Keith Steele. Steele trying to get around Vanderbilt for that fourth spot and can't quite do it.
So Barlow, Vandenheuvel, and Steele, good race till the finish there. So Vandenheuvel able to hold on with that popped bead. Mike Jenkins going to round out the top 6 last guys on that lead lap. We'll hear from our podium finishers and as they climb out of the car here right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Northern Wisconsin at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. As you see our top 3 finishers up towards the podium. Let's take a look at some of that race action we just witnessed. And there's actually more going on than what we thought. There's a lot of attrition in this race. There's Cowboy getting them all fired up and ready to go. There's the green flag as they come into Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1. Is that a sight or what? Hey. Little contact between Jenkins and Kincaid, and side-by-side racing with Chad Horde and Nick Tyree out of San Diego.
Yeah, Tyree had the inside, Horde had the outside. Unfortunately, Horde had a problem shortly thereafter. It wasn't long. He was out in front. Looks like he was pulling away like we saw him in the first race at Bark River. Here's what a bicycle looks like. Steve Barlow in the cat truck doing a good job, hooked up a little too good at one time. And there's when Chad Horde pulls off fairly early in the race, in the first half of the race. And CJ Greaves, you know, that had to put a smile on his face.
You know, I really don't think so, but I think it made things a little bit more intense for him. But then second half, Kincaid started right in the back bumper, but it's kind of like CJ. It's okay, man, I know where you're at, and you're going to stay right there. None closer, none further away. And this is where things started to get exciting. Vanderbilt started getting a new fresh breath of air, I should say, as Jenkins goes all the way around. Pretty much takes him out of any chance of a final podium spot. CJ just is on a rail, keeps on digging. Kincaid still there, no closer, no further away. Once again, here they come through turn 1. And we had a great battle going on for that 3rd and 4th spot, but right there's a checkered flag. CJ takes the win, Kincaid second. And Barlow again, 3 straight races on the podium, man.
3 straight races in 3rd place, so 3's his lucky number.
I'd say let's go buy a lottery ticket.
Not sure what happened with Chad Horde. Maybe Taylor could get some information from him if she's over there near the podium. And Horde, they had to pull up. Maybe we can get it. Welcome back, everybody, and we're trying to get the scoop on what happened as they do track preparation. We haven't heard from our winner, CJ Greaves, again, and he's still got one more race to go. That's the funny part, the thing that just feels a little weird, doesn't it?
Well, there's a lot of things happen that you're not prepared for, and I'm looking at the track right now, and I'm kind of surprised by seeing all the track work, all the maintenance, and that's what we talked about earlier today with they almost overdo it to stay on top or stay ahead of the track going away. And we talked about that big rut forming right here in the Parsons Chevrolet chicane, and they're out there filling it in right now.
But I don't think the track got away from them. I think this is just a drier.
They're staying on top of it.
Yeah, it's a drier condition. I think that, you know, just like you said, they're trying to keep that from happening. There is some blue groove going on. We saw just a moment ago, what was it, Jeff Kincaid trying to take the extreme outside lines going into turn 2, the wide sweeper. You have to do that. I mean, that's it. And I like it. When it starts getting a little drier through the day, I like it when it starts opening up those inside lanes. because it always allows for the bonsai move. Because the guy's trying to find grip. He's going a longer distance, just like in a track race. When you're running with your feet, you don't want to be on that outside lane if you don't have to be on that outside lane.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Taylor Sanders got our top 3 finishers at the podium. Let's head it on down to the podium with Taylor and our 3 top finishers. Taylor!
Testing? Yes. All right, we're going to make this podium real fast for you guys so we get into some more racing tonight. But I'm going to talk to our 3rd place finisher, Steve Barlow. Steve, we saw you up here in Bark River. Always great to see you back up here again. Talk a little bit about racing at the Big House.
You know, we had a little incident in qualifying. We didn't qualify that great, and I was starting next to CJ because he was the inversion. And I just knew if I could stay with him, I had a shot, and we got a great start. In this track, you know, there's so much going on here. You know, this is the fastest track we run on, and everybody seems to bring their A game. And we had some good racing, but Caterpillar Ford, you know, back on the podium again, and we couldn't be more happier.
Awesome. Anyone else you like to thank?
Yeah, I like the Maxxis tires, you know, Drive Capital, Outdoor Energy, all these guys is why we're here. You know, we couldn't do it without them, and all my crew and family, you know, they support me and make this happen for me. Thank you.
All right, give it up for Steve Barlow, everyone. Moving on over to our 2nd place finisher, Jeff Kincaid. Jeff, obviously a fan favorite out here. You got to watch your son, Keegan Kincaid, take home that win earlier today. It's got to give you some motivation going into that race.
Oh, yeah, he set the goal high on the day, you know, and hard to follow. You know, I didn't get a good start, got mudded all through the first. I just had to start picking him off, but didn't have enough for him today. We'll go back and work on her, get a little more gear in her, and see if we can put a show on you for tomorrow. You know, can't say enough for Traxxas. You know, tires ran, Cooper ran really good, and good. Todd Goodwin race engines are very powerful, so, you know, we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
All right, give it up for him, everyone. Jeff Kincaid. Moving on up to our winner in the class, CJ Greaves. CJ, I tried to talk to you earlier. You came up with some humor. You like to go fast, and obviously you did just that today.
You know, we had a great truck. We qualified #1. We had some little issues after qualifying, but my crew worked their butts off. Hats off to them, every one of them that had their hands in there. I mean, I couldn't do it without them, and the Lord for keeping me safe. All you fans, Crandon, all you guys, all the track crew, everyone that keeps us out here, my family, friends, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Forest County, Potawatomi, Amsoil, everyone that helps us out, big thanks to them.
All right, everyone, give it up for your Pro 2 podium today here at Crandon. Steve Barlow, Jeff Kincaid, and CJ Greaves.
Shane, do you want this back?
Oh, I know why. And I tongue kissing my sister. I understand. Well, there's a live shot of the Pro 4 starting line. And the intense moment, you see Mike Jenkins getting ready to crawl inside that number 47. You see the window net down on Ross Hook and that no grappler tire, number 10. He's out of Holland, Michigan. And you see Mark Jenkins with his hat, with the famous hat on backwards, taking a little sip of water, getting ready to crawl inside his truck as well. So still got a little bit of time before the Pro 4 race. The CJ was on the podium just a moment ago, and he has to get back that starting line. I'm trying to see if there's a 33 Pro 4 at the line to see if he's actually running it. So let's see here. Yeah, he's in our lineup, but I don't see the number 33 at the line.
He's saving it for tomorrow?
Could be, I don't know, but he's in our lineup for starting this afternoon.
Maybe they have him in the truck over there and he's going to drive it around.
That'd be quicker to get over there on a scooter or a golf cart.
True. We'll have to see. We can't do anything about it. I like seeing how they're watering actually the whole shot straight as well.
Oh, there's interesting. Steve Barlow going back to the pits.
On a toe?
On a toe, yeah.
They forgot to put gas in it.
Yeah, they run it to the line, right to the edge. Well, the last race of the afternoon is coming up in just a moment, but in the meantime, we're going to step away, take a quick breather, and we'll be back right after this with the Pro 4 race.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Welcome back to Crandon International Raceway, off-road raceway here in Crandon, Wisconsin, rounds 7 and 8. This is the Big House Brawl, be the first of 2 times we make our way to Crandon this year. Second one be even larger, but we have a great time here today, but we do it, you know, so well, we do it again. We had so much fun today, we're going to do it again tomorrow. Some sportsman racing as well as the Pro 2, Pro 4, and Pro Lights. Not necessarily in that order. You see the Pro 4s, these are the big boys, the bad boys coming up next. Pro 4 points leader, Johnny Greaves. Been strong. He didn't end on a good note in Bark River. I'm sure he's trying to get back from that, but he already has 3 wins on the year out of 6 rounds. So 50% of the rounds he has won. Adrian Cheney started off the season with a victory. Then Greaves had a couple. Throw in Scott Douglas as well as, Scott Douglas will be the last one. So.
My question right now is, we saw CJ go by on a bike on a little scooter on his way on the track back up to the pit. So my question is, he's not in staging. He's not running in Pro 4. Yeah, okay, my question was just answered.
Okay.
I was wondering if CJ was going to run his brand new Pro 4 in the points race. Because it wasn't a lineup, but we don't see the truck on in the picture here. So there's Scott O'Connor one more time on Mr. GoPro, getting all the trucks taken care of and get the cameras. Well, it sounds like we got Taylor down at the starting line. Taylor, who do you have? What's going on?
There are definitely a lot of tough competitors out here in this Pro 4 category, but the guy you definitely want to keep an eye on is Mark Jenkins. Now, Johnny Greaves has always proved successful here in his hometown of Crandon, Wisconsin, but Mark Jenkins definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, so make sure you keep an eye out for that number 25 Traxxas truck.
Nothing to do with him winning at the last round at Bark River too. So he is on a roll, and we saw that happen in an earlier class today as well. In Pro Light as well. You kind of try and get on those rolls and just keep them rolling.
Well, it's kind of like riding a bike. I call it, because it's like when you figure out that balance point and how to ride a bike, you got it figured out. Now you know. Well, he's got a taste of winning again, and once you've got that taste, you know what it takes to win a race. So that taste is real fresh in his mouth just yet, and he wants it again. So watch for him. He's been really, really good, really, really smooth, and really, really aggressive, and probably one of the more fun, entertaining drivers to watch on the track. Some guys are real stealth and real smooth and don't kind of draw attention to themselves. Some guys are, Adrian Cheney and Mark Jenkins style.
I was going to say, so which one's Mark? What do you say?
Yeah, so Mark is, he'll race you like like you race him. You touch him, well, he might touch you a little bit harder than what you did him, but he'll definitely let you know that he's there. But he's not a dirty driver by any means, but he's fun to watch and very, very entertaining, and he's even more fun to interview at the podium. He's fun. He's got some great one-liners.
Are they working on the inside front left? Is that his? What are they doing in there?
That's Scott O'Connor. That's he's working on a GoPro, or he's got to be working on a camera right there.
That's a crazy mount.
It's not going to last for very long, I would guess.
They got a pretty hard case, but yeah, you think you would get a lot of roost on that rocker panel.
And besides that, that's on the door that's on the side that is next to Adrian Cheney. How long do you think it's going to last?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the wild man. We've seen a little more of the mild man. You talked about injury or sickness the last time we saw him at Bark River, I believe, wasn't it? He the one that he just wasn't himself.
Yeah, both him, Steve Barlow, and Adrian Cheney. There's Cowboy giving the thumbs up. Here we go. Mark Kwame's on the pole, and the Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink, number 5. Scott Douglas out of El Cajon, California, driving the Amsoil Boil Exhaust Toyo Tire, number 7. Johnny Greaves out of Green Bay. Mark Jenkins out of Plano, Texas. Adrian Cheney out of St. John, Virgin Islands. Mike Jenkins out of Plano, Texas. CJ Greaves. Oh, he's not making the call. And Ross Hook out of Holland, Michigan. And then Johnny Greaves with the hole shot.
Mark Jenkins looked like one of the Traxxas off-road cars. He was popping wheelies down the front straightaway. A little bit left. Oh, somebody's setting up early. Who is that?
Scott Douglas.
Yes, boy, that was a nice setup into that first or that second turn.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll predict this. Watch him, Scott Douglas, set that truck up back in that tight left-hand 180. He will back it in even harder than Steve Kinzer. First time through the Polaris gravel pit turn. Johnny Greaves, Scott Douglas, Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins, Adrian Cheney.
This is after a track preparation in between the races. Adrian Cheney tries diving in on Mike Jenkins and spins around. He loses.
Oh, left front broken. The left front of Adrian Cheney is broken, pointed in the wrong direction. Looks like he broke a ball joint. And yeah, his front tires are cross-eyed.
He had to have done it to himself, though. I saw him doing a bonsai move, and you take the chances and you pay the price sometimes.
Yeah, here's another look at what happened with Adrian Cheney just a moment ago that took him out of this race. He comes in way hard.
How late.
He's got the car turned.
He can't slow it down, though.
Yeah. And luckily nothing happens to Mike Jenkins, but absolutely just, you see both tires are pointed right at each other. So his day is done. There's no making a way back to top it, maybe get something fixed. And well, the major players have already up to the front. Johnny Greaves, Scott Douglas, and Mark Jenkins.
So the number 3 guy in points, Adrian Cheney, is now out of this race with a DNF, so he's going to lose ground. Scott Douglas back in, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th place. Championship point standing. Again, this is before the competition yellow. We've seen it before, guys. Just play cat and mouse just a little bit. I don't expect to see that from the 25 of Mark Jenkins. I think he wants to get in second before he kind of plays it safe. That hole starting to develop again in that one section as we're taking a look up close at Mark Jenkins in the 2.5. There's the turn you were saying to look for Scott Douglas.
No, watch.
Oh, God, I'm missing him. I'm one off.
Yeah, the one turn coming up next. Here comes Johnny. He'll set up pretty decent, but he'll keep it tight to the inside, I believe. Maybe let the truck work to the outside. No, about mid. Still early, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, Scott is
let the track dry out some.
Square it up and go to that inside line much more, though, it looks like.
But they're entering into the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1 way in the outside, exiting the corner up against the inside rail. So they found the fast line through turn 1.
Yeah, you don't see much lifting at this track. A lot faster than the other tracks. I thought Bark River is fast. This place is even faster.
Yeah, I kind of think right now you were correct in making the call. They're playing a little bit of cat and mouse. I even think that Mark and Mike Jenkins are not happy where they're at, but they're okay with it. They'll kind of play it out. If something happens and something comes to them in the first half, that's one thing, but they're not going to go out and tear their stuff up. We're going to reel in our leaders in the first half.
Before the caution, when you know you're going to start nose to tail again. And I think that's definitely the case with Mark Jenkins. And remember, there's a Mark Kwame out there as well. Johnny Greaves, the first lap or second lap around 1.785 was the interval. the differential between himself and Scott Douglas.
Was just told that there's going to be an autograph session with all of our drivers at the TORC merchandise trailer right after this race.
Whoa.
Oh, Johnny Greaves.
Squared it up too much, and there's Douglas ready to take advantage. Can he get the drive?
No, he had to throw his truck sideways as a braking maneuver, so he wouldn't touch it.
Oh, man. I think Johnny was trying to search for some better grip up top, and he got it. His grip came to a stop. Let's look at that one more time. That's the one where you said look out for Douglas, and we were looking out for Greaves.
Yeah, Greaves just,
yeah. He run it up.
Douglas is in a total, right now, he's like trying to get out of it. Great job by him.
Save mode. Watch him hit a rut. Ugh.
Now look how soft and loamy it is. That is almost, I won't call it, well, it's, loamy.
He's kind of in no man's land, though. He was stuck as he was out there. He was trying to save it. Scott Douglas behind him was trying to save it, not just totally broadside Johnny Greaves and bring himself around.
As I was starting to say before that incident, all of our pro drivers will be signing autographs at the TORC merchandise trailer right after this race. And I believe the trailer is in Manufacturers Midway, right at the entrance coming from the parking lot into the infield, into the track area. So once again, all of our pro drivers will be doing autographs right after this race at the TORC merchandise trailer.
Look at this race to the cross flags, basically what it is right now for the first half of the race. Still Johnny Greaves ahead of Scott Douglas, Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins third and fourth, Ross Hook, Kwame, and Adrian Cheney is out.
Yeah, that's a tough break. I mean, it didn't seem like he hit Mike Jenkins all that hard and do all that front end damage, but evidently it doesn't take much. He did it just right, and both trucks.
I think Douglas closing in a little bit. Is that by choice of Johnny Greaves or not, trying to save the truck a little bit or the tires, but I think Douglas closes in at times on Johnny.
You know, it's such a hard thing to figure out what some of these guys do to their trucks and how they set them up. Obviously, they set them up for the second half of the race. Yeah, look at Douglas. He is really, really starting to throw that AMSOIL forward into the turns, especially in the Polaris gravel pit turn. Still no competition yellow. Oh man, Douglas cut that lead in half from the last lap. Still seems fairly sizable, but when you're going that fast, even a 8, 9, 10 car length lead can go away in a heartbeat when you're going that fast.
Right, 1.573 the last time around. Johnny setting up that truck, and I think we're seeing him set up farther outside than he did earlier. I think he missed his turn-in point. The one time he had problems in that left, I think he come in a little steeper, a little too steep, missed that turn-in point, and he was just like, save it, save it, save it. And that's what Douglas is doing right behind him as well.
Yeah, what's Doc Hudson from Cars? Remember he teaches the card, the race card. You got to turn. Yeah, you got to turn right before you can turn left.
Yeah.
Now watch these guys when they come down that long straightaway into that tight left-hand 180. They're turning right before they can turn left.
Call it a Scandinavian flick.
Okay.
That's what drift, not drifting, but
rally
cars. Rally cars set the car up into those turns, and they're doing that constantly. It's good sometimes. You don't want to get too aggressive, or you're just scrubbing speed.
It's hard to see when they're in the corners like this and when it's out in front of us, but when they're coming straight at you or straight at the camera, and there's the competition yellow. We'll see that at the second half, but not on this lap. Johnny Greaves has the points. Scott Douglas in second. Mark Jenkins third. Mike Jenkins fourth. Ross Hook in the top five. We'll be back for the second half of the final race of this afternoon here in Pro 4 right after this.
Welcome back to the final race this afternoon, the Pro 4x4. This is the final race for our professionals. We'll kick things off again tomorrow morning, but right now Johnny Greaves at the halfway point has Scott Douglas on his tail, followed by Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins, Ross Hook, and Mark Kwame. This is the last race of the afternoon. We're halfway through. So this is the competition yellow, so they restack them, re-rack them, and get ready to go as they head down the front straightaway in the orange cone zone and looking for the green flag. So is Johnny backing down a little bit, or does Douglas have a little more in the tank, do you think?
I think Douglas has got a little bit more. I think Johnny's got maybe have a little bit more, but I'm going to watch the restart and kind of see what Johnny Greaves may have for strategy and what Douglas is going to do. Douglas has been known to lay off a little bit and get a good run at the start, and then he's been also known to actually lean on that back bumper, and it looks like he's doing some leaning right now as they come through the corner.
The last round in Charlotte, round 4 in Charlotte, was the last victory by Scott Douglas. Johnny Greaves already with wins in Prim, Charlotte, Bark River. Can he win here in Crandon?
Look how close Douglas is on the back bumper, Johnny Greaves. Here we go, Crandon, the last race of the afternoon.
Oh, he tried to dive with a different line on that inside. That inside's going to push him a little bit wider heading into that left-hand sweeper.
Oh, Kwame got the inside dirt wall in turn 2 and spun himself around, so he's way back now.
Also, is this the time for Mark Jenkins to step it up? We wondered how he was going to do this second half. Now that they're nose to tail, can Mark Jenkins turn it up? That's who Taylor said to watch for.
Now keep in mind, depending upon the transmissions that Johnny's running a 5-speed. I don't know what Douglas is running. He kind of bounces back and forth, 5-speed to a 3-speed automatic. I don't know, but that can play a factor as the track dries out in the second half, getting out of these corners, trying to find traction, because you go bam, 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 bam through the gears. You're not tire spinning, but yet you're accelerating through the corners. Now watch, they turn right before they turn left, and look at Douglas. He is definitely, oh man!
He over-rotated.
No, he didn't over-rotate. He backed it in, but it hit something, and it spun him back around.
It looked like he over-rotated and had to let it catch, and it caught, and it hooked him back the other way. That's what I thought. I saw him back it in like you told us to look for, but sometimes when you do that, you can get a little carried away, and you've got to flip the throttle to get it to try and catch up a little bit.
So they're starting to separate a little bit, but that's not surprising on a restart of any kind, because I don't know what it is. They separate, but then as the race comes to an end, they start to come back together again. I can't figure out why that is, but it happens almost every single time.
Got to find their groove right now. Johnny Greaves in a groove. You talked about his transmission to 5-speed, but you said before he used a 5-speed. That's a sequential gearbox. So it's like a manual, but you just bump it forward and bump it back, whether you're upshifting or downshifting.
Equal gap all the way from between first and second to second and third and fourth. And Ross Hook has got some damage on his truck, even though it may be nothing but cosmetic, but we missed what happened here. Now watch him turn right before he turns left. This is pretty darn cool. Douglas even more dramatic as he backs it in big time again.
He's trying to square it up and get that inside. You see how wide Mark Jenkins is taking it?
Yeah.
I think Douglas is trying to square it up and get the forward drive and do that track theory. Don't go the long line around.
Yeah.
But the tires have to grab to do that and have the horsepower to pull it up.
2 points is a straight line, yeah.
Yep. I mean, it seems to be working for him.
Oh, man, he made up a little bit of ground. It was just a tick under 2 seconds between first and second on the last lap, and maybe about the same right now, but Douglas appears to, he's making a big-time ground headed into the Polaris gravel pit turn.
He got some grip right there, though, too. It's not just about taking the line. You've got to have grip in that line to propel yourself forward.
As I said, it was 1.9 before, and look how, wow.
He's got such early setup. He's really setting that truck up early and backing in.
1.9 seconds on the last lap, this time by 0.5.
Left rear on Johnny going down.
Douglas goes inside. There it is. Left rear is definitely going down Johnny Greaves. They swap positions going to the Argonne corner. Douglas for a second had the lead. Johnny comes right back, but you can see it right there. Left rear is going down on our leader. And that may not be all that bad, to be honest with you, because that tire on this whole track, there's only one turn that it really is the disadvantage.
This one. Can you imagine turning that left rear into a plow going 100 miles an hour or whatever it takes into there?
If he can keep that thing together, the sidewall together, they run interliners, so they keep, there's a tire inside the tire. As long as that sidewall stays together, Johnny's got a shot.
Now you've got the right-hander and at the finish line. That's another one where you're going to be really biting with those left side tires. We've seen him hold on before.
He's not saving it, man. Look at it, just throw that truck into the corner. There's the white flag.
Look at this.
Whoa, we got us a race, Crandon. Left rear flat tire, Johnny Greaves, and he's still kicking up rocks with that tire.
Crowd's starting to get on their feet. This is the last chance. We'll see if Johnny Greaves can hold on. Can that tire hold on? Greaves on the Maxxis Toyota just needs about 3/4 of a lap left, and you see Mark Jenkins back there too, trying to, maybe he smells blood in the water.
Oh, and Douglas is on. Left rear, and Douglas is gone. Douglas lost a complete left rear tire, shredded.
And that's why Mark Jenkins smells blood in the water. He's got 2 sharks ahead of him that are injured.
Oh, man, here we go. And Greaves is going up. The sidewall of Greaves' truck is going away.
It's like a grenade. He is just throwing shrapnel left and right.
Here comes Mark Jenkins inside of Douglas.
So Jenkins going to take second, no question there. The race is going to be for the lead. Can Greaves hold on? Because that thing was throwing, it looked like a chipper shredder.
It popped hard, and it just went skybox.
Look at this, only 3 turns left.
And this is the ugly one right here. Greaves throws it, Jenkins throws it. 3-wheel drive. Oh man, Jenkins got time.
This is going to be close. On your feet. What do you think, Crandon? 1 more turn to go. Who's going to win this thing?
Greaves stays inside. Jenkins got nowhere to go.
Except for the win.
Maybe.
Mark Jenkins takes it by 0.03 of a second over Johnny Greaves. Maybe the closest race in TORC history right there, ladies and gentlemen.
0.033.
33 1,000th of a second.
Take a look at this. Here it is.
On the video board.
Greaves trying to keep it tight the inside. Couldn't do it. Jenkins gets a drive out of the corner and right at the line. Here it is, a better shot.
And it's where that beacon is as well. It might not be quite to where that post is. It might be back just a tad. All I know is that is 33 1,000ths of a second differential, and maybe Taylor knew something. She said to watch out for Mark Jenkins. I said he was smelling blood in the water closing in on Scott Douglas. I didn't know he'd be able to make a pass for the front 2 positions in half a lap.
I'm trying to was the tire going down on Greaves before him and Douglas made contact in the Argonne corner? Because
I don't know. It might have finally just let go. We'll have to hear from them and see what they have to say. We'll definitely hear what they say after this.
Ready. Drive. Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
All right, folks, just remember, don't go too far tonight. We got RPM on the main stage tonight playing at 8 o'clock. So go ahead and get your chairs back to your sites and then come on up. Enjoy a great night of music and fun. Again, that's RPM starting tonight at 8 o'clock.
Well, once again, Raceway. Welcome back one more time here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway as we finish up the Big House Brawl here. And man, that's going to be, I'm really anxious to hear what's going to be said on the podium. This is going to be good. I've never seen two tires explode like that at such a critical moment on the last lap.
Well, what's going to come out of Mark Jenkins? He'll be smiling a little bit. Let's take a look at this race we just saw, the Pro 4. Jenkins is going to be happy. He was happy at Bark River. So what do you think he's going to feel like right now? The green flag through for these 8 drivers or 7 drivers as they hit the first turn. It was Johnny Greaves with the start and trying to check out, and he did pretty much that in the first half of the race. Scott Douglas was back there, and we didn't know just how fast he was. Adrian Cheney, a spin out when he was a little too aggressive into that right-hander.
Dove into the corner real hard and took himself out, bounced off of Mike Jenkins and wrecked his truck. Both front tires pointed at each other. And in the meantime, Johnny Greaves had a couple of issues, was able to collect himself. Competition yellow comes out, do the restart, and we have a whole new race. And I still don't know why or where Greaves had a tire going down. And it was a slow leak. It wasn't a sudden thing. But here's what I was talking about. They made contact through here. Oh, no, they didn't. No, they didn't, not at all. The Greaves' tire is already down on the left rear. On the white flag lap, he's still struggling to keep that thing together.
But look at third. Look at third. Look at Mark Jenkins.
And right there's where Douglas goes up. His tire just flat out, boom, goes away.
And he's pretty much dead in the water. Jenkins he just has to keep the pedal pressed, and he was going to make that pass.
He couldn't wait.
Yeah, he had to do that, but could he catch up to Greaves? The answer was yes, by 33 1/1000ths of a second.
That picture's going to go down in history here at that track. That picture right there.
Yeah,
wow,
probably
look at that.
Probably the closest victory margin ever in TORC history. We'll have to double check with that. I believe we have our podium finishers ready. Down with Taylor. Taylor, take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to start with our 3rd place finisher today, Scott Douglas. Scott, really big moment out there. Last lap, flat tire. Talk about it.
Yeah, we had the tread coming off of a few laps earlier, but Johnny and I were just having a great race, and I was having a blast. It was so much fun, and I briefly was in the lead there a minute, but that was kind of a dive bomb move, and I knew exactly, he's a veteran, exactly what he was going to do. He's just going to cross me over and take it back, which he did. But it's a blast being here at Crandon. This AMSOIL Toyo Tire Borla exhaust truck really ran good. We had the fast truck today. We just drove the tires off it, unfortunately, and maybe if I was a little more easier on it, I could have held them together. But congratulations to Mark again.
Well, you still got another day to show them your stuff.
Absolutely, and then the big race on Sunday. So it's a lot of fun stuff coming up. I hope you fans enjoyed it. We try and make it exciting out here. This track gets big, spread out, but I was sitting there. I was hungry as soon as I saw Johnny struggling. So, but we couldn't quite get it done, and Mark got around both of us.
Well, big congratulations. You made it up here on the podium today. Give it up for Scott Douglas, everyone. Moving on over to our 2nd place finisher, Johnny Greaves. Johnny, this is obviously one of your hometown tracks too. The fans are really supportive out there, but you definitely put on a show for them today out there in the last lap.
Yeah, I got a good start, and the track kind of surprised me in the beginning, and our truck was set up a little tight, so I really struggled until we could, figure out the lines and get down to some dry dirt, and man, Scott had it figured out right out of the gate, so congratulations to him on that. And then after the restart, there were some big holes out there, and we popped some big rocks, and there was twice I hit a rock going into the argon, and my front tire was on the liner, and it was making it a little tough to get around, but it was still holding up. And then on that last lap, I slid into the hole back down by the starting line and blew the rear one off, and it came apart. And I'm like, how are they not going by me? Well, Scott had a flat, and here comes Mark Jenkins, and he was hanging in the whole time. So congratulations to them. Thanks for the fans, all the sponsors, Monster, Forest County Potawatomi. Them Toyota engines, they just run and run and run. Maxxis tires, you know, I'm sorry, ruined your tire, guys, but it wasn't the tire's fault. And, you know, MagnaFlow, God, AMSOIL, everybody who's out here. I know I forget some once in a while, but thanks to everybody, and congratulations to these guys. And, you know, how about Pro 4? We just never seem to let the fans down every weekend.
That's right. What do you guys think? Good race? All right, give it up for Johnny Greaves. Congratulations. Moving on up to our top finisher up here, Mark Jenkins. Mark, you seem to be on a roll this year. What a track that was out there, and you definitely were able to seize that opportunity. They say anything could happen at Crandon, and you made it happen.
Say where anything can happen at Crandon and in Pro 4 especially. You know, these trucks are a phenomenal beast of off-road demolition, basically, and they chew and eat and destroy whatever's in front of them. And you look at some of these boulders that got kicked up out there. I thought I'd bottomed out my chassis, but really I just ran over a boulder that Douglas had kicked up right in front of me. I didn't know that it happened. So we're playing dodgeball with that thing through the S's going into Argonne for the last 3 laps. It's kind of a moving target for sure. But man, I got to thank the JBR crew, Jenkins Brothers Racing. You know, 2 weeks ago after our win in Bark River, they turned around another winning machine again. We got top qualifier today, so it was fast. And in this company, it's really an honor for me to be associated with the talent in our pits and our sponsors. I got to thank Traxxas, Gentech Water Treatment, AMSOIL, Cooper Tires, Fox Shocks, Impact Racing. You know, it's just, the list goes on. Goodwin, brother, you're making me a believer. We're motoring out there. So, you know, with these guys, it's real risky to show your hand early. Fortunately, I was able to hang in there and seize the moment when it counted most. It's good to bring home win number 2.
All right, we'll give it up for all these guys. They put on a show today, and they're going to put on one for you tomorrow as well. But here's your podium: Scott Douglas, Johnny Greaves, and the man on top, Mark Jenkins.
So Mark Jenkins, his second win in as many races for that matter. So it's good to build off of Big Mo, and he'll have another opportunity to do it tomorrow as well.
Well, he definitely seized the opportunity, and it was there. And you got to be in a position to take advantage of what is handed to you, and that's exactly what he did. He may not have been the fastest truck in the first half of the race, but by 33 1/1000ths of a second, he was in the second half.
Yeah, and an amazing differential there, and it just shows you don't give up. You know, as a father, I keep telling my kids, no matter what, even when they're racing, when they're playing sports, don't give up. It's not over till it's over, and he really pretty much proved that. I mean, he was – I'd love to see the lap chart, see how far back he was 2 seconds or 2 laps from the end, or even a lap or lap and a half from the end. And he proved that you know, you can make something happen.
Where did everybody go? Douglas is all by himself having a little bit of fun with the champagne.
And some sparkling cider action.
Lots of media was down there, photographers, videographers, and you know what? This is just a little taste of what you're going to see tomorrow. And obviously, everybody is there's Scott hugging. Looks like Mark Jenkins, his wife, and little baby. But tomorrow, definitely another round of points racing for both the pro and sportsman. But I think everybody now is kind of turned left a little bit and is eyeballing the Cup race, Pro 2 versus Pro 4. Tomorrow afternoon is the last race of the weekend.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But you have to give kudos to Keegan Kincaid, C.J. Greaves, as well as Mark Jenkins taking today's victory. Excellent conditions. Hopefully the rain will hold off tomorrow. The crowd, good as always. It's my first time to Crandon, and it was very impressive, and I get to see another discipline, seeing the 2s and 4s at it together tomorrow, which I haven't seen before. So you got to make sure and tune back in here tomorrow. For those of you watching around the world on the Motor Trend channel on YouTube or just locally, you could be here and just come and watch it in person. It's a great show.
And once again, I want to thank all the military personnel that have tuned in this afternoon and all day long, on and off possibly. All the fans, I just got a text message from a friend of mine, Colin. I want to thank you for tuning in. It's always cool to hear from you. He's over the big pond and tunes in. He's a big, huge fan of TORC, as well as a lot of people. But I really got to thank everybody for tuning in, because we've been setting some crazy numbers. I guess right now on YouTube, we're second only to Formula One in motorsports.
That's pretty cool.
As far as impressions.
That's pretty cool. The Cup race is going to be here tomorrow. The 2s and the 4s go at it. I don't know about this whole World Cup thing that's going on, but it can't be any more exciting than the Pro 4 finish was here today.
Well, there'll be nobody flopping
of a second.
There's going to be nobody flopping here at the racetrack tomorrow afternoon.
That is true.
But again, I believe we're going live at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll have a full slate of sportsman racing, as well as all the pros and their points races. But then once again, the last race of the weekend, the last race of the day is the Cup race. And they added, I think the total personnel is $30,000. So the guys are going to be very serious about this come tomorrow afternoon.
If you haven't seen it in person, you definitely need to come out in person. If not, watch it online. Thank you for all watching. For those fans that are here in person, those fans watching around the world, you can come to a TORC event. And just like today, right now, they're going to be signing autographs. All of the drivers are going to be signing autographs at the TORC merchandise trailer. So come on down here, see for yourself why these are some of the most approachable athletes in any motorsport, or any sport for that matter, around the world.
So once again, we hope you had a great time. Tune in again tomorrow. On behalf of Robbie Floyd, I'm Scott Rain, Taylor Snyder trackside, and we'll be doing it all again tomorrow afternoon. Once again, we had a great time. We'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, everybody.